All right, let's just get right into it. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and recap the week a little bit with Trump's interview on Fox News, and then we're going to get into more current events. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. Appreciate the support, by the way, but let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
9 months into his second term, the commander-in-chief. Good Sunday morning, everyone. Welcome to Sunday Morning Futures. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. I'm Maria Bartiromo. Today, President Trump, the president for peace. 9 months into his second term, the commander-in-chief is taking on the ruthless, the criminal, and the biggest terrorists of all. From narco-terrorists in Venezuela and Mexico to bullies and killers in Russia and Gaza. I met with the president this past week in his first interview since his historic peace deal in the Middle East, where he effectively ended the war in Gaza. And it was just hours after a 2.5-hour phone call he had with Vladimir Putin, as the president is now turning his sights toward ending the war on Ukraine. But in the middle of his peace negotiations and a meeting with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, the president first zeroed in on American families, announcing in the Oval Office more price cuts for prescription drugs and easier access to fertility medication. I was honored to join the pool reporters in the Oval Office to hear the president's progress.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look who we have. Look at the great Maria Bartiromo. I didn't know. Did you get put into the regular pool pack? That's very good. Yeah, that's good. Nice to see you. I was so proud of myself because I was the first president in 28 years where drug prices went down for the year. And you know what they went down? 1/8 of 1%. But I was so 1/8 of 1%. Now I'm getting them down, Maria, 500, 600, 800%.
Now, you do got to give it to Trump for allowing more access to infertility drugs and, of course, lowering the prices of certain fertility drugs. So we do got to give it up for Trump for that one. And, of course, getting Pfizer and AstraZeneca to lower their pricing and to bring manufacturing over here to the U.S. So he is making some progress in not only manufacturing pharmaceuticals, but bringing down the price of pharmaceuticals.
And after the press conference, the president joined me in the Roosevelt Room, where he took us behind the scenes of his historic peace deal in the Middle East.
It started probably with Soleimani. He was a mastermind who did a lot of bad things. He's the father of the roadside bomb that would blow up, and most of the people are great patriots, are great soldiers that you see without arms, legs, and lots of problems. He was the one. That was his way of saying, we don't like you too much, and affected a lot of people. That started one. But I think very big was recently with the taking out of the nuclear weapon from Iran. When we blew those beautiful B-2 bombers, when they went into Iran airspace and they came out unscathed. I mean, the whole thing was the most beautiful military operation. They flew for 37 hours. We had everything. And they went into that and they bombed the hell out of it. And when we destroyed their nuclear capability, they no longer became the bully of the Middle East. And we hit them a lot of other ways, along with it, Israel. And they no longer became the bully. And if they were, we wouldn't have been able to make the deal we just made, which is basically peace in the Middle East, beyond Gaza, peace in the Middle East.
And well, I will say this. I mean, the real truth is we're the bully in the Middle East, not Iran. The thing is, I mean, Iran was only responding to Israel's attacks on their nuclear facility. And of course, there was this whole threat of Fordo, of the facility of Fordo, that was underneath the mountain. And the whole claim of that, oh, they were going towards a nuclear weapon, which we never had no real proof on. We have proof that it has 60% uranium, but that's not really, a nuke. But yeah, we bombed their facility, and that's what got them to stop attacking Israel. But it does seem like every time the U.S. gets involved in Israel's conflict, the Arab nations kind of capitulate.
Of those great Arab nations, I mean, you look at Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE, those three, and then you have the ones that, as you know, joined the Abraham Accords, but they were able to breathe, they were able to do what they had to do, and they've been fantastic. But if we didn't take out the nuclear, there's no way that we would have been able to do this.
And I spoke with you right after that strike on the nuclear facilities, and you were so complimentary, obviously, of our pilots.
Yeah.
But you also have relationships in the Middle East. You went to the Middle East as your first international trip as president. So was there some cajoling that you did with the leadership of Qatar and the leadership of UAE to get them to make the case to Hamas, it's over?
So I've been friendly with them for years, and actually I became somewhat friendly during my first term, but I was friendly with some of them before I was a politician. And, you know, it's vast wealth. Those countries are, you know, incredibly wealthy.
But here's the thing, though. The Arab nations are only going along with the Gaza peace deal only because it promises to let the Palestinians find some pathway to self-governance and self-policing. Now, if that gets thrown out the window, the way, I mean, and I know Lord knows Israel wants it to get thrown out the window. But if it does, then the Arab nations will resume their original position of, well, hey, it's just F Israel.
And they put out money, they invest money, et cetera, et cetera. They have tremendous oil wealth. So I knew a lot of them before, but I got to know them very well during the first term, and really well, you know, now. But I got to know them very well during the first term. Qatar, as an example, the Emir, who's a fantastic man. Tamim, he's
Oh yeah, guys, you got any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, by the way. And also, let's double tap that screen and like the video.
A really fantastic person. And, you know, he's in the middle of a very tough little area because he's sort of surrounded by every little problem. And he has to play it close to the vest a little bit. He has to. Anybody would. Anybody that's smart, and he's very smart. The king of Saudi Arabia has done unbelievable. Now you have the king, and then you have the son who is, the king is fantastic. He's got a son who is phenomenal, who you know a little bit, Mohammed. And Mohammed's going to be a great leader for many years. And then you have UAE, and he's incredible. They're all incredible people. But sometimes people don't realize that.
Yeah, not all Muslim nations are bad.
They really helped us a lot. Qatar's the one that's most, you know, vulnerable in that sense because it was right next to Iran, but they had great courage. And the bottom line is we got it done, and we did something that nobody thought was possible. We created, you know, it's peace in the Middle East, and I think we're going to get Russia done. I think that'll be, it's not easy. I thought that would have been the easiest one. I have a good relationship with President Putin. I've always had. Don't forget, he had to go through the Russia hoax. That made it very difficult for us.
And the problem is with the whole Russian-Ukraine peace deal is that, well, Ukraine has really no cards to play. I mean, they're not winning on the battlefield, and they're relying on the U.S. and other countries to pretty much bankrupt Russia or try to cripple their economy. And that's the play right now, is to try to bankrupt Russia, because we can't beat them on the battlefield. Now, and by we, I mean Ukraine and NATO. But hey, we'll see where it goes from here. If we can pretty much crush Russia's economy and that's force them to come to the peace table, I mean, great, I'm all for it. But if it doesn't, then I mean, we're really doing all this for now as Russia just dominates on the field.
In terms of trade or other things, that hoax was just a disgrace. So now we have the war. The first time we had that, and now we have the war. But there's a great potential for trade there. And I hope that we're going to be successful. Ukraine has been very brave.
Well, you came at the peace deal with the Qataris as a business person. You were a business person before the commander-in-chief. So is that the case you made for the Qataris to explain it to Hamas? Think prosperity, think peace, think riches, business.
You know, I don't have to make too much of a case because they're very smart people. And frankly, if Iran stayed strong, you know, like as a military threat, I wouldn't have even asked them. There's nothing, you know, it's right. They're neighbors, right? They're right next to you. You literally would walk into one or the other. So it was really the decimation of Iran that got us there. Without that, we couldn't have gone to the next step. And then we went to the next step, and now we have a deal. And I think it's a deal that catches on. It's a deal that's respected by everybody. We had Arab countries, Muslim countries. We had everybody. Israel approved this deal. Bibi was very brave. Bibi was a great warrior.
And yet, as soon as you left, Hamas executed 7 people, and then they went on to execute 30 more.
Yeah.
Do you believe they really will disarm?
Well, here's the truth. Hamas is also fighting an Israeli-backed militant force that's either Mossad or, Palestinians that are resisting Hamas. Is either or. But yes, they're also fighting them. And then as well, some of the hostages that they got back, they're also executing any betrayers that might have betrayed them on, I don't know, whatever date. Who knows? But yes, there was holding public executions. And then, of course, also fighting the Israeli-backed militant force. So, I mean, they got to solve that before they disarm. And it is kind of reckless that the media is not bringing this Israeli militant force up, but then they do want to say, oh, but Hamas needs to disarm. I mean, they can't disarm if they're fighting a militant force, like as we speak.
Well, they promised they would. They said they would. It's down that they would. Now, they said they were gang members, et cetera, But these are very violent people. This is a very violent part of the world. Nobody's seen violence like this. If we have to, we'll disarm
The
them.
U.S.?
Well, whether it's me or the U.S. or it's, a proxy, could be Israel with our backing. We won't have boots on the ground. There's no reason to.
In the past, you've said Gaza could be beautiful. It could be developed, and you said you wanted to develop it.
Well,
Do you
not
have
me
plans for that?
Not me as an individual.
The U.S.?
I liked it as like Freedom Place. You call it Freedom Place. And we would get all of the people that live there into decent homes throughout the region. If you look, Egypt has a lot of land. Jordan has a lot of land, right?
I mean, if we can get that on paper, because it's going to take some time, maybe like 30 to 50 years to reconstruct Gaza, maybe even more, depending on how they get rid of all that debris. So, I mean, if you can get that on paper where, hey, look, you guys are going to disappear for about, I don't know, 50 to 70 years. We're going to rebuild it, and then we're going to invite y'all all back in, without Israel taking none of your land. Because Lord knows that's what Israel wants to do. But we'll see how things go.
Next door. A lot of countries have a lot of land. So I had an initial vision that we would
what Bibi wants to do.
Look at Gaza. I mean, there's nothing standing. The whole thing it's all rubble. So it's not too hard to top that. And we'd build houses and it would be paid for by the wealth of the wealthiest countries are there. Although if we win the tariff case, which hopefully we will, it's vital to the interests of our country. We're the wealthiest country there is. If we don't, we'll be struggling for years to come. I've ended, of the 8 wars that we just mentioned, 5 of them have been ended because of tariffs. The threat of tariffs, as an example, kept India and Pakistan, 2 nuclear nations, from going at it. They were going at it. 7 planes were shot down. That's a lot. And they were going at it, and that could have been a nuclear war. And the Prime Minister of Pakistan actually just said President Trump saved millions of lives by him getting that. And I said to India and Pakistan pretty much the same thing. I said, look, if you're going to fight each other, I'm not going to do business with you. We're going to put on a 200% tariff, which will make it impossible for you to deal. And we're not going to do business. No. They said, no. And after 24 hours, I settled the war. Because I settled it through trade.
I want to get back to that because I want to talk a little about your backup plan should that not go your way. But just to close the loop here, so are there plans for?
But that was the thing, though. Settling other conflicts with the threat of tariffs was smart because a lot of these countries depend on American consumerism to keep them afloat, and then also American aid. So, if you could shut off both of those and damn near cripple their economy, they can't even afford to run a war. Trust me, they'll capitulate. But Russia, they don't need our help to run a war. That was the difference. And their economy can take the squeeze, which I thought it couldn't, but hey, they proved me wrong. All right, let's get back to it.
U.S. or for...
guys, if you got any questions, comments, jokes, disagreements, I'll be happy to engage with it and read it out loud. $2 and up. Appreciate the support, but let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video.
To help develop Gaza?
We are going to have a board of peace. You heard about it. And they've asked me to be the chairman. This is what I needed. But it's very important that to me, peace in the Middle East, that's a big thing. I've heard the term all my life, peace in the Middle East. For 3,000 years, it hasn't happened.
When you spoke to Vladimir Putin, did you tell him that you...
Yeah, the Middle East is a very rich area that people have been fighting about for, thousands of years.
You were considering sending Tomahawk missiles to
Resource
Ukraine?
rich and
Or are
all.
you still seriously considering that?
Well, I've been asked by Ukraine if they could have Tomahawks, and I'm looking at it. I spoke with Vladimir Putin about it, and not that he would be thrilled. It's a violent, vicious weapon. But we have to remember one thing. We need them for ourselves, too. You know, we can't give all of our weapons to Ukraine. We just can't do that.
Yeah.
And I've been very good to President Zelensky and to Ukraine, but we can't give, you know, if we're going to be short, I don't want to do that. I can't jeopardize the United States.
Did you get any sense from Putin that he would be willing or open to the idea of
did.
ending this war
I did.
without taking significant property from Ukraine?
Well, he's going
Oh, no. That's not it at all. Actually, recent reports show that Putin want the Donbass region completely for Russia or no peace deal. He's pretty much saying if he doesn't get Donetsk, there's no peace deal that he's going to sit down for. So we got to see what's going on with that first. And I mean, if we let things progress even further, he might even capture Odessa.
to take something. I mean, they fought, and he has a lot of property.
Which is
I mean,
like their
he's
port
won certain
city.
property. If you say that, he's won certain property. We're the only nation that goes in and wins a war and then leaves, you know, like we did under President Bush in the Middle East. We go in, we blast the hell out of everybody, destroy the place, and then we leave, you know. Remember, I used to say, keep the oil. But I really didn't say, I said two things. I said, don't go in. But then they went in. And I said, well, don't go in, but if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But we didn't keep the oil.
Did you?
What do? We go in, we blast it to pieces, and then we leave, you know. Doesn't make sense, never made sense.
Is there a timeline to get Hamas to disarm, in your mind?
Not a timeline, not a hard line, but we're going to see how it all works out. They've lived there for a long time. They're very violent, as you understand. You've been covering it for a long time. But we're going to find out. Don't forget, 50,000 of them have been killed, okay? Mm-hmm. So they killed 1,200 people in the October 7th attack. It was an attack. They killed 1,200, but Israel can say that we killed 50,000. And so you'd say it's a whole new set of people. And it is. I mean, you know, they get replaced by other people, young people. But we're going to find out. So it's not a hard timeline, but it's a line in my own.
Yeah, and I did hear Sean Hannity try to make the case of, oh, well, do you know if if that was America, that'd be like 40,000 people that would have died like on October 7th. And I was like, Hannity, you cannot make that point without flipping it on the other side as well. So in your logic, so for every 1,500 lives, that's 40,000 people in America. Okay. Well, then that means we probably committed like Israel committed about 42 October 7th in Gaza, 42 of them. And that leads out in America to about 1.6 million Americans. So yes, if we was to take the numbers lost in Gaza and compare it to us, it would be 1.6 million Americans.
And at a certain point, if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then we'll have to do it for them.
Do you expect an expansion of the Abraham Accords?
I do. Almost soon. I don't want to use the word immediate, but soon. The Abraham Accords are a miracle in a way. And the 4 countries that went in initially, including UAE, highly respected, big and highly respected, they stayed in, and they're doing incredibly well. I mean, they're basically trading with Israel and have access and everything else. I mean, it's good for everybody. I hope to see Saudi Arabia go in, and I hope to see others go in. I think when Saudi Arabia goes in, everybody goes in, highly respected. And the Crown Prince, who's also the Prime Minister and the King in waiting, his father's such a wonderful man. He's still healthy, and he's still very sharp. But yeah, I think that they're going to all go in very soon.
So they've indicated to you a willingness to do so?
Oh, they have, even as recently as like yesterday. I had some very good conversations. Now, they couldn't have done it during the war. They couldn't have done it with the fight with, the fight that was going on with Iran as a power. with Iran as a power. That's why the four original countries really, they were somewhat courageous of them. And they did it with Iran as a power. And they made the right decision. And then they stayed during the war. A lot of people thought they'd have to get out. No, the Abraham Accords are amazing. It's amazing. And it'll help bring long-lasting peace into the Middle East. Nobody thought they were possible either. But the big thing is what happened over the last few days. It's been pretty much incredible. Just like your ratings are incredible, it's been incredible.
That's wonderful, Mr. President. Now, the Biden administration is saying that they're taking credit for the peace plan. Anthony Blinken said that they laid the groundwork for the peace deal before leaving office.
How'd you lay the groundwork for the peace deal if it done escalated multiple times? Like, no, Biden, just sit down and accept y'all failure like the other presidents have accepted their failure for not being able to bring peace to Gaza. Just go ahead and accept the failure. And yes, the peace plan is still on. Phase 1 has been done. Phase 2 is still being worked on because, like I said, Israel militant force is right now fighting Hamas. So it's going to be really hard for them to disarm while they're fighting a militant force. Like, come on now.
So let me just tell you how crazy it is. They backed Iran. They backed Iran totally. They deserted Israel. They deserted everybody. And they backed Iran. You know that. It started with Barack Hussein Obama. He went into Iran.
Oh, and shout out to Uzi for the thumbs up. Appreciate the support.
And let's say that their idea worked. Then you would have right now a nuclear-powered Iran, because Iran was on its way to a nuclear weapon under these people. And so when we do it, rather than saying, although they did say congratulations. I mean, Biden said it. Hillary Clinton said
That's
it.
right.
A lot of people said it. The only one that I heard say that was Blinken.
Right.
And Blinken didn't, he wasn't good at what he did. He was a lousy negotiator. And for him to try and take care, just so you understand, they did the exact opposite. They didn't set groundwork. They set the opposite of groundwork. They set traps because they wanted, and they felt strongly that they wanted to back Iran over the rest of the Middle East. And they did it with Obama, and they did it with Biden. Now, Biden didn't know what the hell he was doing, so it didn't matter. But his people that surrounded him in the Oval Office, the people that worked the auto pen, the people that signed all those signatures illegally because he had no idea what was going on. So all those signatures that he signed, except his son's signature, I think he signed for...
I don't, allegedly, Trump, allegedly. I mean, we haven't proven that yet. I mean, it looks like it, but I mean, who knows? Biden could have been mentally cognitive enough. He could have had the mental capacity to just sign those things. We can't say that everything is done because of the auto pen. It looks like it, but we can't say for sure. Innocent until proven guilty.
Hunter, I think that was actually... because it wasn't nearly as neat as the auto pen. The auto pen was much better.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Compagno.
Trump need to learn that word, bro. Allegedly, bro. Because man. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Trump's next engagement, and then we're gonna go ahead and do a bit of media analysis. Let's see what the news is saying on both sides.
Well, I'll be talking about Taiwan. Won't be going there, but I'll be talking about it. Won't be too far away. A lot of respect for Taiwan. I don't know. They cheated on a commercial. Ronald Reagan loved tariffs, and they said he didn't. And I guess it was AI or something. They cheated badly. Canada got caught cheating on a commercial. Can you believe it? Yes. No, I don't have any plan to. We want to take care of our farmers. We have a lot to talk about with President Xi, and he has a lot to talk about with us. I think we'll have a good meeting.
Are you going to direct the Department of Agriculture to launch CSX next month?
Yeah, everybody's going to be in good shape. Yep. Well, we've raised a lot. We've raised over $350 million. It's a beautiful room, a big room. I don't have any.
Yes, over $350 million has been raised for the presidential ballroom and about to be in the West Wing of the White House, I believe. So yeah, about $350 million given by corporations like, what was it, Apple. Of course, we got Microsoft was on the list. Amazon was at the top of the list, probably because they're the top donor. Makes sense. So yeah, mainly your multi-billion corporations were throwing over millions for for the White House, for the White House ballroom. And you know what? Hey, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. At least it wasn't taxpayer money like, the left-wing media was trying to say, or CNN was trying to accuse Donald Trump of using taxpayer dollars to pay for this ballroom. It's corruption. Nope. It's donation. It's charity work.
Plan to call it after myself. That was expected. Probably going to call it the presidential ballroom or something like that. We haven't really thought about a name yet. Well, it could even be more than that. Probably, possibly, assuming we can do that. We're building the Ark, and maybe we use it for the Ark. Looks like we might. We're going to be building the Ark, and we've raised a lot of money for the ballroom, so maybe we'll put the Ark is going to be incredible for Washington, D.C. So maybe we use it for the Ark.
Senator Rick Scott is urging you, along with several other lawmakers, the newspaper President Xi, to ask for the release of political prisoners and develop pathways to new lives.
I might do that, yeah. Well, I have a lot of respect for Rick Scott and a lot of them that are asking me to do that, and it's on my list. I'm going to ask. Look, they're big enemies, so we'll see what happens. Jimmy Lai and President Xi are big enemies, but it's been a long time, and I will be. True. It'll be on my list. Well, I hope she wins. I mean, the other person is horrible. She's horrible, and the Attorney General candidate, they're talking about, killing the children and him and the children.
Yeah, and I'm gonna stick to this. So whenever Jay Jones stepped down, that's when I'll say the left condemns political violence. Until then, the left does not condemn political violence, because the fact that Jay Jones is still out there running for AG after he was exposed for wishing death on a political opponent's children. I mean, come on, guys. Y'all gotta at least stick with me with this one and be like, come on. Let Jay Jones step down, not let him, make him step down, and then we'll go ahead and absolve the left of political violence. We'll say, okay, y'all do condemn it. Okay, y'all actually do condemn political violence. If not, then let's be real. Y'all are okay with Jay Jones said. You think it's okay to say for Republicans' kids to die, and y'all standing with them. It's either or.
Wife, everybody. I mean, how can you put a guy like that in office? So I hope they both win. I hope she wins. I hope the Attorney General wins. Yeah. And I think you have a great Republican candidate in New Jersey. As you know, Jack is going to be great. And he's going to cut your energy bills in half. And she's going to double your energy bill. So New Jersey, just on energy alone, I know the cost, but on energy alone, I think Jack should win.
Oh, yo, shout out to New Jersey. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave from New Jersey. Hopefully, y'all out there making the right decisions for yourselves. But guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support.
He's going to cut, I'll tell you what, I know him well. He's going to cut your energy bills in half.
Oh, yeah. Ontario said it's going to hold that Reagan tariff ad from this Monday, but it's airing it during this first two World Series games.
Well, it's a crooked ad. I heard he's airing it. Canada, that's why I pulled everything. With Canada, they did a crooked ad. They knew it was Ronald Reagan loved tariffs. What they did is really dishonest. And I heard they were pulling the ad. I didn't know they were putting it on a little bit more. They could have pulled it tonight.
Pull it Monday.
Well, that's dirty playing. But I can play dirtier than they can,
It's not on the Australian.
Really, very dishonest.
I mean, yeah, he could play dirty. He'd be like, all right, that's sweet and all, but Ronald Reagan ain't president. He's like, Trump is president. And I mean, let's be honest. We're literally like, there's no reason why we have cars, why we should manufacture cars in Canada and send it over here. Like, let's be real. We could low key put more tariffs on you guys, make these car manufacturers come over here and then take jobs away. I mean, we don't want to do that, but we could. So y'all want to act funny about tariffs? I mean, let's be real. America could raise the tariffs on Canada, and it's really going to be over for them. But look, we're trying to keep Canada afloat. We're not trying to destroy their economy. And let's be real. Canada left themselves in this position.
Colombia, a drug leader,
I mean, their most profitable area or state, Alberta province. Sorry to my Canadians. The most profitable province, Alberta, want to disconnect from them. That should tell you something.
Yeah. He's a drug dealer. The president of Colombia is a drug dealer.
Earlier today, you haven't appointed an ambassador to Australia yet. Why not? Have you got anyone in mind?
I'm talking to your leader who's here. Yeah. And he's a great guy, and I'm going to make sure we have somebody that he likes.
Have you got anyone in mind?
I had one or two people. I didn't know if they would like them. I do. I have somebody in mind.
And I hear you on
Here's the good news. Everybody wants to be ambassador.
He's had things up with our ambassador as well, we're told. He's had things up with our ambassador.
I don't really know anything about him.
You told him always to give him in the meeting.
I think he said a long time ago something bad. When they say bad about me, I don't forget. Very good, very good. We have great financial numbers. We have an economy that is going to be the strongest ever. We hit a new stock market high, and we're doing great. This country is doing, I think very soon I can say better than ever before.
I don't know about that, Trump. I don't know about that one, because inflation cracked that 3%. So yeah, but last year we were at 3.2%. So we're like doing 2.2% better. But that's the thing, though. A lot of people weren't betting on Trump to go over that 3%. Now we're at the 3% mark. If inflation goes up any higher, then I ain't gonna lie, Trump. It's not gonna look good. If it hits that 4%, we're gonna really look at Trump like, we kind of voted for you not to do this. But we'll see where things go, because a rate cut's supposed to happen in about a couple of days, and we'll see where that takes the market, because the stock market is doing great. GDP went up 3%, so there is no recession that we're heading towards. But inflation is still, it's not as rapid as it is under Biden. It has cooled down, but it is still at a 0.2, 0.1% progression. So, hey, it's either we get stagflation or we head towards deflation. And you know what? Tariffs actually help with that. Tariffs actually do cause deflation. I mean, look at the tariffs in China. That's caused deflation. Tariffs in India has also caused deflation. So we'll see if that strategy could work out. We'll see where it is. And also, we're also betting on deregulation of the EPA to allow these factories and or manufacturing projects, construction projects to progress a lot faster. But let's go to the funders of the White House ballroom.
What the final ballroom will look like, other than the fact that it's still unknown about what the final ballroom will look like, other than the fact that it's going to be enormous. We now know who is paying for it. Big companies who have a lot to gain from Trump. I mean, if people don't think that he's going to be looking at this list, got another bridge to sell you. There's also a number of high-profile crypto investors and other close allies of Trump. We'll just break down some of these names down. Amazon is on the list. Obviously, Amazon's forked out a reported $40 million to air a Melania Trump documentary. Apple is also on the list. CEO Tim Cook there, remember, memorably presented Trump with that 24-karat gold and glass statue.
I mean, yeah, you also remember when he said he's going to commit to building a training facility in the USA and start doing end-to-end manufacturing as well. You want to throw that in there as well, besides just the gift? I mean, let's be real. And they're going to start manufacturing some of their chips over here due to the 100% tariffs on chips and semiconductors that Trump enacted.
And then there are a lot of crypto connections on the donor list. As Dan Alexander of Forbes reported in June, so already back in June, more than half of Trump's net worth was tied to his crypto ventures, 60%. And the largest U.S. crypto exchange, Coinbase, on the list of donors for the ballroom. Its CEO is someone who has been singled out by Trump.
Yeah, but it's really not fair to criticize Trump for going into crypto. And let's be real, that's what everybody's doing right now. Everybody's going into crypto and gold. Two things that are going up right now is crypto and gold. So if you're a rich man trying to protect your wealth, then why wouldn't you do that? And that's what all the other CEOs and billionaires are doing. So y'all just gonna highlight Trump because he's doing what the rest of them are doing? It is what it is, but all right.
I also want to recognize some of the countless industry leaders here today, including Brian Armstrong of Coinbase. You've done a good job, Brian.
And there are a lot of other tech companies. Meta is on there. That's the parent company of Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg,
T-Mobile.
the executive there, was seated right next to Trump at his dinner with tech leaders. And he had this to say about the president last July.
Seeing Donald Trump get up after getting shot in the face and pump his fist in the air with the American flag is one of the most badass things I've ever seen.
And no, the president is not running a crypto scam. I mean, why? Because a crypto scam will require a rug pull of the Trump coin after it reached, $1 billion in, market cap or something like that. That would be a crypto scam. If the coin is still up, it's still running. So no, you can't really call it a scam until the rug pull happens.
My life.
Other companies include Micron Technology, Microsoft, and then there's a company called Ripple. If you haven't heard of it, it is a big crypto company, in fact, that has been under investigation by the SEC for years. But suddenly, in March of this year,
I know, because it was, what was it? I know what Ripple is. It was supposed to replace Stride, I believe. It was supposed to become the new way of transferring money that would be cheaper than Stride. And that's why the FCC was hating and trying to investigate these guys, because they don't want to be replaced. They don't want them to replace Stride.
The SEC dropped its case. The CEO wrote at the time, "This is it, the moment we've been waiting for. The SEC will drop its appeal, a resounding victory for Ripple, for crypto, every way you look at it." Well, of course, that was during the Trump administration. And then there's the individuals. Some of these names catch your attention. The Lutnick family, that, of course, is the family of the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick.
Yep.
Lutnick has backed Trump's crypto policies wholeheartedly.
We're using the blockchain. We're using Bitcoin. We're going to use digital.
And here's the thing. Even Russian economic leaders has came out and tried to say that the U.S. is trying to use crypto as a way to separate itself away from its debt, or as a way to at least cut its debt in half. Now, there's a lot of things that go into it, but that is what a lot of countries have been trying to call us out about. And it is what it is. Who knows if that's what direction we're going in, but I have heard a lot of people speaking up about it.
Assets to pound forward, and Donald Trump is
leading the way. Yes, we're going for a reset.
And the list continues. Kelly Loeffler among them, and her husband. Loeffler, you may remember, was running for Senate in Georgia, ends up running the Small Business Administration for Trump. And before that, no shock, she was the CEO of a cryptocurrency futures exchange. Trump media was actually in talks to buy that company. Ultimately, they did not. And last, but certainly not least, the Winklevoss twins. They may be best known for accusing Mark Zuckerberg of stealing their idea for Facebook to some, but since then they've become billionaires. And in fact, they have become two of the biggest names in all of crypto.
Well, Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss, these are two smart, handsome guys. They got the whole package. They've got the look, they've got the genius, got plenty of cash.
And while the list of donors is long, it is unclear if Trump is going to need even more of them.
Have you raised the full $300 million needed to fund your ballroom? And how much specifically are you donating to this construction
raised,
project?
I think $350 million. All donor money and money that we put up.
And how much specifically are you donating to it personally?
How much am I donating? Yes. I won't be able to tell you until I finish, but I'll donate whatever's needed.
Obviously, I'm not answering that question. Kristen Holmes is out front. She's live outside the White House, where you are seeing this for yourself, of course, just in every day as you work, Kristen. The White House was on defense about the project during the day, just as Trump was there, right? Not wanting to talk about whether he's contributed anything.
Yeah, Aaron, it was pretty striking to see how many questions the press secretary got on the ballroom and just how defensive the White House has been on this project, particularly given this is a White House that often does not go on the defensive. They are often on the offensive. One of the most...
Now, it's so funny that they're crying about a ballroom that a bunch of billionaires funded. You think you would focus on something else instead of trying to create some type of corruption case out of a ballroom. It's like, damn, come on, y'all gotta do better than this.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Like, really?
Stop it. Get some help.
Because it's ridiculous. But all right, let's get on to the next story. Or something that's a slightly less ridiculous. Trump's third term.
Different alternatives. He's going to get a third term. So Trump 28. Trump is going to be president in 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
This man got to be rage baiting. At a certain point, he's rage baiting. Steve Bannon is not serious in my belief. Like, bro, how? Like, first off, I don't even want that. But at a certain point, though, I think it's too early to call. I'm like, dang, can we let my man finish like all 4 years before we decide if he want a third term? And I ain't gonna lie, he's cracking over that 80. So I don't know. Do we want Trump all the way out to 85, 86? I don't know about that one, Steve. I don't know about that. I like Trump and all, but I don't know if we need him for that long.
He's going to get a third term. So Trump 28.
He's
Trump is
blood
going
in
to be
there.
president in 28. And people just ought to get accommodated with that.
So what about the 22nd Amendment?
There's many different alternatives. At the appropriate time, we'll lay out what the plan is. But there's a plan, and President Trump will be the president in 28.
There's a plan. Former White House chief strategist and OG MAGA man Steve Bannon once again claiming Donald Trump will end up with a third term. He is, of course, not alone. President Trump himself has suggested running again multiple times. He is even selling Trump 2028 merch, both online and at the White House.
Which is true.
The demolition of the East Wing this week has also added some fuel to this fire. Would you totally renovate a house that you were about to move out of? It all comes as President Trump tries to assert new authority over elections and putting election deniers
The pettiness.
into positions of power. My panel and our arena text chain are back. Brad Todd, is President Trump going to run in 2028?
No, and he doesn't think he can.
He doesn't think he can.
He doesn't think he can.
Say more.
Yes, it's. I think that Steve Bannon, Jared Kushner once called Steve Bannon a suicide bomber in his time in the White House. And I think that that's probably, this is another effort to stir up trouble and get clicks. I do tell you that if there was a plan, I don't think they would do it in an interview with The Economist. I mean, I love The Economist. I subscribe to The Economist. But that's not where this news would break.
What do you think, Adrienne?
Look, I mean, I appreciate your optimism, and I hope you're right. But I think we have to take this seriously. I mean, I completely agree with the way you laid out at the beginning of this segment, Casey, which is, first of all, you don't do a giant overhaul, which is highly controversial, of the East Wing of the White House, completely demolishing it, if you're only going to be there for the next 3 years or so. So that feels a little,
Bro, are you serious? Other presidents have done work to the White House, done renovated it, broke down certain parts of it, even destroyed a greenhouse that used to be at the White House. So what are you guys talking about? It's like you guys cry about what other presidents have done. It's hilarious at this point.
Be there.
Maybe he plans on attending many balls there.
Yeah, perhaps. Maybe he's looking
It's a legacy.
to some Vance Rubio balls in like 2029 and 2030 in his own mind. But look, I think it's something that we should all take very seriously. It's certainly something that legal scholars, both independent and within the Democratic Party apparatus, are looking at very seriously. We've been looking at this for a very long time because what we don't want to have happen is get caught flat-footed and not have a plan in place should he actually decide to go forward with this.
I should say, as someone covering the White House, I know reporting that there's the plan that Bannon is describing here, and I think it's important to emphasize the former when you introduced him to as a former strategist in the White House who's on the outside here. But look, we have heard the president muse about this.
Steve Bannon has been put on the outside due to some of his rhetoric about Israel. Some of his rhetoric about Israel has put him on the outside of the Trump administration, seeing that there is a lot of pro-Israel guys or Zionists in the Trump administration. So that would do it. That would do it. Him and Alex Jones both got pushed to the outside due to their critiques on Israel. As soon as they used to be on the inside of it, but as soon as, this whole Iran thing popped off, they were immediately thrown to the outside. Tough. All right, now let's see what their little debate team got to say, because Scott Jennings has something to say about this. All right, let's get right into it. Let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
I've covered Steve Bannon long enough to know you don't just flip off what he is saying. Do you think that this is actually something that they're going to try to attempt, and should they?
No. I mean, Bannon has no formal involvement with the Trump White House, and if you look at all the stories,
The White House declined to comment. The White House rarely declines to comment. So this is him
Although
out on his own.
I would argue the White House response ought to be, no, the president is going to follow the Constitution. He will not be running for a third term.
No formal involvement.
I don't know.
Can
with
I,
the White House.
I'm going to dispute this just a little bit. The weeks leading up to January 6th, Steve Bannon was saying all hell was going to break loose if Donald Trump was not necessarily, they didn't certify the results for Donald Trump. Look at what happened. We had an insurrection. Since then, and I mentioned
an insurrection with no guns on the Capitol building, not the White House where the actual president is. And no, they weren't calling for the stopping of our democracy. They were just calling for a recount. They just want the election to be investigated. How was that an insurrection again? When the goal of the protest that turned into a riot was just them asking for the election to be investigated. How does that count as a riot again? With no guns, by the way. They're not like they all had guns, rushing, asking for the head of every politician. Now that's an insurrection.
and I say, well, as much as I can, is he has not only pardoned 1,600 people that are out on the loose and waiting for their orders. And when Steve Bannon says that Donald Trump is potentially going to serve another term, he is sending a signal not only to those 1,600 people that rioted and caused an insurrection at the Capitol.
Nah, sis, you're going too far. There were old ladies that got pardoned or who got locked up as well. But I doubt that he's using that small group of 1,500 people to overthrow a government of, I don't know, millions. But okay, keep being delusional, sis.
But all of MAGA. And so my hope is that we will have a Supreme Court that will end up stopping this. But I actually think that Steve Bannon truly believes that this is the case. And he is sending a signal to MAGA that Donald Trump should be the president of the United States in 2028.
Let me play, so you brought up the Supreme Court. I'm going to play for you what Amy Coney Barrett said in an interview recently when she was asked about this issue. Listen.
The 22nd Amendment says you can only run for office for 2 terms.
True.
You think that that's cut and dry?
Well, that's what the amendment says, right? After FDR had 4 terms, that's what that amendment says.
She sounds like someone who thinks that this will come before the court. And doesn't explain more on the legal sort of underpinning of this.
There's not much to explain.
It would require a whole amendment of the Constitution. How likely is that? Trump would have to have the most wildest. He'd have to be the most successful president in history for most of the American people just to go F it, man, F it. We need him for 2 more years. Yeah, we need that guy. It's no, he would have to have some crazy success and to get that amendment through. It's possible, but it's so unlikely that it's not even worth talking about.
It's pretty clear.
Shoot, maybe it is. You never know. Anything's possible, but it's highly unlikely.
You can't.
I agree.
So I don't know why you would want to talk it to death.
Why do you think Steve Bannon keeps saying this, and that Trump keeps putting the 2028 hat on the desk and all that?
He keeps it in the on the hats and stuff because he's trolling his opponents, and he knows how crazy it drives them when he does these kinds of things. Bannon, I don't know. I don't know him personally. I don't know him well at all. Maybe he believes this. Maybe he doesn't. I just know what the Constitution says. I know what most Republicans would think about it, and I know what the Supreme Court would do about it. So I don't really think this is serious.
Just to get it on the record, Scott, if this came up and there was a real attempt to give Trump a 3rd term, would you be for it or against it?
I'm long on the record of opposing violating the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution.
This is kind of interesting. Maggie Haberman, she's covered Trump for a very long time, so she understands how this works. And she agrees with you on the trolling. She says he clearly enjoys knowing that it bothers Democrats that he says this, and there's a trolling aspect to it. But the thing with all of his trolls is they start out that way, like Canada is a 51st state, and then he socializes them. They take on a life of their own, or he breathes more life into them. I've covered Trump as well. She is right about it.
Come on now. Is Canada a 51st state? Okay, then. Until then you could say, well, he jokes about it, but sometimes it becomes real. No, Canada is not a 51st state yet. I'm just playing, but let's be real, though. You can't just sit there and assume that without it happening first. This man is not the political wizard y'all make him out to be.
That Steve Bannon is not in the White House, but he's constantly speaking directly to Trump, to people around Trump, these things do take on a life of their own in Trump's own mind. And often that is all that is needed, the permission structure, to figure out one way or another how to make things happen.
I mean, they've already pretty much understood what the vulnerable points are when it comes to the institutions. As I continue to say, the institutions are only going to work if the people within them are willing to defend them. And considering that he put together this Supreme Court, and he did it for a very specific reason, because he knows the things that he tries to do that are outside the lines, that if it gets there, he understands that he has crafted the perfect scenario, and it's checkmate. And so, like, for people to take this seriously, I think we absolutely should. And I'm sorry, I don't understand this game that we play with him. It's like, oh, when he says things that are very dangerous, he's kidding. But then when he actually does it, it's like, oh, I guess he meant it. It's like, I'm not going to play the whole what does he mean game. And oh, he's.
All right. Well, name one thing that he was playing about that he actually did. I mean, Canada 51st state, haven't done. Has he run for a third term? Nope. So what is this man did? What was he joked about that he actually did? Like, can you please let us know before y'all just run off on this tangent?
Just trolling, when he has shown time and again that he's very serious about the things that he says. Well, everything is a test.
Yeah.
And he's just going to continually see how far he can get with everything and just see how far he can go. And yeah, considering how hard it was to get him out of the White House before, why do we think that this would be any different? We see who he admires. He admires dictators. The dictators don't leave. So, like, why would we think that he was joking?
What does this say about the support for, like, a J.D. Vance who's wide?
I mean, week on January 21st, did he not leave or not? Did he kick and scream? No, he left the White House. So, yeah, what y'all saying is not making sense, but okay.
Seen as perhaps the next person in line, that someone like Steve Bannon continues to suggest that it's not going to be the next guy. It's not going to be Don Jr. or J.D. Vance. It has to be Trump. Let me just play a little bit more from this interview with The Economist where Bannon kind of expounds on that.
The only way President Trump wins in 2028 and continues to stay in office is by the will of the American people. Okay? And the will of the American people is what the Constitution embodies. And so I think we're going to be in good hands there. We need to finish.
I mean, yeah, that's why we got amendments. If the will of the American people can get together for an amendment, then sure, it could happen. But 9 times out of 10, no, wait, 99%, that's not going to happen. I'm almost sure. And the 1% that does happen, I mean, so a miracle happened, right? Something so unexpected happened that I couldn't even foresee it. Nobody could have foreseen it. So we'll see. We'll see come 2028, and we'll see what happens.
What we started. And President Trump is the instrument, a providential instrument to finish this job.
I mean, God damn it, Bannon, you're just trolling these guys at a certain point. It's like you want them to get outraged. What's going on? Because every time we do some, like, we say this and we outrage the left, Trump administration kind of does something in the background while you guys are over here crying about a third term and a ballroom. So you might want to keep your eyes peeled and turn away from the distraction.
Lydia, if you heard,
just giving y'all some advice.
J.D. Vance, what are you thinking right now?
I think he thinks that Steve Bannon is trolling. I don't think he takes this seriously the way that we are at this table. That's just the reality. And even Bannon said he thinks it's the will of the people. If the will of the people is clearly not supporting that whatsoever.
The Republicans need to speak out, and I'm not sure we are going to get Republicans actually telling Trump this is not a good idea, or Steve Bannon. And I think that's
Trump is not saying it's a good idea. I mean, he said just a few weeks ago, I'm not running in 20. I mean, he's
it's
poo-pooed
a clickbait
this.
headline.
He has poo-pooed this.
But you would call up Trump if he is considering this and tell him this is a bad idea.
If he asked me, I would tell him you can't do this.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into the next video here. Let's get over to the right side of media. Let's see what Fox News got to say. We was hanging out with the lefties for a little bit. Well, let's see what on the right they're saying.
Trump said we'd get tired of winning, and it's only been about 10 months, and Democrats are throwing in the towel.
If this is making America great again, we need to stop making America great again because I'm exhausted. Morally and physically and mentally exhausted.
You're not supposed to tell your opponent you're tired. You think Jordan leaned over to the mailman, Game 6 of the NBA Finals, and said, Carl, I'm exhausted.
Bruh.
Come on, Joy. We're in the golden age, baby.
Yeah, excited isn't the word. The market should be excited too. We're seeing interest rates move down and stocks move up.
What do we tell you? Don't be a panicking.
The stock market has been telling us what.
Yeah, the stock market's moving up because they're foreseeing the rate cut that Powell pretty much announced after slowing down of jobs and a slight rise in inflation. Now, here's the crazy thing is Trump kind of called out. He told him, yo, cut the rate. It looks like we might be cooling down soon. If you cut the rate now, we won't have to suffer later. And once again, too late Powell. Well, he proved Trump right. That's all he did, really. Because that's exactly what happened, as Trump and Besson explained. If he did not cut the rate, there was going to be a slowing down.
To believe ever since Liberation Day. The stock market said this is not going to be the end of the world. Like so many, like almost unanimously, business reporters that tariffs were the end of the world, and here we are. Up. What are we up? 36%.
Yeah.
The Dow just closed at an all-time high. What's exhausting about fatter 401ks, peace deals, and beautiful renovations? All this great stuff going on, and the Democrats shut.
Now, I remember when all the lefties was crying about the 401ks. What was it, like a week into the tariffs, to the sweeping tariffs? Everybody was crying about their 401k. I mean, but they hushed up now. But like I said, people like to say, and it is true, that the stock market isn't the overall indicator in the economy. And you're right. But I mean, that's doing well. GDP is also doing well. So if we count those two, it's looking like it. I mean, of course, inflation is always a factor as well. But if GDP is up and the stock market is doing well, that means money's still circulating regardless of inflation hitting 3%, which is still freaking concerning. And if it doesn't go down and by December, then this is going to look terrible on the Trump administration.
Down the government so not everybody can enjoy it.
We know that people are going to suffer if we don't open the government. And we only have just under a week to make sure that this does not happen. And I'm just going to make it as plain as possible. People will go hungry.
The so-called party of the working class is okay with the working class going hungry.
Bruh.
Not Trump. He's doing everything he possibly can to make sure people get paid. One of his buddies even cut a check for the troops.
He called us the other day and he said, I'd like to contribute any shortfall you have because of the Democrat shutdown. I'd like to personally contribute any shortfall you have with the military because I love the military and I love the country. And today he sent us a check for $130 million. That's what I call a patriot.
That's something we can all celebrate. I guess billionaires aren't that bad, right, Bernie? But Democrats are calling.
And Trump also said he'd cover WIC with tariffs if it came down to it. Like if it came down to it, he said, all right, cool, I'll shell out some tariff money for WIC, which is well, I'm gonna be real with you. It's admirable, but let's see if he does it when it actually comes down to it.
Trump,
which I believe he will, to be quite honest.
Military paymaster. They'd rather soldiers' families go hungry than Trump get credit. And yet, they're still hung up on the ballroom.
He thinks that he has the authority to go and
because they lost the shutdown argument. Everybody, even on the left, is starting to agree that yes, this is a Schumer shutdown. You guys wanted to add spending on the CR bill, so you're the demanding party. So you guys got to take accountability for that shutdown, Dems, which you refuse to do. And the problem is, if the people just look back at history, they'll see that, oh, so when the Republicans demand something, they took blame. So, but now that the Dems are demanding something, they're trying to point fingers. Yeah, let's be consistent with how these shutdowns work. And yeah, the demanding party is the one to blame. And they've lost that argument. So now they need to be outraged about a ballroom.
Destroy, what is essentially a sacred historic site and put up, a palace because he thinks he's a king.
A palace? Trump thinks he's a king? Obama thought he was a god. Remember, he descended from Mount Olympus and spoke like Caesar, surrounded by Greek columns.
Man, I'm telling you, bro. I like to call him the patron saint of politics, Obama. Like that's literally how these guys synced him.
He told us he had the power to lower the world's oceans. His nickname was the Messiah. The media gave him a halo. But Trump builds a ballroom for the country, and Democrats are stunned speechless.
Tonight, sources tell ABC News President Trump is aiming to tear down the entire east wing of the White House.
It's almost like Democrats have never been anywhere near a construction site.
Clutching pearls for
Pocahontas
what?
and Hot Dog Amy sound like a bunch of hippies.
No, it is actually a demolition zone. That is what it is. Look at that.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
wow. This is a construction zone. You know, Donald Trump can't hear people asking for help because there's all this
the
chaos
machinery.
next door.
I mean, these are like bulldozers taking down the people's house right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, construction's noisy, ladies. It's men at work. He's building you a place to dance in a dress. What a gentleman. Obama hosted state dinners in a tent. Dignitaries from all over the world would come to the White House, and they weren't allowed to go inside the White House. They ate dinner outside on the grass.
Wow.
And you know where they went to the bathroom?
No
In
way.
a porta potty.
No way.
Prime ministers had to use a porta potty. Imagine Merkel in a porta potty. It's disgusting.
Like, come on now, man. Like, come on. The Middle Eastern countries do us better than that, bro. You pull up to the Saudis and they got you using the bathroom in a golden toilet with sheets of gold as napkins. Like, come on. We can do better than that, guys. Got these guys eating in the grass. The disrespect.
It also ruined the lawn. You couldn't even use Marine One. The tent was so big. This was long overdue. They're actually suing Trump.
If you ask the libs, they'll be like, oh, that doesn't matter. They need to come over here for a humbling experience. It's like, okay.
Stop construction. The only thing that Trump broke is Betty Ford's heart.
The East Wing was home to America's first ladies. Betty Ford, that's her at her desk. She once famously said, if the West Wing is the mind of the nation, then the East Wing is the heart. Well, it has been ripped out.
Trump's not like demolishing the First Lady's office and making them work remotely. It's an upgrade. And the president has decided what he's naming the ballroom. Are you ready? The Donald J. Trump Ballroom.
Of course.
Of course. What did you think? He was going to name the ballroom after the auto pen? You know who else loves the Donald J. Trump Ballroom? Rachel Maddow's boss. Yeah, Comcast, MSNBC's parent company, donated millions to build the ballroom.
Yeah, that's true.
How embarrassing for MSNBC. I mean, MS Now.
That is wild because I did see them on the list. Comcast. I was like surprised. Like, what the hell? How did they get Comcast to do it? Like MSNBC. Basically, you guys funded the ballroom. I mean, we appreciate that. Like, good looks, but maybe that's why I haven't seen too much stories on MSNBC about it. It's like, we can't really talk about it, when our main company or the guys who sign our paychecks threw some money over there.
They should be called MS Never because they're never right. The president says he's already received $350 million in
Man can't help
donations.
himself, though.
That's more than the cost. With the money left over, he could build Miller his own VIP room. And the Democrats who complain aren't getting an invite.
President Donald Trump, you go meet him. He's charming as can be.
Charming.
Sits down, talks with you. He says, hey, Joe, what about this? What about that? No, we talk about a lot of things. And then one time I told him, I said, Mr. President, just call me last. I was the only Democrat he was talking to. Come over, have breakfast, come over to lunch or do whatever, come to a movie. And had a lot of fun.
They hate it. He's literally having a ball. Republican presidents aren't supposed to enjoy their presidencies. They're supposed to be under siege and hounded out of town like scoundrels and constantly having to flip-flop and apologize and fire staff. Not Trump. He's making peace, building big, beautiful things, and tossing sombreros on their heads. Republican presidents aren't supposed to celebrate beauty and architecture. That's Democrats' turf. And Trump's being serenaded by Andrea Bocelli while he designs historic monuments. They're jealous. Let's face it, Democrats will never be able to tear it down. The next Democrat president, what are they going to do? They're going to treat it like their city, spray paint it, let a bunch of homeless junkies in.
Yeah.
New rule. No one's invited to the ball.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. Watch the Democrats get in power and then try to tear it down. And while they're tearing it down, we're gonna bring up the fact that, weren't you the same guys complaining about when something in the White House got torn down? Now you're doing the tearing down yourself. Isn't that a bit hypocritical? Oh, I forgot. It's only when you guys do it, it's okay. I remember the double standard now. My bad, guys. My bad. But let's get over to a word from Akeem Jeffries, man. He has something to say on CNN, and this is the funny clip of the day. Well, multiple funny clips of the day, but let's get into the first one.
The Democrats are acting like terrorists, holding the American people hostage right now in order to get what you want. You want to just quickly respond to that?
Yes, Mr. Infidel. We will keep government closed until the infidels give us what we want. We want free healthcare for illegal alien terrorists. You don't want to give free healthcare to Mexicans? Fine. We don't even like Mexicans. They're too loud, playing mariachi music until 6 in the morning. I need to sleep, baddie. I drive Uber tomorrow.
The Democrats are acting like terrorists.
Hey, it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Let's get right back to it.
Nancy Pelosi called for something that we've never heard of before. Our state and local authorities may arrest federal agents if they break California law.
Oh, wrong one.
And if they're convicted, the president cannot pardon them.
Whoops, wrong one. But yeah, I mean, Nancy Pelosi once again saying some outrageous things. Wrong video, though.
If you called us Nazis.
Stephen Miller is a white supremacist. I mean, he is.
Prove it.
And even though he's Jewish, he's like a Nazi Jew.
Well, look,
Bruh. What? Y'all could never explain to me why Stephen Miller is a white supremacist. I never understood that, not one bit, when this man is literally, like, honestly, I think he made fun of white people one time. So how is he a Nazi and a Jew and a white supremacist? It's like, come on, man. Come on. Y'all gotta make sense when y'all throw these accusations out.
That shit is hard. Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
I can't speak to what Stephen Miller's motivations are. I've met him, I've talked to him, I've interviewed him.
How tall is he? Yeah, we're dying to know.
Oh God, I can't remember that.
Short.
Wow.
Miller's a short.
Y'all want to hate this man? Nah, bro. I've never seen the desperation to hate somebody like Stephen Miller. It's like, bro, like, please tell us that he's short. Please tell us that he's like 5'5". Like, tell us that he's 5'3", so we can just call him a short little midget bastard. Like, y'all are wild. Y'all are wild, okay? Y'all are literally looking for any way to shame this man because you can't prove that he's a white supremacist or a Nazi, huh? And he's 5'10", so he's what, 1 inch above average height for a male? I mean, shout out, I guess. I'm sorry, I gotta go back on that. That was just outrageous.
And even though he's Jewish, he's like a Nazi Jew.
Well, look, I can't speak to what Stephen Miller's motivations are. I've met him, I've talked to him, I've interviewed him.
How tall is he? Yeah, we're dying to know.
Oh God, I can't remember that.
Short.
Miller's a short Nazi Jew? Really? He's 5'10". What about the guy running for Senate with Nazi tattoos? Graham Plattner. The so-called nipple Nazi didn't just cover up his Nazi tattoo with a little wolf. He said blacks don't tip, called cops bastards, rural America racist and stupid, called himself a communist.
I mean,
and now we find out he called the military gay. The Democrats will probably say he meant like gay isn't happy. Another Democrat running, Jay Jones, fantasy.
Hold on, that's a guy in Portland? Huh. Okay, not that Portland, not that one.
Like gay isn't happy.
Emmy, okay.
Another Democrat running,
He
Jay
said
Jones,
blacks don't tip.
about shooting Republican kids. JB doesn't care. He just cut the guy a check.
He's apologized about that. People make mistakes. They do.
So
It shouldn't drop out.
And I remember I was criticizing Pritzker for this response. I'm like, Pritzker, just tell him that he should drop out, bro. That's all you got to say. You can't sit there and defend some guy texting about saying it's okay that, oh, yes, I want to see my political opponent's children die. Y'all should have made that man drop out. But instead, you're running him because he's supposed to be this crusader against Trump. I mean, do y'all have any, like, bro, do y'all have any morals, ethics, common sense here at this point? Because it doesn't make too much common sense to put your hat behind or, I mean, throw your money behind a guy who's literally wished death on children. And then want to sit here and tell Republicans that, oh, we condone violence. It's you guys that condone violence. Look who you guys are running behind. Somebody who's literally threatened children, who literally said, who's literally wishing death on children. The Republicans made a man step down for saying that Indians stink. You guys can't make this guy step down for wishing death on children, bro. Are y'all serious? Like, come on now.
It's one thing if someone's doing it repeatedly,
right? If you're making comments repeatedly that are, like that, no doubt that was an offensive thing to write.
You've donated $20,000 to Jay Jones' campaign.
Bro.
Making a mistake is like shrinking your wife's sweater in the dryer. Saying you want to kill children is not like, oops.
Bro.
This is who they're.
Not only did this man not just condemn him, but he said he even gave money to the man that wished death on children. I'm pretty sure he gave it to him before those texts were, released, or else that'd be an incredibly bad look on Pritzker. But still, it kind of shows that you guys stand behind that rhetoric in a way. Y'all don't condemn political violence.
Backing so-called nipple Nazis and bloodthirsty fanatics. What's next? They're going to nominate Antifa?
I think a lot of Democrats believe like I do, but they've gone so far to the left, they can't retreat. And if they don't get out of their way, they're going to go down in defeat.
Ooh.
Bernie's backing the so-called nipple Nazi and Kami Mandami. Bernie's the new power broker, and the establishment's caving. All summer, Hakeem's been under pressure to endorse Sauron the Destroyer here in New York, and he's tried to play it cute.
I have not refused to endorse. I've refused to articulate my position, and I will momentarily at some point in advance of early voting.
What a politician. I haven't refused to endorse. I've refused to articulate my position.
Bro, what? I'm sorry, see, and that's when people try to talk down on you. They try to talk to you like, that's what I do not like about Dems. They literally try to talk to people like they're stupid. It's like, bro, just say no comment, okay? Don't talk to me like I'm a dumbass. Just say no comment. Like, if somebody really hit you with this as an answer, like, wouldn't you be offended?
Here in New York, and he's tried to play it cute.
What?
I have not refused to endorse. I've refused to articulate my position, and I will momentarily at some point in advance of early voting.
What a politician.
Man.
I haven't refused to endorse. I've refused to articulate my position. And I won't do it now, I'll do it later. No wonder no one takes this guy seriously.
It's hard to.
Burn Dog must not have liked that answer, because an hour later, Hakeem announced he was throwing his weight behind Kami Mandami. What changed? Bernie's been talking up a third party.
Do you think the current Democratic Party is worth saving?
I think the idea, what is in a name? You can have a great Democratic Party, you can have a terrible Democratic Party, you can have a great this or that. I think the idea, your question is, should we today abandon the Democratic Party, start building a third party? It's a fair question. I think it is enormously difficult to do.
Bernie's calling the shots. Schumer's on the ropes. Hakeem was forced to endorse a communist, and Nancy's got a crap hit and on the brink of retirement. Burn Dog has his eyes on AOC for 28. And the Democratic establishment did Biden so dirty, now the big guy's in bed with Bernie.
Look, if y'all can run, there's 3 easy wins that the Republicans will accept. 1, Gavin Newsom. 2, Jasmine Crockett. And 3, AOC. If you run those 3, that's a guaranteed win for the Republican Party. So please go ahead and F around and find out.
Binder is out there saying we need commies and so-called nipple Nazis to get out and fight, fight, fight.
Millions of Americans feel the way that I do when it comes to the Democratic Party just not meeting the moment. We want them to fight. We want them to show teeth. We don't want canned responses. We want an opposition party.
Is she looking at her binder during that interview?
I mean, you already got that.
Bernie and Biden both got screwed by the brass.
I mean, an opposition party, that's all y'all do is oppose. Like, y'all do so much time opposing. Sometimes y'all look stupid going against Trump. It's like, the man cut down medical costs. No congratulations on that. He gets a peace deal. You guys try to poke holes in that. He's bringing back manufacturing. You're still running on the idea that tariffs just go straight to consumers. So opposition party, you all guys are already doing that. The problem is you guys have all the criticism with no solutions. None at all.
They rigged the primaries against Bernie and stole 14 million primary votes from Joe. Schumer, Pelosi, Barack, the Clintons. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The Biden family thinks the coup gave America Trump 2.0, and they're laying all the blame on these usual suspects. Binder's out there saying Sleepy's wide awake.
Do you think that he is capable right now of being president?
I did not see anything that concerned me when he decided to run for president. I did not.
The cross-legged Messiah thinks he can still perform miracles. He anointed the cross-legged disciple for 28, and now Gavin's feeling frisky.
Good morning, everybody. I gotta come in and check everybody out back here. Came out here because I wanted to thank you. I want to thank you for everything you've done to get us to this moment. I wanted to thank you for all the hard work, all of the energy you put in to get us to this moment.
Whoa, Gavin thinks he's in Iowa. We know you're running for president, dude, but don't make it so obvious so early. That crowd was all union, by the way. They're paid to show up.
Wow.
But can a straight white male win the Democrat nomination? Or will Gavin have to perform a series of land acknowledgments at the convention? Will he have
what's he gonna do? Divorce his white wife and get a black one? I mean, he can make himself more diverse that way.
promise on day one to put a transgender bathroom in the big, beautiful ballroom and turn it into a migrant shelter? Will he have to apologize for dropping the atomic bomb on Japan? Will he need to Me Too himself and appoint the Maryland dad as ICE director? The cross-legged disciple really has his work cut out for him, especially facing threats like this.
This is Congressman Shri Thanedar. Every American must have affordable health care, and that's why I'm fighting in Washington, D.C., even if it means shutting this government down.
Thank you for admitting it. Oh, shit, bro. Oh, you gotta love the useful idiots who go out there while the smarter Dems try to hide it and be like, no, we're trying to make it the Republicans' faults, guys. You got guys out here that will just straight up tell you, yes, this is our mission. We're trying to shut down the government for healthcare. $1.5 trillion in it. At that, man, you just gotta love when they expose themselves. Man, appreciate that, man. I really do.
Gavin's just lucky Shri was born in India, and Kami Mandami was born in Uganda, and Abrego Garcia was born in El Salvador. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
But all right, man, let's go to one of the most hated men in politics. Let's get to Stephen Miller, because I just don't get the hatred for this man. I really don't. But all right, guys, let's get into it.
Joining me now to react to the hysteria and much, much more. More important issues. The White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Stephen Miller. I honestly, maybe I'm guilty, Stephen. This wasn't a story. I mean, I think it's incredible. The ballroom is needed. It's going to be a great renovation. It didn't seem like a scandal worthy of coverage, but it has driven the news on the left.
The scandal is how Democrats on the left have scarred the landscape of our country with grotesque so-called modern art that celebrates ugliness, that celebrates defacement. The tragedy is a political party and a movement that has ripped down our statues, our monuments, our holidays, our heroes, our heritage. The Republican Party under President Trump celebrates beauty again and beautification again. And just as President Trump has beautified Washington, D.C., scraping off the graffiti that has been all over our nation's capital, been all over Union Station, our areas of transit and work and recreation, now he's repairing, finally, an area of the White House that has been left in disrepair for decades. The East Wing, which importantly is not part of the White House, it is not part of the residence. It was a cheaply built add-on structure in the mid-20th century, which houses offices, is not a residence, nobody lives there, is badly in need of refurbishment, repair, and renovation. The White House also desperately needs and has long needed a place to hold large events for Americans, for visitors, for visiting delegations, befitting the greatest nation in the world. As I'm sure you know and you've seen, your viewers have seen, in the past, when large events were held at the White House, they had to erect a makeshift tent in the mud at great expense, build it up, then tear it down over and over and over again. So every time Obama held a big event at the White House, what would he do? Build a tent, fill it up, tear it down. That's absurd. We're the United States of America. We have to be able to hold events at the People's House in the United States Capitol. And very importantly, President Trump is making sure it's in the neoclassical design around which our nation's architecture has long been directed. Up until, again, recently, when we begin seeing these modern art structures, these brutalist structures, and these many other buildings that have been horrible and depressing to look at.
Wow.
All right, Stephen, I'd love to ask you about something I think is a little bit more pressing. It's an incredible answer, and it's a great explanation of not only why it's being done, but how it's being done there, the renovation at the White House. But I do think this is incredibly important for our audience, and that is the story over the Indian illegal alien truck driver who's been now charged with killing 3 in a DUI crash. California.
Yeah, I mean, the Indian truck driver that was driving drunk, a whole 18-wheeler, completely. I think he killed almost an entire family, but yes, he killed 3 people in that crash. We do have the video right here. I mean, what was it? It was on ABC 7. So yes, here's the video of that crash.
Now take a look. This is exclusive dash cam video that is now the subject of several law enforcement investigations. Shows the moment a red semi-truck plowed into a number of vehicles on the westbound 10 freeway in Ontario just after 1 p.m. yesterday. The CHP told the LA Times the driver of this big rig is a 21-year-old man who is now under arrest on suspicion of driving under the influence of drugs. A total of 4 semis were involved and also 4 passenger vehicles, one of them exploding in flames. 3 people were killed and 4 others were taken to local hospitals. This horrific crash happened just east of the 15 freeway and shut down all westbound lanes for more than 12 hours. Thousands of drivers were trapped in the gridlock just as the evening commute was getting underway. It also happened near the Ontario airport, so the crash likely delayed people that were trying to get to their flight.
So yeah, I mean, and they said he was an illegal as well, a 20-year-old illegal immigrant from India driving a truck drunk and crashes. An illegal migrant trucker in fatal crash had a California CDL. I mean, yeah, of course they're going to abuse California law. We've been knew that California gave CDLs to immigrants, well, to illegal ones. Legal ones, that's fine. We don't care about that. It's the illegal ones is the problem.
Governor Gavin Newsom has acknowledged that illegal alien had a California CDL, but he is pointing the finger away. He is pointing the finger at the feds. This is what he said to Fox. He said, "This is a tragic situation, and as every other tragedy of the last 10 months, Secretary Noem has ordered Secretary Duffy to look for every opportunity to manipulate the facts to score cheap political points. But the federal government needs to look within before they blame outside." The federal government approved and renewed this individual's federal employment authorization multiple times, which allowed him to obtain a CDL in accordance with federal law. Now, we should just state the facts here. That was under the Biden administration, Stephen. But is it the case that a federal work permit just requires him to rubber stamp a California CDL?
No. So, look, this is a Democrat-caused calamity, heartbreaking calamity. The first crime against Americans was the Biden administration's decision to voluntarily free and release from custody an illegal alien within hours of crossing the southern border. Again, let's go back to the unending nightmare that we lived through for 4 years under Biden, where single adult men in groups in caravans or traveling alone would show up at the border, present themselves, announce, "I am here illegally, I've invaded your country, I demand entry." And Biden would order the Border Patrol at taxpayer expense to ferry them on to the destination of their choice, in this case, California. That happened in 2022. The Biden administration did one other thing. Donald Trump issued a regulation barring work permits for illegal aliens. Biden reversed that regulation, mandated work permits for illegal aliens, issued him a work permit. And by the way, we're now being sued by every leftist group you can imagine trying to get us to keep giving work permits to illegal aliens because that's what leftists want. Then Gavin Newsom in his state has a policy to give commercial driver's licenses to individuals who do not know how to speak English and do not know how to drive. Those are policy choices that Governor Newsom and his state have made. So it's one Democrat policy choice after another.
Okay, now to the state of Illinois, Stephen. And Governor J.B. Pritzker has talked about interfering with arresting ICE agents in Illinois. Now, it appears the federal government has said if...
I mean, shoot, the mayor was talking about creating ICE-free zones in Illinois to go ahead and pretty much create a safe haven for illegal immigrants. And if he does that, then yes, Trump can fully enact the Insurrection Act and take care of that one. I mean, they'll literally be walking themselves into a trap. But who knows? They might use that to try to pop off a civil war. I mean, it does seem like that's what the Dems want at this point.
That happens, J.B. Pritzker could be arrested. Let's talk about your willingness, and under what federal authority do you arrest a sitting governor? I understand the supremacy clause. I understand interference with a federal officer. Tell me how it works that he would make himself susceptible to being arrested.
Okay. Well, the answer I'm about to give doesn't only apply to Governor Pritzker. It applies to any state official, any local official, anybody who's operating in an official capacity who conspires or engages in activity that unlawfully impedes federal law enforcement conducting their duties. So if you engage in a criminal conspiracy to obstruct the enforcement of federal immigration laws, or to unlawfully order your own police officers or your own officials to try to interfere with ICE officers or even to arrest ICE officers, you're engaged in criminal activity. Different kinds of crimes would apply. There's obstruction of justice. There is harboring illegal aliens. There is impeding the enforcement of our immigration laws. And then as you get up the scale of behavior, you obviously get into seditious conspiracy charges, depending on the conduct, and many other offenses. So again, it depends on the action, it depends on the conduct, it depends on what is taking place. But what we need to reassure, a couple points. To all ICE officers, you have federal immunity in the conduct of your duties. And anybody who lays a hand on you or tries to stop you or tries to obstruct you is committing a felony. You have immunity.
Which means that if you get in the way of these ICE officers and they arrest you, please don't sit there and try to pretend like you're a victim, because they're just pretty much following the law. That's all they're doing, and you guys are upset about it. I mean, all they're doing is getting these illegals and locking them up. I mean, if they go ahead and do a raid and they lock up some citizens, well, they have the right to, because that whole place is now a crime scene, and anybody there could be a cooperator, and they need to be investigated for about 72 hours. And if nothing comes up, they get released. I mean, it is what it is.
To perform your duties, and no one, no city official, no state official, no illegal alien, no leftist agitator or domestic insurrectionist can prevent you from fulfilling your legal obligations and duties. And the Department of Justice has made clear that if officials cross that line into obstruction, into criminal conspiracy against the United States or against ICE officers, then they will face justice.
All right, Stephen, before we go, I'd love just to ask you a somewhat personal question, and that is that you've been the target of a lot of hatred, rhetorical attacks.
I mean, and I don't get it. I don't get the hatred. Like, they want, oh, he's short. He's a Jewish neo-Nazi. I mean, come on now. Here's the thing. I haven't heard Stephen Miller talk like too much. I heard like maybe one 40-minute interview from this man. I haven't heard anything too crazy. But they make this guy out to be like Nick Fuentes is in the office or something.
And it has manifested in your life that you have now had to make some physical alterations. You've had to move. You've had people visit your home. What are you and your family doing? And of course, you're not going to tell us, and nor should you, where you now have moved. But what have you had to do in the current climate here in America?
Well, we live in an environment where large portions of the Democratic Party have become violently radicalized. You know, we have now daily incidences of vehicle ramming against ICE officers. We have constant nonstop doxing threats against public officials, against federal law enforcement. Nonstop death threats, nonstop violence against federal officers out in the street conducting their duties. Mobs form. Individuals begin striking at, throwing at, hurling rocks at ICE officers. We had a vehicle ramming attack outside a Coast Guard facility. So the Democrat Party, through years of indoctrination, as well as through importing radicals into the country, through migration policy, as well as through implanting in the judiciary, in our legal system, like-minded radicals, have created this incredibly dangerous moment for our republic. You know, in my own case, we obviously take all the precautions we can take in light of the death threats, in light of the domestic terrorism environment that we're dealing with. But my responsibility as a member of this administration is to protect the American people, and the responsibility of everyone that I work with all throughout the government underneath President Trump, and to reassure the public the domestic terrorism.
And here's the thing, though. Nobody has been able to show me, honestly, one wrong thing that ICE has been doing this year. Not one thing have y'all been able to show me that ICE is acting out of order, unconstitutionally. Nothing. They're just doing their job. And the problem is, the only time where it's perceived that they're acting out of order is when agitators come up and try to assault them. Then when they get roughed up and arrested, people want to start pulling out cameras. And that's just creating a false perception. So yeah, as far as as honestly, I've been researching it for a while and I've been looking it up almost every day. Has ICE locked up any citizens for longer than 72 hours this year? No. Has ICE majorly assaulted citizens? No. I mean, there's that one pastor that got shot in the face with a pepper ball, but he was standing in front of the ICE facility after they asked him to move. So has ICE acted hostility towards citizens who haven't acted hostile towards them? No. But hey, man, y'all believe anything, huh? About ICE for some strange reason. All they're doing is their job.
Terrorists are going to lose. We are going to crush them, and we're going to fulfill the mandate that the American people voted for in 2024 in making America safe, clean, and beautiful. And yes, we are going to enforce our national sovereignty, and those who trespassed into our country will be returned to their country of origin or any other country willing to take them, because that's what the law requires, and that's what having a nation requires.
And I know you will do so, but we wish you the best of luck as well, and prioritizing also not just the safety of your fellow Americans, but your family, Stephen.
I mean, here's the crazy. They even fell for the propaganda that ICE like arrested some small little 3-year-old. And then they showed some video that was actually a father just playing with his son. I was like, bro, yeah, y'all believe anything. But hey, like I said, it is what it is. Y'all can't show proof of it. Y'all can't show no proof of it, but y'all just believe it off the rip. Is a bit sad, but hey, man, that's how the propaganda works. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this side and let's see what Nancy Pelosi got to say.
Nancy Pelosi called for something that we've never heard of before.
The arrest.
Our state and local authorities may arrest federal agents if they break California law. And if they're convicted, the president cannot pardon them. San Francisco police arresting ICE agents for enforcing the law? I'd like to see San Fran PD slap cuffs on Homan's boys. I'd like to see that. This is Civil War type stuff. Democrats are working harder to arrest ICE than illegals. Why didn't they make a master tracker for the migrant kids Biden lost? U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is here. All right, so Lori Lightfoot, JB Back Ribs Pritzker, they're doxing, they're telling people the whereabouts of ICE agents. Is that legal?
No. And Jesse, first time I've seen the Lori Lightfoot video is just now on your show. She will be getting a letter from us tomorrow to preserve anything that she's done as well to make sure that she's not violating the law. It appears she is. You cannot disclose the identity of a federal agent, where they live, anything that could harm them. Pritzker, same ballgame with him. And, you know, Pelosi got a letter today from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. So did Brooke Jenkins, that DA in San Francisco. We told them, preserve your emails, preserve everything you have on this topic, because if you are telling people to arrest our ICE officers, our federal agents, you cannot do that. You're impeding an investigation.
Yes, you are.
We will charge them if they think.
I mean, that is literally impeding an investigation. I would thank you that the DOJ's got on top of that. They're like, yeah, you know what you'd be doing is basically impeding an investigation. You're asking for people that's doing their jobs, officers that are doing their job, to get arrested. You're treating them as if they're just this gang, like they're a separate gang, that they're not part of, honestly, the government. They're part of our law enforcement. So you guys trying to treat them as a separate gang is asinine.
They have not met me, because we will charge them if they are violating the law. We will protect our federal agents. They're out there working nonstop, as you're showing right now during a shutdown. These people are out there working to keep Californians safe, yet you've got Pelosi out there saying to obstruct their investigation. You can't do it, and we're going to investigate her now, as well as that DA. And Pritzker's on the
like, if you think it's smart to do what Pelosi says, guess what?
Going to jail. You jail. Lock his ass up. Lock his ass up. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
List too, Jesse.
I'm not a lawyer, but these are warning letters. You send these out to say preserve documents.
Yes.
You've been warned you could face legal action if this continues.
That's right. They got these letters today in California because they cannot impede a federal investigation. They cannot impede federal officers doing their jobs. They're out there risking their lives every single day and night to keep the people of California safe. Yet these lawmakers are insane. They're truly insane by what they're doing. And Donald Trump is not going to put up with it. We are going to protect our men and women in blue. We're going to protect all of our law enforcement agents. agents, and these politicians aren't going to get away with it anymore.
All right, and something that's really near and dear to our heart here at Prime Time, Irina, the woman who was stabbed on mass transit a couple months ago. Are we going to get justice for Irina?
Yeah, Jesse, we were able to charge that monster with murder on mass transit. That's how we were able to get federal jurisdiction. He has been indicted. And of course, I plan on signing a warrant to seek the death penalty in that case. He had been arrested 14 times, Jesse, as you know, and should have been in jail when he murdered that.
Yeah, they let him off 14 times and hoped that he was going to go in a a city-funded facility, a city-funded mental facility, and there was a bunch of blue judges who was letting this man off, trying to say, seek help, go to this facility, but he would ignore them and, well, go commit more crime. And they would keep trying to push him into the same mental health facility that he never went to. And here's the thing, the judges that were trying to push him in there make money off it. I know, surprise, surprise. So there was definitely conflicted interest. But yeah, that's pretty much was that deal. That man had mental problems. His own mother said that he does not need to be out of jail. They released him anyway. His family stated that. And he also called the police saying that he was hearing voices before he entered the plane. And then once again said that he was hearing voices after he killed this young lady. And once again, RIP to the young lady.
Beautiful, innocent young woman.
I'm glad you're doing that, and he has to face the ultimate justice. We appreciate that. Attorney General Pam Bondi, thank you so much. And
I'm gonna be real with you, 9 times out of 10, he won't get the death penalty due to his mental condition. Yeah, mentally insane. Let's just be real. He's mentally insane, and he has a history of it, so he'll most likely avoid the death penalty. But years in prison, 10, 20 years in prison, I mean, that's inescapable.
Much for joining Primetime.
No, we're saying that if you're an ICE agent and you do these things, we think you ought to be held accountable. And yet no one in Washington, no one above them, no supervisor, no inspector general is holding anybody accountable. There literally haven't been any suspensions.
All right, now let's get over here to Trump. Pretty much, what was it? It just actually came out. Trump engaging the press on Air Force One. So let's get straight to it. Let's see what he got to say.
Hello, everybody. Have a good trip. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be a very long trip, right? What's up?
What are you expecting from your meeting with President Xi? What is your message to him?
Well, we have a lot of things to discuss.
So yeah, he's on his way to Malaysia right now to go meet with President Xi and discuss what's going on with, a trade deal with these guys. And it does seem like President Xi, I mean, let's be real, the Chinese economy can't operate without playing unfairly in trade. So, but we'll see. We'll see if they can.
Including our farmers. Right? We have a lot of things to discuss. The various trade deals that have been made in the past, and some broken, some not broken, but we've got many, many things. I think it's going to turn out.
Oh, guys, you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. And let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. All right, let's get back to it.
A very good meeting.
Do they need to make concessions to get a deal? Are you willing to pause tariffs?
Sure, they have to make concessions. I guess we would too. We're at 157% tariff for them. I don't think that's sustainable for them, and they want to get that down, and we want certain things from them. I think it'll be very good.
What do you think the odds are you go ahead? What do you think the odds are you go ahead with that 100% tariff on November 1st?
I don't know. I have no odds. I don't want to predict odds. I don't think they would want that, and that would not be good for them.
Sir,
and I wouldn't like to see it.
Sir, what's your view on what Canada needs to do to get things back on track?
Well, Canada lied. I mean, what they did was terrible. They made up a fake statement by President Reagan. Reagan was a big supporter of tariffs when needed. And we need tariffs for national security. And they totally turned it around because they're getting hurt by tariffs and we're gaining by tariffs. They've used tariffs on us when we had different presidents very successfully.
I know, and nobody's been able to, answer back the argument of, okay, well, you guys say that tariffs are bad and it's a tax on the American people. Well, why aren't you using that same argument for India and China? And you're not saying that they're overly taxing their people and they got 70% tariffs across the board. I mean, I'm talking about India mainly, and so does China. But you guys don't say that about them. So why is it okay for other countries to put tariff on our products to protect their domestic economy, but it's bad for us to do the same? And they do it in the long term as well. People say, well, it's a short term thing. No, they've been doing this for years, going on decades now. So what's your argument there? And no Dem has been able to argue that. Well, argue against it.
And they've taken a lot of money out of our country, and now we're taking it all back. And so they went out and they made a fake commercial. The Reagan Foundation went crazy when they saw it because it was, the opposite. It was the opposite of what Ronald Reagan liked tariffs, and when necessary, he would use tariffs. And it's made us a very rich country. It's also made us, when they were used against us, it was not good for us. But we've used them very successfully. We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have great national security. I've settled wars because of tariffs. And a president has the right to use tariffs, especially when it comes to national security. We need it for national security, even including our own wealth and paying down debt and all of the other things. So, we're in very good shape with that. But they took a commercial saying the exact opposite, Canada. So I'm very disappointed in Canada. They lied. I mean, it was a fraud what they did.
What could they do to get it back on track, though?
I don't know. I mean, I'm satisfied with the deal we have. We have a deal right now that's very good for us. Any deal that would have been made would have been better for them than the one they have right now. That's why I'm surprised they did this. They did this to try and influence the Supreme Court. And many foreign countries aren't particularly happy, but they took advantage of us for years. For years and years they took advantage. And presidents shouldn't have allowed that to happen, but they did. So, really, I don't think there's much they can do. I just assume leave it the way it is. If you leave it the way it is, it's very good for us.
Will you meet with Prime Minister Carney during this trip?
I don't have any intention of it, no.
What do you expect of your meeting with the new Japanese Prime Minister, Takaichi?
I think good. I hear great things about her. I think she's going to be great. She was a great friend of Mr. Abe, who was a great man, Prime Minister Abe, and a great friend of mine, as you know, and he was just a fantastic person, and he liked her a lot. She liked him a lot. So that's a good sign. I look forward to meeting her.
She's reportedly planning to bring plans to buy Ford F-150 pickup trucks.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. They're great trucks.
Yes, they
are.
are.
You saying I have that plan, or she has that plan?
She has that plan.
Well, that's great. She has good taste.
Are you
That's a hot truck.
that she might eventually try to renegotiate the more
She might. I mean, she might. Look, I'm open to whatever we have a great relationship with Japan, and we're going to have a fantastic relationship with them. So we'll see
Mr. President, do you believe that China played a role at all in establishing peace between Cambodia and Thailand in their recent conflict? Did China help in that process?
Well, they weren't involved. They weren't.
Will you still preside over
Malaysia was involved, actually. So Malaysia helped us. One of the reasons I'm going to Malaysia is they were very, very much involved in the whole thing, Thailand and all that. I told the leader of Malaysia, who's a very good man, I said, I think I owe you a trip. And that's why we're stopping in Malaysia for that reason. Malaysia was very much involved.
Sir, while in South Korea, do you have any plans to meet with Kim Jong-un at the DMZ?
Well, I would if he would contact. I mean, I was, the last time I met, I put it out over the internet that I'm coming to South Korea. If he'd like to meet, I'm open to it, certainly. We had a very, yeah, I'd do it. I mean, if you want to put out the word, I'm open to it. They don't have a lot of telephone service. They have a lot of nuclear weapons, but not a lot of telephone service. So I'm open to it. I had a great relationship with him, and he probably knows I'm coming, right? But you want to put out the word, I'm open to it.
Do you expect in touch at all before this trip?
Well, there's not a lot of ways other than the internet. They have very little telephonic service, and but he knows I'm coming, and he would, I'd be open to it 100%. I got along very well with Kim Jong-un.
Do you expect to finalize your trade deal with, or your tariff deal with South Korea on this trip? It hasn't been signed
yet.
It's
pretty close to being finalized, I think, and so it could be, if they have it ready, I'm ready.
How about Malaysia and Cambodia, those trade deals? Are you ready?
Yeah, sure. If the papers are ready, we have deals with a lot of people, and they're very good deals. I hope they're very good for everybody.
Do you know if the signing ceremony?
Yeah, so it's about to be an eventful couple of days as he makes it on to Malaysia, North Korea, and once again, see if he can solidify those trade deals that were announced. And hey, we'll see from there. But it is looking good because, I mean, let's be honest. Why would he even go there if it wasn't for signing the trade deal and because they're on good footing? And also to meet with Xi and, to meet up with a neutral party. Because, like I said, China's aggression toward the U.S. has only escalated during the past couple of months, especially with their ploy on trying to control rare earth minerals to the United States through other countries, which is absolutely insane.
I went political.
With Politico, wow.
Do you know if the signing ceremony
Stepping up their game, that's good.
is still going forward? There's a report just
About what? Which one?
that the Thailand Prime Minister may not attend due to a death in Thailand.
Well, there was a change. Yeah, there was a death. So I don't know. I really
don't know this?
No, I don't know that.
How did you manage to find somebody to pay for our troops during the shutdown?
He's a great gentleman. He's a great patriot. He's obviously a very substantial man. And he contributed $130 million toward the military in order to make up any difference. So he wanted to see the military get paid. So did I. And he's a wonderful man, and he doesn't want publicity. He doesn't, he'd prefer, I think, that his name not be mentioned, which is pretty unusual in the world I come from. And in the world of politics, you want your name mentioned. He doesn't. He's a great patriot. He really is. He put up $130 million in order to make sure that's a lot of money, in order to make sure that the military got paid.
So
he's a big supporter of mine.
Is it an American citizen?
It is, yeah. A great American citizen.
Of course, they'd ask that.
Congress to pass a bill to allow 42 million Americans to continue to get food stamps during the shutdown?
Well, I'm going to let some other people talk. I'll have a comment on that later, but the Democrats are stopping it. All they have to do is agree to let's go, and we're ready. And we voted for it many times. All we need is 5 Democrats. The Republicans vote for it, but we'll see what happens. But really, this is purely Democrat. They're doing some really bad things. I think they're lost souls. You know what that is? They are.
I mean, let's be real. Some of the other Democrats are starting to come out and admit that, yeah, we're shutting down the government for healthcare, as they say. But at least they're admitting that they're the ones shutting down the government. So, I mean, it is what it is at that point, especially you got that one little, that Indian looking guy who's out there pretty much saying that we're shutting down the government for healthcare. So the Dems can no longer sit there and deny it. You might as well own up to it and at least say y'all doing it for healthcare, but don't sit there and try to blame it on the Republicans.
Lost souls.
After this trip, do you think you'll sit down with Hakeem Jeffries and?
I would. I'd be willing to. I would have now too. I left. I said, "Come on over. Just put the government back." All they have to do is say yes, and it's over. And we start, and then we go into a negotiation. Look, Obamacare has been terrible. We can make it better. I'm all for that. But they're not, and they want to allow many illegal people that came into our country illegally from prisons, from mental institutions, from all over the world. They want them to get paid, and that's going to hurt the citizens of our country, and I just can't do it.
Sir, what influence do you want China to exert on Russia to stop?
Well, I'd love China to help us out with Russia. We put very big sanctions on Russia. I think those sanctions are going to be, they're very biting, they're very strong. But I'd like to see China help us out. I have a good relationship with, as you know, President Xi. Very good. We're going to be meeting. We'll have a good meeting. I'm pretty sure we're going to have a great meeting, maybe a great meeting. But I think we're going to do some good business. One of the things we'll talk about is the Russia-Ukraine. They're killing 7,000 people a week, soldiers, mostly soldiers, and we'll certainly be talking about that. He'd like to see that end too.
And do you worry that the sanctions are so biting that you might push Putin too far?
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's saying, well, they won't have that much of an effect. So I don't know. Yeah, that's what he says. I don't think he's right about that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think he'd like to see it over with.
Earlier this week, you said that you don't think that China would make any moves on Taiwan. What gives you that?
I don't think China would what?
Would make any moves on Taiwan. What
makes you think that?
I hope they won't. We'll have to see. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. I hope they won't. It would be very dangerous for them to do.
Are you open to changing U.S. policy on Taiwan?
Well, I don't want to talk about that now. I don't want to create any complexity. The trip is already complex enough.
Is there any reason?
But, you know, I think China wants to have 10 great years. And they can, you know, they can.
Nah, it's
They can have
over.
some bad years.
No, it's over. The Chinese economy is about to collapse. Like, I mean, in a minute, it's gonna collapse. They've done too much. I mean, and here's the thing: they've done too much swindling of their own people to really keep their economy afloat. They've depended too much on, excuse me, but American consumerism to keep their economy afloat and unfair trade tactics. So, if China has to operate fairly in the global economy, that's going to destroy their economy even further. So I believe that the Chinese economy is already heading towards collapse already.
And they don't want that. And we're going to have
They're
a very
cooked,
good
guys. They're
If
cooked.
you don't get a deal, what will you do for U.S. farmers who are being impacted by this?
Well, we're going to subsidize them and we'll give them some money because it's not their fault. They've been doing very well. They did very well under me. Even if you look at the ranchers for the first time in years have made some money, but the beef prices are up a little bit, so we'll have to make a determination. But the ranchers are very happy because, you know, for many years they suffered. Now they're making a little money, they're making some money, and that's a good thing. You know, I'm happy about that. So we'll see, but we'll see. Beyond that point, we'll see.
Back on North Korea, they say that in order to have talks with the U.S., they have to be recognized.
And I mean, yeah, due to some of these trade deals, like the UK and the EU trade deal, it has opened up American poultry or American meat to those to those markets. So that should help our ranchers on that side. Well, in agriculture as well. I mean, trust me, other farmers are going to be able to get in on this.
As a nuclear power, is that something you're open to?
Well, I think they are sort of a nuclear power. I mean, I know how many weapons they have. I know everything about them. And I've had a very good relationship with Kim Jong-un. When you say they have to be recognized as a nuclear power, well, they got a lot of nuclear weapons, I'll say that. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, shoot, them and Israel need to be recognized as a nuclear power. I mean, both of them. So everybody know what it is. But I mean, hey.
What kind of land targets in Venezuela do you want to strike? And how do you decide which ones to strike?
Well, we're going to see with Venezuela. I can tell you one thing. We stopped all drugs virtually from coming in by sea. And we'll stop all drugs from coming in by land very shortly. You'll see that starting. They're not going to want to do that. They're not going to want to do that. But you're going to see drugs stopping coming into our country, just like we stopped prisoners and drug dealers, drug addicts, we have stopped virtually everybody from coming in, other than people that want to come in legally. You know, we have a lot of people coming in legally, passing tests, going through a process, but we don't have people coming in from prisons and from mental institutions and the drug dealers. We don't have them coming in. We have almost nobody. We really have nobody, if you know it. For 5 months in a row, they had 0 people come in. And we used to have 1 million and 2 million and 3 million people coming in.
Will you meet with Brazil's president on this trip? He's going to the
I believe we're meeting, yeah. We met at the United Nations briefly, just before I went on, and there was no teleprompter. They didn't allow my teleprompter to work. How about that one? But I gave a good speech anyway. Have a good trip, everybody.
Are you open to reducing the tariffs on Brazil?
Yeah, under the right circumstances.
Yeah,
President, what do you talk about AI with President Xi?
Well, we're leading AI. We're leading China in AI. We're leading everybody in AI. We're doing very well. We have plants being built all over the country. We're going to have maybe $21 trillion by the time my first year's up. Nobody's ever had numbers. We've already hit $17 trillion. No country has ever hit numbers like that. That's investment into our country. We have auto factories.
I mean, yeah, through the promise of bringing manufacturing back and through the other promise of buying American energy. That's the main investments that is coming into America.
General Motors yesterday
and some loan guarantee.
Big leap forward because of tariffs, but they took a big leap. They went way up. We're respected again, is really respected as a country, and a lot of that has to do with the tariffs. The tariffs are giving us national security and strength. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hey, shout out to my man Daniel Brigg. He says, can you ask chat how much Trump support is required to be considered a Trump supporter? Can they, can they find common ground on anything? I mean, hey, man, we have the left and the right and everybody in the middle in this chat. So it's not, I don't really like to consider it a MAGA channel or a left-wing channel. I like to consider it a centrist channel because we have everybody in here. But, who would be considered a Trump supporter? Well, I would consider myself a Trump supporter, even though I don't agree with his geopolitical policies or maybe what he did with free speech, or how he's kind of letting, some of his people in his administration bastardize free speech. I don't agree with Trump on everything, but I do agree with him what he's doing with the economy. So maybe 80% I agree with Trump, 80-20. I'm not sure if that makes me a Trump supporter or not. I don't know what's the ratio you got to agree with Trump is. I think if you agree with Trump even 1% on the left, they frame you as a Trump supporter in my eyes. I mean, shoot, look what they did to Stephen A. Smith and what was that other guy, Bill Maher, just for going to sit down and talk to Trump. They done bastardized these guys for that.
Have a good time. Go to sleep, everybody.
That's tough.
Are you going to sleep?
I don't know. I'd love to. I don't know that I'm capable of it. If you want to, but I'm going to try. This is a long trip. The answers, I would imagine. So have fun. Have fun. Thank you.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get to this. I guess one of these breaking news. But U.S. deploys world's largest warship to Latin America, and let's get over to the left side of news here with CNN, and let's see what they got to say about this world's largest warship in Latin America. And it makes sense. It does make sense. Now, people are saying that we're about to go to war with Venezuela and get a regime change for the oil and resources over there to have control of that. We already got the CIA over there telling us when boats are leaving from the cartel, alleged boats. We haven't got the full confirmation yet. But let's get right to it.
Breaking news, a dramatic U.S.-led escalation in the Caribbean.
Oh, and shout out to my man Hellbat for being a member for 12 months. Appreciate the support, my man. To Libs agreeing with 0.1% of what he's saying to a Republican, maybe 50, maybe less, maybe more. I know, right? It's like you just got to grow a 0.1% of what that man is saying, and they just throw you over the Trump supporter. So you might as well be wearing a MAGA hat. I'm like, dang, bro, I just said, he might have a point with immigration, but hey, you can't even agree with him on that. So, yeah, but in my head, I would think maybe you got to have at least a 60 and I would say a 60-40 agreements with Trump. If it's 50-50, then you're somewhere in the middle. You're not really going to be out there sporting a, Make America Great Again hat.
What the Navy calls the largest warship ever built, along with fighter jets, heading to the waters off Latin America. The administration claims the goal is to stop international drug traffickers. The provocative move comes as the Pentagon announced another overnight strike on a suspected drug boat. The 10th strike in 52 days.
10th.
At least 43 people killed in total. And President Trump telling
they're covering every strike, every single one. And you know what? I like that they're doing it because Jake Tapper over here, he covered the 9th one, right here. It literally says in the video, U.S. strikes 9th boat in expanding alleged cartel attacks. Let's listen to this first since it's the 9th one.
On the heels of a diplomatic victory in the Middle East, is the Trump administration risking an entirely new conflict, even closer to home? Last night, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth confirmed a 9th U.S. strike on an alleged drug boat. Alleged. This one was the second such strike in the Pacific after a string of strikes on boats in the Caribbean and Atlantic. Those strikes fueling a deepening public rift between President Trump and Venezuelan strongman Nicolas Maduro and Colombian leader Gustavo Petro. This afternoon, Petro said Colombia has been incredibly effective in seizing cocaine on its own, and he accused the U.S. of carrying out extrajudicial executions, a charge repeated in the halls of Congress as well. On Wednesday, Maduro upped the ante, claiming he has 5,000 Russian missiles in, quote, key air defense positions to guarantee peace, unquote. Here's how President Trump put the U.S. position just moments ago.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country.
Damn. Well.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
But that wasn't the most eloquent way of wording it, but it was, hey, got the point across.
CNN's Kristen Holmes is at the White House for us. Kristen, Trump also suggested expanding some land operations.
Yeah, Jake, this is something he's been flirting with, but hasn't yet.
And to be quite honest, he is going to have to ask Congress for, if he's trying to do land operations in Latin America, he's going to need to somewhat ask for Congress approval, because let's be real, you're doing military operations on their land. If you're going to start bombing on their land and bombing cartels, like, you can't treat this like a war, and you really got to be specific about who you guys are striking. And of course, you might have to, I would believe you'd have to get the okay. I'm almost certain you'd have to get the okay from, well, those world leaders. So let's see how far Trump can take this by only just addressing, Congress. I mean, in my eyes, he has to ask for their approval for these land strikes. As he's doing things in the Caribbean Sea, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Even in the Gulf of America, okay. But once you try to strike on land, I mean, that's a whole different story here.
Yet actually done. One thing was very clear from this roundtable that he hosted, that these strikes are not going to stop anytime soon. And in fact, they appear to just be getting started. And I do want to point out something that you noted, this idea that President Trump and really many of his cabinet secretaries have been talking about these alleged drug cartels, equating them to ISIS of the Western Hemisphere. Well, there is a reason for that. That is because administrations in the past have used a legal workaround to not have to go through Congress when you're talking about armed conflict, and particularly with terrorist organizations like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda. So there's a reason that they continue to link these cartels to those specific terror groups, because it's something that there's precedent of in the United States. But of course, there are still so many questions as to what exactly is going on with these strikes, not many of which we got answers to today, other than President Trump saying he didn't believe he needed to go to Congress to continue to strike these boats, and then threatening once again to strike on land.
You know, the land is going to be next. And we may go to the Senate, we may go to the, Congress and tell them about it. The sea drugs are almost dead, and they can't come in that fast from the land. And the land drugs are much more dangerous for them. It's going to be much more dangerous. You'll be seeing that soon.
Well, he also speculated that if he did, in fact, go to Congress, he wouldn't get much pushback from Republican lawmakers, which seems about right, given what we have seen on most of the things that he has brought to Congress. And one other quick note, he did flatly deny the idea that B-1 bombers were flying off the coast of Venezuela. Of course, that is something we and other outlets have been reporting, that this American B-1 Lancer bomber was flying off the coast as these escalations have increased between Venezuela and the United States. He said it was false, but then added that Washington is very unhappy with Venezuela.
Joining us now, Republican from Texas, Congressman Dan Crenshaw. He's a former Navy SEAL. He serves on the House Intelligence Committee.
Dan Crenshaw.
And Congressman, obviously you're very...
I don't know. Dan Crenshaw, he's probably one of the most corrupt Republicans we got on our side. Oh, Dan Crenshaw, like Mr. Arg. I want there be treasure in Israel. We must defend the homeland of Israel. Like, that guy.
Very familiar with Venezuela. You lived in Colombia. In 2019, you told CBS News that Congress should have buy-in if there was any consideration of U.S. boots on the ground in Venezuela. And even then, you cited an extreme reason, genocide, and you said you preferred other countries in the region to take the lead militarily. So President Trump said he doesn't need to ask Congress to strike alleged drug traffickers, as he's been doing. Do you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's been upheld many times, from Barbary pirates under Jefferson to Ronald Reagan in Libya to Barack Obama in Libya. It has been upheld that War Powers Act allows the president to engage in that kind of self-defense, and that a war would be defined as a prolonged occupation of that country. So, that's quite a big difference from what's happening now, striking known designated terrorists carrying drugs, and we do have 100% certainty that intelligence is correct.
Yeah, and I do, like I said, I believe it's coming from the CIA. That's why it hasn't been released to the public yet. And I mean, also, we've done this before with the Houthis. I mean, here's the thing, though, and you know what? Maybe we can strike these guys on land. I mean, we were able to strike the Houthis on land. We strike them in an apartment complex with civilians in it. That was the worst part about that strike. So I'm a bit scared on that whole, once we designate them as terrorists, we can just start striking anywhere. I mean, I hope they do the due diligence of making sure that it's just a cartel ran place, or we will be getting into a conflict with some of these Latin American countries. Like, it would be inevitable.
those in international waters. We're a very far cry from going beyond the legal ability of the president.
There are critics, of course, who say that President Trump is taking powers to combat terrorists and using them to address drug traffickers, which in their view is a criminal matter. Republican Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky, he has issues with the legality of the strikes. Take a listen.
I really think that you cannot have a policy where you just allege that someone is guilty of something and then kill them. We interdict ships all the time off the coast of Miami, off the coast of California, and the Coast Guard statistics say that about 25% of the boats that we stop to search don't have any drugs. So if 1 out of 4 of the boats don't have drugs on them, you know, what kind of person would justify blowing up people when 1 out of 4 boats may well not have drugs on them?
What's your response, sir?
That's the worst part.
The senator just, hasn't gotten the briefings that he probably needs to get. One, you're never going to interdict your way out of the drug trafficking coming out of the Caribbean. And we're losing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Americans to fentanyl deaths. Even if it's just cocaine or marijuana, that enriches the Mexican cartels that really control over all of this, so that they can continue pushing fentanyl into our streets. The second thing is we don't make mistakes 1 out of 4. We just don't. Not in this case. We do have 100% certainty of each of these strikes. That I can tell you. So, look, you're never going to interdict your way out. That's extremely expensive and resource intensive, and it hasn't worked for decades. So the idea of trying something new, and yes, it is against a terrorist organization. They act like terrorists, that's for sure. And you can quibble about whether it's criminal or terroristic activity. In the end, we have all the authority we need to strike them.
So if they're terrorists and the Trump administration intelligence that they're using is 100% accurate.
Now, he is following the logic that we use with certain terrorists in the Middle East. He's following that logic, so he's not wrong. Just my honest concern is that, well, sadly, American people don't really care if we bomb Muslims. But I do know we're going to care if we bomb Latin Americans. Like, we do have a bit more of a cultural tie to them, a deeper cultural tie to them, even if it's just like, being Christians.
Why were 2 of the survivors of a recent strike returned to their home countries of, I believe, Ecuador and Colombia?
Sadly, though.
I don't know. You'd have to ask the administration what the thought process is there. But it doesn't. So doesn't mean they weren't doing what we think they were doing.
The fentanyl is obviously a serious issue, but the fentanyl's not coming from Venezuela and Colombia. The fentanyl's coming from...
the reason why I brought up the whole, it being Muslims versus Latin Americans is, let's be real. When we bombed the Houthis, where was that argument then? Where was that argument of, oh, you need to address Congress? Oh, there could have been innocent people in that building you bombed. It's like, where was all that outrage then? But we're doing it to these terrorists in the narco state or in Latin America, and now everybody's going like, well, what about this citizen? What about that citizen? This and that. I'm like, yo, don't you think we could have been doing the same thing over there in the Middle East? Like, where was those questions then? That's the only reason why I said that. Is like, if we do the same type of land strikes that we were doing in Yemen, over there in Mexico, Cuba, Venezuela, is not going to go over as easy.
China via Mexico, as you know better than I do. So how is striking cocaine dealers or cocaine narco terrorists, assuming that's who these people are, related to the fentanyl and opioid deaths in the U.S., which are obviously tragic?
Well, I thought I explained that in my earlier comment. So it's all connected. The people who control all of this entire system are the heads of the Mexican drug cartels, right? They're the ones who go down to Colombia, they make those contracts, they make sure it's shipped up. They're the ones making all the money in the end. The old days of Pablo Escobar running the Medellin cartel and that's all over, right? So only the suppliers and just poor farmers are the ones making the cocaine and then sending it out. So whether cocaine is killing people or not, the fact is it's enriching the cartels, and the cartels, of course, enrich themselves to wreak havoc on Mexico.
They wreak havoc on Mexicans, Cubans, like all of them. They wreak havoc on all of Latin America who does not bend the knee to them. And they have, a lot of money. They control politicians. They've even assassinated politicians back to back. So yeah, at a certain point, yes, they do have to be considered a terrorist organization because they can get their will across politically just by murder, and they do need to be taken care of. But it can't be through the reckless bombing of Latin American countries. I mean, it just can't be that. I mean, we can hit the main spots and make sure we're doing that, but if we just start recklessly bombing like we do in the Middle East, I mean, that just ain't gonna look good.
Mexico, which happens to be our biggest trading partner and neighbor. So I think we have an interest in ensuring that Mexico does not devolve into a narco-terrorist state the way Colombia was back in the 80s and 90s. So it's a little bit more intricate than you might suggest. All of these things are connected.
All right, I guess. I guess he's kind of ignoring the whole political view of it, but like in legal standing, I mean, the way we've handled operations before with terrorists, it matches up. I mean, yeah, if we strike them on land, as long as we're making sure we're just striking them at a cartel spot, as long as the leaders don't say nothing about it, we should be good. But he does, I mean, in my opinion, he does have to address Congress if he's about to start striking on land.
Breaking news, a dramatic U.S.-led escalation in the Caribbean. What the Navy calls the largest warship ever built, along with fighter jets, heading to the waters off Latin America. The administration claims the goal is to stop international drug traffickers. The provocative move comes as the Pentagon announced another overnight strike on a suspected drug boat. The 10th strike in 52 days, at least 43 people killed in total. And President Trump telling reporters these attacks may just be the tip of the iceberg.
I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them. You know, they're going to be like dead.
And CNN is reporting tonight that the president is considering plans to target cocaine facilities inside Venezuela. Now, the lack of transparency about these plans, especially the deadly attacks on alleged drug boats, have an increasing number of Republicans doing something they don't do much these days, criticizing the Trump White House.
The administration needs to give insight into Congress. That's part of it. If this was happening with this level of insight under the Biden administration, I'd be apoplectic.
And as tensions spike across the Caribbean, President Trump is now just hours away from leaving for a high-stakes trip to Asia, where he's scheduled to meet Chinese President Xi Jinping. Their first meeting since President Trump was reelected, and it comes as U.S.-China relations are now at their lowest point in years. Kristen Holmes is out front live at the White House. Kristen, the president has been focused very much on these strikes in the Caribbean, but he is about to have one of the most important meetings of his second term in Asia.
Yeah, there is a lot internationally going on for the president as he embarks on this trip. And just to dive into what's happening in the Caribbean, I mean, you mentioned this warship, these fighter jets. All of this really represents a potentially massive military escalation. I mean, this is not happening in a vacuum. It's happening at the same time. President Trump has confirmed that the CIA is operating in Venezuela. He has said a number of times and increased the rhetoric around the idea of land strikes in Venezuela. Now, of course, we have reported that all of this is part of a broader strategy to eventually oust Maduro. But White House officials say the president is considering a number of options. One of them you mentioned was this targeting of cocaine facilities. I do have to note, Venezuela is not known as a major source of cocaine. So that's just something to keep in mind as the
Yeah, but it is to be known that, and here's the thing, they don't gotta be a major source of cocaine. They be selling weapons to the cartel. They could be selling humans to the cartel. So you guys just focusing on cocaine as if that's the only thing that the cartel deals with. Remember, they was making billions of dollars just smuggling humans and human trafficking. Let's not forget that they operate in different, like, duplicitous actions as well, not just trafficking cocaine and drugs. We're talking about human smuggling, human trafficking. I mean, bro, arms dealing. There's other things that they can use Venezuela for, not just cocaine. And of course, you know, political corruption.
Administration has tried to link Maduro to these drug trades. The other one that they were considering is striking actual drug trafficking routes. But again, President Trump has not made any decisions. And we should say that while these escalations, these tensions are rising in one region, there is a lot of hope that President Trump's trip to
And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, F China there, enemy number one. And man, ain't that the truth? Now you cooking with that one, brother. And shout out to my man Hellbat and all the supporters. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you have any comments, questions, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
Asia is going to help de-escalate tensions in another, particularly that relationship with China. I mean, we have been in what we've all been a part of, this kind of back and forth trade war since President Trump was sworn into office. The relationship between China and the U.S. is at an all-time low, and there are a lot of people who are deeply concerned that we are on the wrong track and that we're going to lose other allies in the region who want to trade with China. So this is an opportunity for President Trump to work with those allies, as well as to sit down face to face with President Xi. But Dana, I'll tell you, they are really trying to manage expectations on that sit down. Maybe they learned from the sit down with Vladimir Putin in Alaska that they shouldn't get ahead of their skis.
Yeah, I'm guessing there's a lot to learn there. Kristen, thanks so much for your reporting. Appreciate it. Fareed, it's so good to see you. What do you think, let's start in the Caribbean, where I just left off. What do you think of this massive military buildup? Is it really about drug trafficking or about trying to force regime change in Venezuela, or both?
Dana, you're focusing on the right issue. It is a massive buildup and a massive escalation. Look, we probably now have more troops in that area, in that region, the Caribbean and Latin America, naval troops, than at any point since the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Wow.
You're talking about 10,000 American troops, 8, 9 major carriers. And it is unclear what the purpose is, because
I mean, it kind of just seems like we're shutting down every ocean route that they have. Well, not ocean route, but sea route that they have. Every waterway route has been shut down. And I mean, the only way you're going to be able to go through there is if you're not to be detected as a drug boat, or you will be bombed. Even the submersibles are getting bombed. I mean, hey, they might start picking up submarines for all we know. But hey, God forbid that start happening.
Ostensible purpose, as you say, is all about drugs. But as one of your previous guests was saying, Venezuela is not the font of all the drug trafficking coming into the United States. It's a terrible regime.
Yeah, but thing is, the cartel still works with this regime, and cocaine is not the only thing they could be working with. I mean, they got Colombia for that. Like I said, we're talking about arms that Venezuela has, oil that could be used for their weapons, their cars that Venezuela has. I mean, human trafficking, human smuggling, people that want to leave Venezuela that they do have. Human trafficking. I mean, they got all the people in the world with a lot of beautiful women. I mean, come on now, guys. Do I really need to draw it on paper for you? And I think it is a red herring argument saying that, oh, well, they're not exporting cocaine. Well, does the cartel deal in only cocaine? No.
Make no mistake, and Maduro is a terrible guy. But if this is an effort at regime change, it would be very important to have thought through the entire sequence of events that are going to take place, how this is going to work out. Donald Trump, in many ways, came to power breaking with Republican orthodoxy by pointing out that the Iraq war had been a fiasco, by pointing out that the Libyan intervention had been a fiasco. He had been initially, in very Donald Trump-like way, he had been in favor of the intervention, sort of, and then when it turned sour, he said the Libyan intervention was a mistake and Gaddafi should have stayed in power.
Yeah.
All of which is to just say,
I mean, shoot, man, everybody thought Libya disarming was the right thing to do. But then once they did it, I mean, things kind of went sour on them. I would just say that's why a lot of Muslim countries, when we tell them to disarm, like, I mean, Hezbollah disarming or how we want Hamas to disarm, they can always look back in the past at Gaddafi and be like, Gaddafi tried to play nice with you guys, and that guy got sodomized with a knife on camera. I don't know. Can we trust y'all guys to disarm? I mean, that's a reasonable suspicion on their side. I'll give it to them.
If there is a move toward regime change, if this is some kind of a quiet or escalating war to get Maduro out of power, you'd want to have thought through the day after, the week after, the month after, because Venezuela could easily collapse into chaos. And then, if you think we have seen a lot of Venezuelan migrants, we ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah. It's so interesting and important that you say that, because I was thinking about that same dynamic, that this is a man who has been saying, I want to end wars, I want things to calm down. And it's not necessarily definitive that he's trying to start a war. It could be a show of force. It could be a lot of different things, and moving such a huge military presence into the Caribbean. But is there evidence that those steps that you're describing the day after, or what would happen if Maduro is actually overthrown, or if he steps down, what would happen?
Well, we have the opposition leader, Machado, who just won the Nobel Prize and who's been very supportive of Trump, and in fact said she dedicated the prize to him, which was all a very clever political way of keeping him engaged and supportive. But just remember, there's always in these regimes, I mean, this is what we learned in Iraq, in Afghanistan, there's always still the remnants of the old regime, the army, the secret police, who are going to mount an assault on whatever new government comes into power. There will be a kind of civil war there. Have we thought all that through? I wonder, by the way, Dana, if this is part of the reason Admiral Halsey, the ranking admiral, resigned in a slightly mysterious way, that he felt like perhaps there was some of this escalation taking place without without thinking it through. I'm not sure. Of course, I'm speculating, but it was a very strange and abrupt resignation.
Let's turn to China and more broadly the Asia trip that the president is about to take. It's a very
hopefully we can get China to the table and stop all these damn escalations. But shout out to Ove. Appreciate the support, sis. Did you see that couple in the personal finance audit podcast yet? They admitted they were illegals and had $500K in debt. They admitted how they have taken advantage of the system. Yeah, I mean, a lot of them do. They can take advantage of our financial system because, I mean, they're allowed to operate under it as illegals. And I mean, I hate it. Trust me, I hate it. But a lot of Americans don't like to understand. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. People on the left don't like to understand how these illegals take advantage of our system and laugh at us for allowing them to. Actually, they laugh at the fact that there's literally people defending them, pretty much just cheating our system. Ain't that crazy? But it is what it is.
Very high stakes meeting that he is going to have with President Xi. And you say the bullying approach that President Trump has used to get his way won't necessarily work with China for a very specific reason. What is it?
Well, Trump actually is very smart about understanding when he has leverage and when he doesn't. So with a place like Venezuela, a small country, poor country, the U.S. is vastly more powerful militarily. He knows he can push. With China, he has been very careful. Every time he's escalated and the Chinese have pushed back, he's backed down. He did it after Liberation Day. He's done it more recently.
No,
so I think he understands.
Ferrard, he didn't back down. And that's the misinformation of what was it, all the way back in April that I was going against, is that no, these countries literally bent the knee to Trump, literally dropped some of their tariffs, so Trump eased up on them. They stopped some of their aggressive trade tactics. Trump eased up on them. So there was no flip-flopping of tariffs. Trump got what he wanted, so he took them off. It's kind of crazy how, Dem's like, oh, he flip-flopped. No, there was no taco Trump. He just got what he wanted, and he said, okay. He was keeping up his end of the deal. But, hey, man, libs will never tell you that, especially not CNN.
The Chinese have a lot of cards as well, and that they can play them. And the Chinese regime is almost...
China does not have no cards to play, because if we go over 100% tariff on them, then all of their manufacturing damn near gets shut down. And the only industry that they got protected from our tariffs is their tech industry. And they can't just run off tech. I mean, they need agriculture, they need clothing, furniture, other textiles, other industries as well that gets decimated when tariffs come through, because we can replace those guys. We can go to other countries. They're desperate for our consumerism. So when they get hit with that 30% tariff like they're getting hit with now, they're the ones paying it. If China wasn't the one, if China companies wasn't the one paying these tariffs, then why are they coming to negotiate? If tariffs only got passed out to the American consumer, then why did the UK capitulate? Then why did the EU capitulate? All right, then, because a lot of y'all got the way tariffs work effed up. Now, I do understand the definition of tariffs to where, yes, it is a tax on exported goods that the importer pays. I get that. But what you guys are not understanding is that how that cost can be split up between the supplier and the importer. If the supplier is desperate enough to keep the importer's business, they will cut their price by that tariff. Or if they have a good business relationship, they might split it. And then here's another thing that the Dems can't explain. If tariffs is being passed directly down to the consumer at a base 10%, right? Because the base tariff is 10%, then why isn't there a 10% increase in the CPI? And why are we only seeing 0.3%? So you're saying that we're only eating 0.3% of tariffs according to the CPI? If so, then I mean, doesn't that kind of go to show that your argument is flawed?
Set up for this kind of thing better than almost any regime in the world. They are willing to take the pain. They are willing to inflict pain on their people. You know.
I know, and you're holding pom-poms for these guys, going like, yeah, they're willing to destroy their environment for rare earth refinery, and they're willing to throw millions upon millions of people, over 300-400 millions of people into poverty. They don't care. And you're right, they don't, which is crazy why y'all shaking pom-poms for them and saying that Trump shouldn't challenge them at all. Like, isn't that crazy?
They have an economy that they are developing consciously to be more decoupled and less integrated with the West. So in some ways, some of this actually plays into the book that Xi Jinping is trying to play anyway. I think Trump knows this, and that's why he's not escalating willy-nilly with the Chinese.
I mean, he kind of did. I mean, look, in 5 days, if these guys don't correct their actions, then they will get hit with 100% tariff. And the tariff will be 130 across the board on Chinese goods, and then 155% tariff on steel and aluminum. Yeah, China, they can't take that. And here's the thing, China, they were able to lower their prices 50% on their steel and aluminum and still sell it. That should have told you a lot. And that's why Trump upped it from 50 to 55%, because China, on their steel and aluminum, their steel that they water down, was still able to cut their prices by 55%. Well, 50%. So even on that, you could tell China, I mean, it's kind of crazy, but they could have sold their steel for even cheaper, yet people in America still think it's okay to buy it.
Or firings for the terrible things that they've done, literally grabbing people, tackling them when they're U.S. citizens and have done zero wrong.
Unbelievable. And that is wrong, because usually when a U.S. citizen gets tackled, like that one fat lady, she threw something at ICE and ICE came in, well, you know, roughed her up a little bit. She was on the floor and now she's in jail for a little bit of time, because why? She threw something at an officer. I mean, why is it? And that's the thing, they never get the full story on anything. They just said, well, I just seen ICE officers arrest citizen. Do you know why? Do you know the backstory? Do you know the full context? Of course you don't. You just going along with what you've seen, and I don't know why, but a lot of Dems let that radicalize them against ICE. When the actuality is that, yeah, if somebody throws something at you, an officer, they're gonna arrest you. Like,
Democrats like Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker are pushing on their view to demonize ICE agents, taking his comments coming after Nancy Pelosi threatened to up the ante against ICE, saying, quote, our state and local authorities may arrest federal agents if they break California law, and if they are convicted, the president cannot pardon them. We will not be intimidated by politically motivated fear tactics. Here to respond is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Deputy Attorney General, thanks so much for joining the program. Let's go specifically to Nancy Pelosi. Local agents, local cops cannot arrest federal agents, right?
No.
Of course they can. And what the Congresswoman did yesterday, what the governor of Illinois said yesterday, does nothing but harm this country. You cannot touch federal agents when they're doing their job, and that's something that they know. It's something that we remember.
And shout out to, she said the Dems have another ICE tracking app. Wait, but how? Like, Apple was just told them to remove all of them. What are they doing? Putting them on the Play Store? I mean, now, I ain't gonna lie, getting it taken off the Play Store is gonna be a bit more difficult. I mean, to be quite honest, because the Play Store is like the Wild West of the app market. Like, man.
Reminded them of last night, because if you do, you're committing a crime. And the amazing thing about what happened is yesterday, President Trump announced and formally launched the Homeland Security Task Force. This is, in our modern history, the single largest effort by law enforcement to combat narco-terrorists and to get the scourge and the drug dealers out of this country. In just 60 days, we've arrested over 3,200 drug dealers and either gotten them out of this country or put them in jail. On that same day, you have Pelosi, you have other congresswomen, you have a congressman from New York, and you have the governor of Illinois not praising that, not thanking President Trump, but saying that federal law enforcement agents should be arrested. That's the best example of the difference between what this administration is doing and what the Democrats want done. And it's sad, and I feel bad for our federal law enforcement and their families and their wives and their husbands and their children when their dad, when their mom goes to work every day putting their life on their line, and they have governors and leaders in the Democrat Party suggesting they should be arrested.
He didn't
That's
just
disgusting.
say that, Todd. He didn't just talk about them being arrested. He said that they were racially profiling. Let's watch that.
I think they ought to take the violent criminals and get them out of my state and get them out of the country. I absolutely believe that, but that's not what they're doing. They said they were going after the worst of the worst. We want the bad guys off the streets. What we don't want is for people to get racially profiled. That's what's happening right now. They're racially profiling people who are black and brown, and they're demanding their papers. Are you a U.S. citizen? Prove it. I don't think Americans should have to do that.
Bro, demanding their papers, bro, just give them your social security number. Give them your ID. That's how I know you're making this too dramatic. Like, they're not doing that. Give me your legal papers. Bruh. Dog, if you don't just, here's my social. Here's my ID. I mean, I don't need to give you too much. Actually, you could look my name, you could damn near look my name up. Here's, like, come on now. So, yeah, it's pretty easy to prove that you're a citizen. And I'm gonna be honest with you, if they're making it a big deal about you asking them to prove their citizenship, 9 times out of 10, they're an illegal.
The people leading the force on the ground through Border Patrol right now,
show me your
they're 51% Hispanic. Do you take umbrage with?
Yeah, I ain't never heard that word. Show me your papers. Nah, it's like, yo, do you have license and ID? And of course I do. Here you go.
What he just said
ends up like that.
In a deep and meaningful way, our law enforcement officers are not violating the Constitution and doing their job. And that governor, instead of talking on the news and making up stories about what he thinks is happening, should stand a post. He should go out and go out for one night and see the work that these men and women are doing.
I mean, let's be real. You guys, I shouldn't have to prove my citizenship. You prove your citizenship every time a cop pulls you over. You prove your identity, your citizenship, all that. So, yeah, if a law enforcement asks you to, for your ID, then it is what it is. Now, if it's ICE pulling up to you, asking you for papers, and you're a U.S. citizen, then I'm wondering, like, dang, dog, you must hang around a lot of illegals for them to ask you that question.
And he'll learn and he'll understand that what they are doing is getting the scourge and the people that are here illegally out of this country. And look, this has happened in California already earlier this year. These false claims that our ICE agents, that our federal law enforcement officers are somehow racial profiling or doing the wrong thing in executing and doing their jobs. And courts have said that we're right and the Democrats are wrong. We're not doing that. And that's going to continue to happen for sure.
But you're also taking on the cartel. And there's all these legal pundits talking about these operations, but it's undeniable. The border is secure.
I know, right? You say, like, hell, if your ID isn't matching, there's social security too. Exactly. I mean, like, you can literally just give them your social security and you're in the good. And if you're a grown-ass adult and don't know your social security by memory by now, I mean, bro. Come on now, though. You just failing yourself at that moment. Like, boy, how you know your phone number but don't know your social security? Like, come on now.
And you guys are taking the threats out of the sea, right?
It's another example of the difference between what President Trump, Attorney General Bondi, and all of our law enforcement partners are doing, including the Secretary of War, and what the Democrats apparently want done. We are saying we're going to stop the flow of drugs that have been happening in this country for generations. We're going to get them out, and we're going to stop them from coming in. The borders are closed, and that's what we're doing every day. And you would expect the leaders of this country to say, thank you, how can we help? And instead, what you have is exactly the opposite. And it's something that we're going to continue to do. And it's something that the American people expect us to do. It's what President Trump said he would do. And it's what Attorney General Bondi, it's what I'm doing. It's what all the leaders in this administration are doing every day. And it's working. And we're not going to stop.
Yeah, I want to be on the side of the people that are killing the people that have killed all of our teens in the hundreds of thousands because of the fentanyl. I want to be on that side of history. Todd Blentz, thank you so much for joining the program.
Morning now. Breaking news from Northern California. We had a hail of bullets in the dead of night. Watch here.
Coast Guard shoots at U-Haul posing threat. The fuck you thought was gonna happen?
Coast Guard base near.
I'm sorry, but hold on. Like in Utah, what the hell you thought?
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Because I know how these military guys work. They love to give warnings, a lot of warnings before they started, shooting.
San Francisco. That's a U-Haul driver barreling towards security, ignoring several commands to stop, and officers had no decision other than to open fire on that truck.
What were you trying to
The
do?
latest example of violence against law enforcement. That's where we start on a Friday. Morning, everybody. You almost made it, America. Almost, okay? A couple hours here. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. It's interesting because there are people who say that this kind of violence against police officers isn't happening, and every single day we have another example, and that's a terrible one. And that shooting came after a day of mass protests in San Francisco, and the demonstrations were in response to an expected immigration crackdown. Crowds tried to block border agents from entering Coast Guard Island. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the administration will not be deterred.
Wow. Even trying to block the border agents now. And now it's not even about ICE. Now it's just about, oh, y'all don't even want the borders to be protected no more. Oh, now we're going towards insanity, guys. Now we're moving towards that insanity. Like, huh. Who knew? Who knew? Well, I kind of knew they were going to take it this far, but like what the border agents do? I mean, they're literally trying to protect the border. Now you don't even want the border protected? I mean, Jesus, y'all don't want no immigration law. All right, guys, but let's get over to the next video. Because, man, y'all, I mean, hey, man, Dems are acting wild tonight.
Congress is MIA.
Well, today.
Congress is MIA while Trump is essentially declaring war and not really telling the American people on whom he's declaring war on.
Well, correct. The Constitution says Congress gets to declare war and peace, and he does not have the legal authority to do this. But even beyond that, this is murder under both international and U.S. domestic law. If you have all of this proof, come show it in a court of law. That's what we do in this country. I represent San Diego, a border community. We've got the.
Oh, and shout out Steve-O. Hey, shout out one of my favorite jackass guys. But illegals want to leech off the United States and send money back home to their real country that they're loyal to. They're anti-American. And thank you for saying that. You know, it's crazy. You and Big Wave Dave would get along on that one. 'Cause ain't that the truth, man? It's like, and not all of them, but a good amount of them do. And they brag about it as well. And then, bro, a lot of, and here's the thing, even Hispanic people came out, oh, you think they want to be here? They hate this country. They just want to use y'all for money. Yeah, and you're not, and you wonder why we're cracking down on them? Like, and they're undermining American citizens, and they're driving down wages. So, yeah, thank you for giving us another reason why we should get them up out of here. Thank you.
Land border, we've got the Coast Guard interdicting drug crimes all the time. And there's a process, and that's not just what they do outside, like right off the coast of the United States. It's what they do in the Red Sea when they're trying to get Iranian stuff being smuggled to the Houthis, right? Like, there is a process for what you do. You board the ship, you collect evidence, not to mention the fact that you actually want to bring these guys in and prosecute them. One, so we know they're the right people and we're not just killing civilians and fishermen. But two, because actually through that you can learn more about the smuggling process and who you actually need to go after.
Why is Trump insisting that he can just kill people, whether by land or sea, without proving who?
And like I said, it's like, where was y'all outrage when they were bombing Yemen? Where was that outrage then? Where was the I mean, like, come on. If y'all want to be consistent, then y'all gotta sit here and hush your mouth up, because y'all didn't make this case when Yemen got bombed at all. And we were hitting terrorists. We hit them in an apartment complex. And yes, citizens were caught up in that. And y'all said nothing, CNN. So why now? Why now? And then here's the thing. If we designate them as terrorists, they're greenlit to get bombed. It is what it is. My only problem is that once we start striking them on land, that's going to cause some tension.
they are even who they say.
Well, I think
they
this
say
power
that they
to protect our country is a power that presidents have exercised back to the very beginning of our country. And I had a law enforcement official tell me that on one of these drug boats, the amount of fentanyl or cocaine has the ability to kill 30,000 Americans. If you have
Great, then
if
bring
you
it
have a
to
missile
a
that
court
is
of
coming,
law and
if you had a
prove it.
missile that was coming to the United States,
Sweetheart, they're no longer a criminal organization. Like, yeah, back in the day when it was a criminal organization, we used to do that to them. But now they're a terrorist organization. So we don't really got to play all those semantics with them. We don't got to play honestly, the criminal game with them. Nope, we're playing the terrorist game with them. And with that game, you can bomb them at will. Yep, every time you see him. Now, when it comes to on land, we'll see how that goes over with Congress. Because really, like I said, did Trump really need too much approval to go over there and bomb Yemen on land? No. So let's see if he needs the same thing to bomb, cartel hotspots in Latin America. And let's be real, that could stoke tension just because if civilians are caught up in it, it could be seen as, well, American tyranny. And I'm just being real with you. I'm just giving you guys all the scenarios. Not that I personally believe it's going to happen, but I'm just looking down the lines on how multiple ways this can go.
States had the potential to kill 30,000 people. I think the president would well
but you haven't even started
to stop that boat.
The basic level of proof is that boat actually carrying fentanyl? Let me play what Rand Paul said about that very issue.
When you kill someone, you should know, if you're not at war, not in a declared war, you really need to know someone's name at least. You have to accuse them of something. You have to present evidence. So all of these people have been blown up without us knowing their name, without any evidence of a crime. This happens every day off of Miami. But we know from Coast Guard statistics that about 25% of the time the Coast Guard boards a ship, there are no drugs. So if our policy now is to blow up every ship we suspect or accuse of drug running, that would be a bizarre world in which 25% of the people might be innocent.
We're also interdicting, I shouldn't even say interdicting, we are bombing ships that are not even apparently headed to the United States. So again, I take your point about stopping drugs coming to this country, but don't you have to, A, prove that there are drugs and actually know that they are coming to this country?
I haven't seen any evidence that suggests that the president and the military were mistaken.
That's because we haven't seen any evidence.
Okay, but listen, I trust our military.
There's no evidence at all, one way or there's no evidence at all
to protect our country, and they know where these drugs are going. They may not be directly headed toward our country.
Have you seen any evidence at all about any of this? Like,
listen,
who are these people?
I trust our
what
military.
What drugs were they carrying?
And our
where were the
executive branch
boats
and our
heading?
law enforcement officials to make sure that they're protecting our country. And I don't think it's realistic to suspect that we're going to board all these drug boats and take them to court and extradite them in the United States. That would be, I don't think that's sufficient.
Okay, but Jeff,
this is a great.
What's going to happen when there's a 60 Minutes episode in the future and it shows the fisherman who went out with his brother to go fishing for tuna, and it turned out
and they blew the boat up
by one of our
and for some reason there was cocaine and fentanyl on the boat. That's a little suspicious. All right, I can get being out on a drug boat and find some time to fish, sure, but let's be real though. You get caught up in whatever business you in, we can't feel too bad for you. And like I said though, if they can prove that, oh no, that was just an innocent fishing boat, then please. But it doesn't sound like anybody can.
Military. We have to go through a process. With every topic we've talked about tonight, whether it was the East Wing demolition, whether it's the tariffs or the Argentina, the cattle farmers, now this. There's got to be some oversight. That's the purpose of our Constitution. There's got to be following some procedure and process. I'm all for going after the bad guys. Let's go after the narco-terrorists. Let's go after the cartels. Let's stop them from killing the people in our country. I am all for that. But let's follow a process so that we can stop people from breaking the rules.
A former legal counsel for President Bush, Jack Goldsmith, said it's dangerous enough to try to kill with military force, but not dangerous enough to detain and prosecute by lawful methods, almost certainly because a lawful case could not be made before a court. That is especially awkward for the DOD. Again, it raises the question, we had 2 people in our custody who were on one of these boats. And you know what we didn't do? We didn't bring them in. We didn't question them. We didn't try them. We just sent them back to their home countries.
Actually, because we can't try somebody from another country. We send them back to their home country to get tried. And that's what we did. We sent the guy, what was it? It was like 2 guys that survived the bombing, and we sent them back to their home country to be prosecuted. Will their home country prosecute them? Most likely not. But we gave them back and we said, look, they were caught on a narco boat. We'll hand them over for you for prosecution. Do what you want. That's literally what happened. And then they're trying to make it seem like, oh no, we just let them go because they were innocent. No, we let them go because we let their country handle them. I mean, just like we do when we deport illegal criminals.
If they're guilty enough to
ain't
kill,
no difference
why are they
here.
not guilty enough to be tried?
Well, Congressman, that was a great hypothetical about the people going on their boat fishing for tuna. And I think anyone at this table will be hard pressed to show me one incident of, someone having a line in the water and we indiscriminately bomb them. The intelligence is there.
Thank
As
you.
the Congressman said, we have to trust our military.
I'm sorry.
I love that. I like where he's going with this. We got to trust our military, but whoa. But let me back my point up a little bit, though, because who is getting this intel? Where's the military getting this intelligence from? And I keep saying that the CIA has been reported to be operating in Venezuela. So since we're not just getting the full layout of details here, I think it's because the CIA is pretty much streamlining it to the military, and the military is acting on it. That's the only reason why I can see why we're just bombing these boats and not really giving too much information to the people or Congress members.
The Armed Services and the Foreign Affairs Committee, the intelligence is not there. We've not seen any of that intelligence.
What I would say is this. What we just heard from Senator Paul is that when we board these boats, 25% of the time, we don't find drugs. The scourge of fentanyl in this country and the American families that it's devastated, 75% of the time, according to the senator, is absolutely worth it.
So 25% of people kill, it's okay that they're innocent?
Tell that, Tim. Action. And I would challenge anyone
Is it okay to kill 25%?
Before you ramp up on your monologue, let me just make a quick point.
Sir, what I'm saying is I would challenge you to
Tim,
look at
before
any
you
American
ramp up,
family
let me
and say
just make a
this is
quick
not a good
point
idea.
that I noticed that you ignored my question. I noticed that you ignored my question, which was about the fact that we had people in our custody. The United States military had 2 men in our custody. We are accusing them of trafficking drugs into our country.
Yeah.
Why will they not charge those people? Why did they send them back?
Because just like we do with illegal criminals, we send them back to their country to face crimes. I mean, we do it all the time. Yes, we got them on a narco boat. They survived. I mean, I don't know how the hell they survived, but they survived. And we sent them back to their country to be prosecuted. And I mean, let's be real. The military said it. Multiple congressmen have said it. Shoot, even Pete Hegseth said it in that meeting with Trump, where he said, yes, we sent those 2 people back to their countries to face prosecution. Will their country do it? I don't think so, in my personal opinion. But that's why we gave them back to their country.
I'm not familiar with the case that you're bringing up about the 2 men. What I will tell you,
it just happened.
Yeah, I know. Okay, so it just happened on their side. But no, as more information rolled out, it was confirmed that they were sent back to their country to be prosecuted. So it's not like we just send them back because they were innocent. No, we sent them back because, I mean, that's what we do with illegals. Like, even if they committed a crime, we'll be like, okay, cool. You got to go back to your country, though, and your country will tell you what your country did, and you'll face prosecution there. Not all the time we make them face jail time here and then deport them. We don't do that all the time. Now, but I don't know why some Dems just don't understand that for some reason. It's like, come on, guys. Is everything we do got to be, an overreach? No, it's not. But all right, guys, let's get over to the next video here.
Freshly indicted.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of, freshly indicted.
Democrats cooking up new ways to interfere with law enforcement. Hot off the heels of House Dems announcing.
Oh, wow. Master Ice Tracker, Dem launched tools to alert where agents are nationwide. You're right, Tove. They released another one. Oh, Lord. I mean, come on now. But all right, shout out to he said, yes, they were questioned. Then they sent them to be detained and prosecuted in their home country to avoid a jurisdiction battle. Exactly. And then they caught them in international waters. Not like they caught them on American land. So it's a little different when you catch them in international waters. It's a bit of a free-for-all on that one. So, yes, thank you, Tove. But ain't that crazy how everybody's just trying to think like, oh, well, why didn't we bring them here if they were guilty? We caught them in international waters and we tend to get prosecuted in their own country that's probably ran by cartels. So they probably got hit with a smack on the wrist, in my honest opinion.
Plans to launch an ICE tracker. Freshly indicted New York Attorney General Letitia James is setting up a snitch line, a new portal where residents can send in photos and videos of ICE operations. And
Really?
over in Los Angeles, an activist is reminding agents.
So you're allowing certain people who hate ICE to start making clips of ICE that'll be out of context, and you're just going to start arresting them or trying to arrest them on those small little clips that you guys sent. They're going to do their best to paint ICE in the worst light possible. They're never going to give you the full context of the video. Just like they did with that fat white lady they put on the ground. They didn't give you the story where she threw something at ICE. No, they just showed you where ICE had her on the ground arresting her. So that's already a slippery slope right there.
They're not the only ones with guns. Watch this.
They are not the only ones with guns in this city. They're not the only ones, and don't forget that. And I don't say that because we're calling for violence. I'm saying that because the people have every right to defend themselves against masked, unidentified gunmen.
They are not, bro. Okay, yes, they are masked. They are not unidentified. Those are ICE officers. And yes, they are officers, so they are allowed to have guns. What are you saying? Only the first point of what you said was right, is that they're masked. They are identifiable. So stop lying. It's like, go ahead. Okay, if there's someone unidentifiable, shoot one of them. And then tell that to the press, and let's see how quick you go to jail when they say, what do you mean? They got ICE right here on the strap on their back. You're lying. I mean, go ahead, try it. F around and find out, because that's how I know y'all lying. Because I'm be real with you. If there's an unidentified guy trying to yoke up people and you can't tell who they are, I mean, let's be real. You would be able, you would put it on camera and be obvious. But every time I've seen ICE on camera, they're identifiable. You see ICE right on them. So that's how you know people are lying.
Jeans and other military rifles.
You know, it kind of sounds like you're calling for violence there. President Trump says he will not.
And that's the liberal in the group saying that.
Deploy the National Guard to San Francisco after a conversation with Mayor Daniel Lurie. And here's why.
Some friends of mine, very successful people. Mark, everybody knows him, and Jensen, everybody knows Jensen, NVIDIA, and others called me from San Francisco, and they said, we're working really, really hard with the mayor, and we're making progress. Would it be possible for you to hold off for you?
All right, shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, Antifa more unidentified. I mean, man, ain't that the truth? Antifa's more identified. I mean, you could at least see the ICE officers' ears, bro. Antifa, bro, with the whole shiesty mask, could only see their eyes. I mean, you can't even see these guys' ears, and they yell in your face, tell you you should be going harder against ICE. You should be committing violence. I mean, which one's more of a threat?
You to hold off the surge. We are holding off that surge, everybody, and we're going to let them see if they can do it. I said, I think we can do it much faster. I know we can do it faster.
All right, so Dana, let's talk a little bit about this reversal. It's very interesting because it wasn't necessarily the mayor. It is some of these tech giants who have gone to the White House and talked to the president. They're the ones who are affecting policy, calling him directly and getting him to hold off on the National Guard. What does that say to you?
Well, the reason that Daniel Lurie is the mayor is because I can't remember the name of the previous
London
mayor.
Breed.
That was a disaster.
Yes.
And everything was going to hell in a handbasket.
Watch your mouth.
I feel like Kennedy when I said that. And so he's actually taking steps to make it better. And he's got. And
shout out to my man. Hey, yo, shout out to my man Maine. He says international waters, feds, Antifa, etc. I mean, yeah, they're going to F around and find out. And shout out to my man, Maine Harbor. Appreciate the support, brother. And let's shout out to our man Steve O coming in again. He says, to be fair to Dems, their party was hijacked by USA haters, far left liberal lunatics who believes Roger Federline with lipstick deserves to face Sinatra. I mean, damn. What damn? Who believes Roger Fetterman? You mean Fetterman or Fedrin with lipstick deserve to face? Sure. No, I mean, hey. I mean, to be fair, you're right. To be fair, they were, taken over by the socialists, the Marxists, the downright, the LGBTQ radicals as well. And they've adopted a lot of their positions, and they're pretty un-American. That's the problem that the left don't understand. They took some of the most un-American positions and try to force it on the American people, and it just did not work. And then let's be real, not only taking the most unpopular positions and pushing on Americans, but also running a hate Trump campaign F MAGA campaign, and now that you find out you done ostracized about 77 million Americans. So good job with that one. I mean, you only made your voting pool smaller by attacking Trump's voting base, the same voting base that you should be trying to convince to come on your side. But hey, it is what it is.
The buy-in from the community. So then, and they're willing to call the president. They have a relationship with him. And so we've been saying about the Democrats, you've got a problem with immigration, the shutdown, whatever.
And I mean, look, even if, it's so funny. Somebody made a comment like, you don't know what socialism is. Even if I didn't know what socialism is, when you got Democrats calling themselves Democratic socialists, like I'm just going with what they're selling us.
It is. Ask to meet and just be willing to go 60% of the way there, and he'll be there for you. And so I think that's partly what it is. And if they can show that they are making progress, then why would you send the National Guard there? That wouldn't make sense. On the fact that the Democrats are thinking about this ICE tracker, to me, that is such clear obstruction of justice. And you have to wonder, like, where's the dad of the Democratic Party? Where is dad to say, no, you are not doing that. Go to your room, think about what you've done, and then we can talk about it later. I don't see how that is not illegal, but I don't know the mechanism by which they pull it back.
Well, let's talk about that.
I know. Now I'm looking at the lawyer.
Well, no, because Paul, you're not only a former NYPD detective, Sergeant.
Inspector.
That's right.
Close enough for cable TV.
These are very important terms that we'll hash out later. You're also a lawyer. So I sense there's a little bit of disappointment from the San Francisco district attorney, who was saying that if, in fact, the National Guard or ICE agents go into San Francisco, that they will be arrested by local law enforcement and prosecuted.
Yeah,
Your thoughts on that?
Good luck with that. We got this thing, the Supremacy Clause, all right? And under the Supremacy Clause, federal law trumps state law. And what they're relying on with that is that we're going to watch every bit of police brutality, ICE brutality, and we're going to charge states like assault charges or something.
Oh, you said I'd rather be a racist than to be a commie. Same here. I'm be honest with you. Yeah, I'd rather believe in capitalism than be a straight commie and believe that the government has all my interest at hand. I mean, nah, I'm good. Oh man, ain't that crazy? But somebody was trying to say, y'all don't know what socialism and Marxism means anyway. Bro, your politician called themselves that. They exposed themselves for reading Karl Marx as well. Like, bro, even if we didn't know, you know that y'all damn snitch on yourselves, right? I mean, Zoro Mondani, Democrat socialist, Bernie Sanders, Democratic socialist, and they say it proudly. That's the hilarious part of it. So no, I'm just identifying who you guys say you guys are. I mean, it is what it is. If y'all want to get mad at it, then go cry to them.
Like that. It's not going to happen. It's never going to come to that. And I'm going to tell you one of the reasons it's not going to come to that. It's for the right reason. Because if you see these films, these ICE guys are taking tremendous abuse. It reminds me of the films that I saw in 2020 during the quote-unquote summer of love. My cops would be out there. I was out there. My guys are getting the heck beat out of them. They'd be sitting there quietly taking it like the professionals that they were. I had to watch one of my lieutenants get his face sewn back together. And then I had to watch Tish James, because this is her MO, in 2020.
And let's be real. I mean, some of y'all don't know what socialism is. Somebody was trying to say school is socialist. Well, not private schools. That's not socialism. That runs straight off capitalism, my friend. I mean, the police. Well, do we all have collective ownership of the police? No, the government kind of owns that. So no, not really. Not really. So all the systems that you say are socialist operates off either capitalism or a single entity ownership. So you really don't know what socialism is either. Well, actually, I actually do. Ain't that crazy? You're telling somebody who knows what it is, and you try to define it, yet you're wrong. But okay.
Same thing as the AG. She puts out on Twitter. Here's the phone number. Here's the direct email. Get to me with any instances of police brutality that you see. I'm walking with one of my guys. There's a guy on top of a car screaming and yelling. He says, get down off of that. The guy very calmly, this is a true story, pulls out his wallet, shows him ID from the mayor's office. De Blasio sent his people out to watch the cops. Meanwhile, they're trying to keep Macy's from burning down. They did $1 billion in change and damage. All these people injured. I had to take this poor lieutenant had to go to Queens to get his face sewn back together.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If you don't know that socialism is about collective ownership, then I'm sorry, dog. We cannot have an intellectual conversation, bro. If you don't even know that, then I don't know what to tell you. Because it's about collective ownership. It's not about a single entity owning it. I mean, that's why they hate businesses. That's why they don't like billionaires, one single person controlling a lot of wealth. They don't like that.
because all of the ERs in Manhattan were overrun with people that were injured, and they were all police officers, but we were the bad guys. Just to bring the rubber back to the road here, these are conspirators. And I'm telling you right now, and I'm sure that they're thinking this way, Patel and Bongino were thinking this way. You get somebody now who, from this ICE tracker, takes that information, hurts an ICE officer, and they can put that together from the metadata. Well, this Ron Garchez and Tish James and everybody else who are pushing this stuff, if you're in that traffic, good luck, because you're going to get indicted, because clearly they're not afraid to go all the way with this stuff. So if you got the ICE tracker going, and whether you're this congressman or whether these other guys making...
I mean, shout out Cool Kid team. Keem Cool Kid joined today. I mean, Cool Kid. I mean, I'm okay with reading out your ad, but you might want to add, you know, where they can join you at. Hopefully it's on YouTube. But all right, guys, let's get right back into it. But it is kind of crazy how, I mean, somebody who want to argue about socialism don't even know the first rule of socialism. But hey, it is what it is, guys. Let's just keep it moving. And don't worry, we'll get into some socialists today because we are going to react to the New York mayoral debate, the last one. Because I heard Mandani kind of got ripped up on that one. But I doubt it. I doubt it because he came out and made a tearful speech to the Muslim community in New York and everybody was sharing it. And I'm like, God damn it. It's like this guy can't miss with a speech. He just cannot miss. And I want him to. And I don't want this man to win, but it's just looking like it.
Threats. You're on the radar screen and you put yourselves there. And you know what? This administration is not afraid of that.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to screw around here. But I was really kind of struck by that teacher. You know, this is a high school teacher going out. Basically, he is inciting violence because, you know, he's trying to sound like a tough guy saying, well, we're in South Central. You know, cops aren't the only ones with guns. What does that say to you?
Well, they're always teachers, aren't they? The one that was like this.
Yeah, why?
Always teachers. And a lot of them are elementary school teachers, which just scares the crap out of you.
And they're not even attractive, Jesse.
Never have we seen an attractive teacher threaten an ICE agent.
No, never.
Not that we want to, and not that we look at these things.
Van Halen would be upset.
But what happens is, so if you get more violence against ICE, all Trump's going to do is put more guard in to protect ICE. Yep. And then what's going to happen? There's going to be another reaction.
And if you start trying to arrest ICE, Trump's just going to pretty much enact the Insurrection Act, and he's going to start locking up your favorite politicians or your favorite Dems.
And it goes up the escalation ladder. And that's kind of what they want. They want to escalate. They want to rumble in the streets. It's clear. And it's going towards a civil war. No one wants that. You can't have cities, state, and federal agents all at war with each other. Nancy Pelosi said...
We don't want that either.
No one wants that. Nancy Pelosi said if the ICE agents come into San Francisco, or the Guard, that the San Francisco Police Department should blockade them and arrest them.
Yes.
What kind of collision course are we on here? And it didn't take Newsom to settle things. Right? It took businessmen.
Yeah, now, and the scary part about that, Nancy Pelosi saying that, people might actually take that serious. It's Nancy Pelosi. She's like one of the top Dems. Like a lot of Dems respect her. So for her to say that is extremely irresponsible.
Yep. It took a mayor. The businessmen are running this country. The politicians have stepped out. They have no juice, none at all. Right. And if you're an agent, you're already on a cartel hit list. And now you're on a list from your own government, and they're basically saying they're going to debank you. They're going to make sure you can't say what you want online. You're never going to work in government again. It's really scary. I would never. Poor Dean Cain.
Yeah.
He's an ICE agent. Now he's on a list. He'll probably be on a no-fly list with Tulsi.
How ironic.
Former Superman.
On a no-fly list.
Very good, Greg.
We'll be right back. No, actually, we won't. This is another example of an imaginary problem and an imaginary solution. What is the imaginary problem? ICE agents doing their job. What's their imaginary solution? An ICE tracker. What do you do with an ICE tracker once you track? You're going to make a citizen's arrest? Are you going to interfere with their job? Are you going to do a lousy rendition of this land is your land on the side of the...
I mean, you got a really good point. Like, what's the point of creating an ICE tracker if not to enact violence on ICE? Like, why else would you need to track them? But shout out Tove. Honestly, yes, I believe the Dems want a civil war. Yeah, I know. I mean, look how Gavin Newsom is talking. Look how all of them are talking. They're talking as if somebody who's lost the game, so they just want to flip the board. It's like they can't win the chess game, so F it. Let's not play chess no more. We just throwing hands now. It's like, well, okay then. And shout out to Hellbass. Sanctuary cities are illegal, man. Tell that to Pritzker. Shout out to Pritzker and Johnson and every Democrat that runs a sanctuary city. Tell that to them because they need a reminding.
The street. This reeks of actually hilarious failure. I don't see this as a problem at all. It's comical, and they are co-conspirators, but they're also clowns. This will not. This will go away because there's no place to go with it. But it makes me wonder if you can crowdsource tracking of ICE, and could you do that to the police too? If you can alone define what a law is, then you could crowdsource. Why not crowdsource cops, truant officers? Anybody you want. Why don't we do it? Why don't we crowdsource the criminals? Why don't we crowdsource the affluent white liberals? You know, because that's a mob. We don't do that, and it doesn't end well. So, but given that a party is galvanizing a mob to thwart law enforcement that often arrests child rapists, and you thwart that, you're going to leave the community with nothing but mob rule. They're going to have to do it themselves. You don't want that. That never goes well. So I think what bugs me most about the Democrats right now is they believe illegals have an exemption that citizens don't. And that what I saw in Chinatown, that emboldens migrants from other countries who are cocky. And they harass the cops because they know there's nothing you can do about it. I saw it with my own eyes when I was there. I mean, if you can come here illegally, do the crime, and the laws don't apply, you know, we're effed.
Well, look who they're trying to activate. And you've talked about this many times. You know, not only people who feel emboldened, but also people who are unwell.
Yes, like Jesse.
Jesse Waters, that's exactly.
I've never harmed anybody.
Well, you self-harm.
Self-harm. Look at my hair.
He has hurt their feelings.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to CNN and let's see what they got to say. Let's see what their panel has to say. We listen to the 5. Let's listen to Abby Phillips.
This week, we saw unprecedented levels of defiance without guardrails. The president who pardoned a crypto convict who helped enrich his own family and his empire. And by the way, that empire needs the convict's firm to become even richer. He continues to bomb boats in the international waters, expanding the strikes to the Pacific now, and he's doing it all without congressional oversight or even presenting evidence of why he's striking those boats. He's demanding the Justice Department pay him more than $200 million for the cases against him, a payment that his own former lawyer will decide whether or not he receives. And perhaps the most visual act is this: the demolishing of the White House's East Wing, a building that has been there for over 100 years, in order to build a ballroom that has a price tag that just keeps rising, paid for by billionaires, corporations, and the elites. All of this happening while the government is still shut down. The federal workers are standing in food lines right now, trying to put food on the table for their families. The reason I think that, look, I don't want to overstate the East Room thing, but it struck a nerve with a lot of people, because I think a lot of people just ask themselves, I didn't know that you could just tear down the White House without asking anybody, okay? And the answer is Trump realized that there was actually nothing standing in his way, and so he did it. It's pretty amazing.
No, he realized that, hey, I want a ballroom and I'm president, so I can do so. And other presidents have done so, so F it. That's all he did. It's not about anybody standing in his way. It's just that he has the power to do so. All presidents have the power to do so. I mean, don't get mad because your president didn't utilize it.
I think that defines really a lot of his presidency. Is we have been under this false assumption that somehow these institutions will defend themselves blindly. And the reality is that the institutions only hold up as much as the people are willing to defend them. And
defend blind. You're mad that we're not getting upset about what? Renovations. You're mad that we're not getting upset about the president giving a ballroom, building a ballroom in the White House. That's what you guys are mad at. We're supposed to be outraged over that? Sorry. There's more important things to get outraged about than that.
What he has quickly realized is that, as it's a phrase I've used on your show, Abby, is he is the who gonna check me boo president.
I mean, literally, how much did the Federal Reserve cost to remodel? Yes, and the Dems were literally praising Powell for resisting Trump on that. Literally praising this man, even when Powell upped the price on it of taxpayer dollars, the Dems sat there and praised that shit. I mean, they praised Powell's defiance. That's what I'm saying. It's about going against Trump. Y'all truly don't care. Y'all don't care about the White House getting redecorated or renovations. Y'all don't care. It's about going against Trump. Or you'd have been mad at Powell when he was spending $2 billion on remodeling the Federal Reserve building. You'd have been mad about that. But nah, y'all getting mad about something that donors have sponsored.
Because there is nobody that is going to stand in his way, because we have allowed politeness to overtake common sense. And so he's relying on the fact that we're not willing to be impolite in order to check his authority. He can ignore all the rules that he wants. To me, the only way we will...
There's no rules against Trump being able to renovate the White House, being able to make add-ons to the White House. There is no rule against that, okay? I just want to let y'all know that. No rule. Not one.
Understand how dangerous a lot of these things are, and it's beyond just reconstructing the ballroom.
I don't think the forefathers was that petty to include that there must be Congress approval to decorate or to improve the White House. I don't think they were that petty about it.
Is if somebody else comes in and does the same thing where they don't have, I guess, maybe not the majority of the country, where they didn't win the majority of the vote. Because I promise you, if a Democrat comes in and runs the same game plan, maybe that's the only way the Republicans will understand that checks and balances are here for a reason.
Well, wait a second. I have to admit that I think they actually did in some ways. And, Abby, I have to disagree. I think it
Really? I did not know that. Shout out to Ove. She says, funny, the press room used to be an indoor pool. I mean... Yeah, like I said, though, you make any type of improvements, apparently you're just being an authoritarian dictator. I mean, I just don't get the outrage. It's so freaking petty. So petty. It lets you know that they're losing the shutdown case. It's like, what happened to that? What happened to healthcare, guys? Now you're worrying about what? A donor-funded ballroom? Okay. Shows how much I care about healthcare.
struck a chord, but with the coastal elites. I really doubt your average American, especially ones affected by the government shutdown, are worried about this. But let's look at some facts. Barack Obama and Joe Biden had donations of millions of dollars to each of their inaugural committees, and these were to put on big parties, mostly attended by the well-heeled. Now, who donated? With Obama in 2022, it was AT&T, Microsoft, Chevron. With Joe Biden, his inaugural, it was again Microsoft, AT&T, a lot of these big companies that certainly have a lot of business before the government, as we've certainly seen with Microsoft. And
wow, I mean, I like her point. She just pretty much said, yeah, I understand your outrage, but you know that companies have given money to other presidents as well, like Obama and Biden too. So Trump isn't the only president to use donor money to get some stuff done, or he isn't the only president to accept money from corporations to get things done. It is what it is. So like I said, you guys are outraged about something that past presidents have done.
In Trump's first term. So I sort of disagree that this is sort of unprecedented to take donations.
I don't know that, but I mean, look, every president.
And then shout out Hellbat, he said plus $400 million from Obama's basketball court, taxpayer dollars. Now hold on. I did have to go out there and fact check that. They saying that all they did was pretty much like, what was it? Reline the tennis court. They didn't add any, NBA effects to it or nothing. What everybody gets confused was the $881 million for the the Obama Presidential Center. Yeah, he has his own building, and he spent like $81 million in building it and renovations and all that crazy stuff. So that's what everybody's talking about.
It takes donations.
I mean, shoot, I ain't gonna lie though. If we did spend $400 million on a basketball court, then the NBA finals should be held at the White House at that point.
Inaugural. That's actually how the inaugural works. President Trump actually dwarfs both Obama and Biden in terms of how much they took in, and then he added on top of that invitations to the heads of those companies to the inauguration, almost in exchange for their donations. I just don't know why that is comparable to, this is $200 and something million. It's $250 million.
At least it's for something and not just parties.
Yeah,
it's for
I understand.
For
and
the
look,
people
and
of America,
I'll take
really.
your point that like
Wait, for the people of America.
For the people of America. It's for the donors who could go to the dinner.
People's house.
I'm not going to defend Biden or Obama. I think if Trump does anything well, he provides a visual metaphor. You know, less Americans are reading. We need pictures. We need to see corruption in front of us.
I mean, dog, and see, look, and this is why I don't like Dems. When you got to sit there and insult Americans, saying, "Oh, most Americans aren't reading," so we got to sit there, and that's why I said, like, how do you Dems expect to win people over when you try to act like you're smarter than everybody? You literally just sat there and insulted the American people, and then guess what? And some of y'all just took it. Like the CNN viewers literally sat there. Well, most Americans aren't reading. I mean, bro, most of us get that this is not a big deal. So the fact that you guys got to sit there and be insulting, and this is how the Dems try to get you. They have to be insulting. They have to be condescending towards you to try to shame you into agreeing with them on these ludicrous things. So guys, don't fall for the shame. If they got to use shame on you, 9 times out of 10, they're wrong.
Listen, people are gonna criticize him. I mean, Trump, he's the one who's gonna have to live there for 7 more years. So I think it's good.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that a little bit.
Yeah, and it's gonna take a long time to build it because he's not allowed to rely on
well,
documented
trust me,
immigrants
it's gonna
anymore.
be fast because he wants to see it before he leaves.
Yes, listen. You know who's encouraging him to focus on this project? People in boats off the coast of Venezuela. They are more than happy to go. You know what? Focus on this. I'm happy for him to find a new little pet project. Prevents him from thinking about Portland. It's great, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not. Listen, this is just one small thing, right? But there are all the other things. He wants the Justice Department to pay him for prosecuting him.
For the chairs.
I mean, look, that's another $250 million that he wants to change hands. How much of this, how much of this should the American people really take?
I mean, we'll have elections coming up, right? I mean, that will gauge some of that.
He said, either way, taxpayer funded or not. For the Obama basketball court at the White House, nah. They said he just had to redraw lines, and that's it. It was really simply made. For the Obama funding, I mean, I'd have to look into that one. I think it might have been donor. I think that might have been donor money right there, or grant, or government grants.
But I mean, he's the you can just do things president, right? Like when it came to this ballroom, a lot of the complaints were he didn't follow the process. He should have gone through the commission. Yeah, we probably would have approved this after 18 months of red tape and everything else. Like, no. I just hope what he did to the East Wing. And the first thing I had to do was figure out what the East Wing was. I realized I think I went in there one time. It's got like a ramp and you look off to the side.
If Aaron Sorkin had focused on that, he wouldn't have touched it.
100%. Aaron Sorkin's really to blame here for not raising the prestige of the East Wing in the American public conception. But that sense of like, can he bring this same level of brazen disregard for kind of red tape and NIMBY rules to getting more nuclear power plants built, to expanding all the areas where we haven't been able to get things through for permitting? So I think this is a very great sign that we have a YIMBY president for once.
But here's the thing. I don't think people are bothered by the fact that the White House.
All right. I mean, hey, at least he had a positive perspective of this. And shout out to Ove. The ballroom is something that multiple presidents have talked about needing a building, a ballroom for state events instead of renting space. I mean, yeah, and it looks way more prestigious to have a ballroom than to just put up a tent. I mean, we're the richest country in the world. We're the strongest country in the world. I mean, come on now. You tell me we can't afford a ballroom to host, like, what, a whole bunch of delegates? I mean, the host world leaders, kings, all that crazy stuff. Like, come on now. Like, let's be real. Have these guys in a tent, in a porta potty. When they have us over, it damn near look like Four Seasons over there. We have them over. It sounds like we're having a picnic, like, the good old American barbecue.
House is getting a makeover. I don't think people care about that part. I think what people care about is the sort of pay-for-play system that he seems to have created in his presidency. Like, I'm not.
That's also like every president too. I mean,
not to this degree. Not to this degree.
But maybe it'll be so visual and so big that people will start paying attention. I think every chair should have a plaque.
It's also the
a bribe from
optics
Apple.
of doing this, as Abby pointed out, during the shutdown, where you have TSA workers not reporting to work because they haven't been paid in 3 weeks. You have that going on at the same time where you're trying to make this symbol of your own presidency. Like, it just feels very much that if he had it his way, much like we've seen with everything, it's like he put his face on every single building.
I mean, yeah.
To remind people of his presence.
I mean, yeah. I mean, well, every single building, no. But whenever Trump has an idea, he likes to put his name on it. So let's just be real. He is a bit of an egotist. So it is what it is. So would Obama, though. So was Obama. Like, but look, all presidents had quite the ego. I mean, you damn near got to be somewhat of an egomaniac to be president.
It's because he's so insecure and such a narcissist, and I don't think people like
forget Donald Trump if he wasn't doing that. You know, he completely
That's
fails.
the thing. It's like it's just over the top. And
I will say I agree with you a bit on that. Like, I hate it when you ever.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, even people who worked with Obama complained about him, saying that this guy acts like he just knows everything. And let's be real, though, Obama does carry that know-it-all air with him. I'm not saying that he's wrong for it. I'm just saying that's just the personality that leaders have. It is what it is.
Ever go into a new state, welcome to, Pennsylvania.
Dude, I respected it. It means that you have confidence in your decisions and you don't let people easily, influence you. Trump and Obama.
Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, like every, city.
Good or bad idea?
The city of New York's doing this. Mayor Eric Adams. It's every, obviously not on the level of Donald Trump, but every politician tries to kind of take credit for things and using, in this case, taxpayer dollars in a way to promote yourself.
Well, and then let's not forget, he also doesn't have the greatest taste. So, I am very curious as to what this all
Yeah,
was.
it's going to be dripping in gold for sure.
Yes.
But
I mean, hey, sis. Hey, sis, you cannot be complaining about things dripping in gold, okay? Black people, we love to be dripped out in gold. For some reason, Trump does too. And I respect it. But I mean, come on now. Well, as black people, we're supposed to be the last people talking about wearing hell of gold, okay? We should be the last ones. And Mexicans too.
the other thing that he's doing right now, because frankly, who gonna check me, boo, is he's bombing whoever he wants and killing a lot of people. And here's what he said earlier this week when he was asked about whether or not he needed to consult with Congress in any way on this.
I don't think we're going to necessarily ask for a declaration of war. I think we're just going to kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay? We're going to kill them. They're going to be like dead.
Future Nobel Peace Prize winner, Donald J. Trump.
Well, kind of like the previous Nobel Peace Prize winner Barack Obama, who did actually kill an American citizen with a drone.
One intentionally, one accidentally.
With the drone attack. Not that I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
That was a good point, lady. I mean, let's be real though. Obama killed an American citizen with a drone attack. I mean, if we're talking about, he's talking about unaliving narcos guys, and you guys are over here championing a guy who literally killed an American citizen.
I'm not here to defend any president.
Look, and you're right, and you are right about that.
But we just want you guys to be consistent in your criticism.
I think the one,
before you bring up Trump, also bring up Obama. Just to be consistent. Let us know you ain't picking sides.
Thing is, at least we knew who he killed at that, right. Time. I mean, I think in this situation, the Department of Defense and Trump have basically calculated correctly that nobody is going to say anything because who cares about these fishermen and who they are? You just bomb people to send a message and call it a day. But I guess, do you think that there are any downsides to this? That when we set a precedent in the world that...
I mean, Abby, you could also bomb them to stop them from delivering whatever they're trying to deliver. That could be a reason as well.
People just drop bombs and ask questions later. I mean, does that really make us safer?
A precedent's been set, though. This is not anything new. I mean, I wish it was, right?
But I mean,
that's the case with so many elements of this
maybe, but
they're giving these narco terrorists the old Kilmar Garcia treatment. He's not an illegal. He's a Maryland man. It's like they're not narco terrorists. They are fishermen. Oh my God, you guys are just gonna get proven wrong again. You know that? Actually, you know what? This time I hope you guys are right. So you actually have something to go off about. But if it comes out that these two so-called fishermen were narco terrorists, I mean, bro, y'all just gonna have to shut the hell up for at least about a week. I don't want to hear nothing. All that talk, dead.
Precedent's been set by who? I feel like when we put the United States
Obama,
in the same... No, but I'm talking about what is the justification, right? And then if we put ourselves in the same bucket as the Russias of the world or, the Houthis or whatever it is, like the other people who act kind of lawlessly on the global stage, I don't think that's the category of states that we want to be aligned with. We are the ones setting the rules about the so-called rules of engagement. When we violate our own rules, how does that set us up in the world?
I mean, and again, this is not me defending the practice. Just the thing that Donald Trump is great at is bringing attention to an issue that what he's doing may be unprecedented in the way he's describing it, and may be unprecedented in the kind of brazenness, but in the substance, the precedent has always been set. It's just we kind of looked the other way, right? We didn't really care, or there wasn't that level of outrage when Barack Obama was bombing American citizens in Yemen, right? Because they're a part of Al Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. We could have a presidential finding, even though, again, in the same bucket as the.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they gave all these excuses for Obama, like presidential findings and all that, because they was giving multiple excuses for Obama to do it. But I mean, they don't want to give no excuse for Trump. Like, let's just, and I'm just saying, they just got to be consistent in their outrage, in my opinion. I mean, look, if you guys weren't so quick to rush say Obama was out here bombing innocent people, which he was, then why are y'all so quick to rush to say that Trump is doing something with no proof at all?
You're calling them fishermen. I mean, narco traffickers, at least in the main.
I'm just saying, I don't know who they are. And I don't think the government does either.
I mean, come on, sis. Come on. Whatever. I mean, fair to say, but let's be real. You don't think these guys are using those CIA connections to Venezuela to figure that out? It is what it is. But all right, guys, let's get over to a little bit more bad news, because the top economic advisor, Kevin Hassett, speaks after the inflation report came out, and now inflation is at 3%. Core inflation now at 3.1%. From a year ago, core inflation was at 3.2%. So, yeah, we are heading into a bit of that dangerous territory when it comes to inflation right now. And if Trump can't turn it around and we start reaching that 3.5 or 4, that'd be pretty bad. It'd be pretty bad, because one of the things he was elected for was to quell inflation or slow it down at least a little bit, which he did. But now is getting up to that 3%, and we was hoping for inflation to stay around that 2.2% to 2.5%. That's what we really wanted. But now it going past the hitting that 3% any further, and I'm gonna be real with you, I will be upset.
Can you start with the Canadian trade negotiations, where things stand?
Yeah, obviously the President Truth, something that reveals his frustration with the actions.
But here's the thing, though. Even at 3%, it's still better than that 3.4%, 3.5% we were under Biden last year. It still beats that. So Trump is still doing better on inflation, but we're just at a spot that we didn't want to be at. Well, I didn't want it to be at, to be personally.
Postures of the Canadians through months of negotiations, and we'll see how it goes.
And Mr. Hassett, on the shutdown, there are hundreds of thousands of federal workers who are missing their first full paycheck today. Next week, it's going to be troops missing a paycheck. What's the White House doing about this?
Yeah, well, first of all, we 100% want the government open. We agree with Speaker Johnson, who's passed the bill to get the government open. We are really feel for the 750,000 or so people who aren't getting their paychecks. We would urge people to call their supervisors, because there are things that are available, like credit union loans at zero interest for people that are in this situation. But the situation is really not acceptable to us, and it's because Schumer has decided to shut the government down. And I remind everybody that in the previous administration, when President Biden was here, that 13 times Republican senators voted to keep the government open, because they understood that that's their constitutional duty to be a moderating force in this country. The fact is that the Democrats in the Senate are no longer a moderating force in this country. They are not adhering to their constitutional duty to be a moderating force. And the people that are furloughed and not being paid right now, that we understand them. We're not getting paid too. And the thing is that we really urge the folks who are in that situation to talk to their supervisors, because the supervisors have methods to help them with their financial difficulties right now.
Mr. Hassett,
let's do a just go this way and that way, and not never. That way, everybody doesn't have to yell. I don't want to do a follow-up because there's so many people.
Yeah, so on SNAP contingency funding, have there been discussions within the White House to use the contingency funds with SNAP should the shutdown go beyond November?
Look, nobody wants people not to have the food that they need, and we urge the Democrats to get the government open. And Russ Vought is doing everything he can to make sure that the most essential policies are still able to be funded with the money that we have,
including the contingency funds.
What are you expecting from the Trump-Xi meeting next week in South Korea?
Oh, I think President Trump and President Xi are great friends, and Scott Bessent is really one of the best negotiators there ever was. It's how he became such a successful businessman, and so we're still hopeful that we can get this thing to work out. We were frustrated with some of the Chinese actions. We think that
Thank you for whoever put up that mic right there. Appreciate that. But yes, Trump has already stated that he is going to use tariff money to pay for WIC coming in November. If the government is open up by then.
they were unacceptable the last few weeks, but there has been a sort of a thawing of relations over the last few days, and conversations are continuing.
Mr. Hassett,
and I'm just going to keep going this way, and I promise I'll go to everybody.
Any update on the TikTok deal? Any negotiations?
I don't have an update on that.
Just on that Xi meeting, what does success look like? Like, what is the deliverable that President Trump wants when he leaves South Korea?
President Trump doesn't like to go into negotiations telling the media what his 5 objectives are.
Mm-hmm.
He finds that counterproductive.
Mr. Hassett,
I already had
Mr. Hassett, on Canada.
I mean, you don't think South Korean officials or Chinese officials are looking at the news to see if Trump slips up and gives out a little bit of his plan? Of course they are.
You said the president was frustrated, but is this just a knee-jerk reaction?
I think the frustration has built up over time. I've been involved in some of these negotiations, and the Canadians have been very difficult to negotiate with. And you look at all the countries around the world that we've made deals with, and the fact that we're now negotiating with Mexico separately reveals that it's not just about one ad, that there's frustration that's built up.
And is he planning to speak with the Prime Minister Carney when they're both in Asia this week? Because this ad had nothing to do with Carney's government.
I don't have any information on that.
Mr. Hassett, how concerned is the administration that the Supreme Court will not ultimately side with your view on the tariff policy? The president has been truthing a lot about the upcoming case.
I think that we have a very high level of confidence that the Supreme Court will side with us. We think we're on very strong grounds. I've been fishing through the briefs myself just to see what the arguments are, and I think that the case is very, very strong, and we're highly confident that they'll.
Yeah, I believe that case. I mean, Trump is going to win that Supreme Court case on tariffs because, I mean, they got the Trade Act to stand on. I mean, they got what was it, Section 332? I mean, they got Section 3. I mean, they got a lot of sections of the Trade Act that they could run off. It was Section 232, and there was another section as well in the Trade Act where Trump could implement tariffs. I mean, it's just not about the economic, the Economic Powers Act or something like that. I'm trying to remember the complete saying, but it escaped my mind for right now.
Side with this, I even spoke in the Oval with the president about it last night, and I say the level of confidence is extremely high.
Mr. Hassett, just very quickly, what it has been so challenging about dealing with Canada in trade negotiations?
I guess the lack of flexibility, and also I would guess that left
there it
over,
is, EEPA. Okay, yeah, there it is. That's what it's called, EEPA, the Emergency Economic Power Act. That is what the I believe the district courts was challenging Trump's tariffs on, was that they said that he put everything under the Emergency Economic Power Act when that wasn't true. So they kind of honestly, in a way, kind of strawmanned his argument on tariffs. They're saying, well, your only argument for tariffs is the Economic Emergency Power Act, when that's wrong. He got sections of the Trade Act he can go off of as well. Power given to him by Congress.
Here's from the Trudeau folks that can be very frustrating for people who are negotiating.
So 2 questions, if I may. I know you're going around here quickly. Yeah. For just simply your assessment of the latest inflation numbers, CPI numbers, 3%.
The inflation numbers were fantastic. 48.
Now, the only reason you're saying fantastic and reason I'm concerned about it is because, 3%, like I said, we're kind of hitting that a little bit of a word. I would say, how could I put this? Well, I'll just say this. I'm just worried about it. I always do say once inflation get over about 3%, I get worried. Now, he's not so worried because the prediction was that inflation was going to be at 3.1%. Core inflation was going to be at 3.3%. But no, the inflation turned out to only be at 3%, and core inflation only turned out to be at 3.1%. So he's saying that he's happy. It's not as bad as, the projections were made out to be. I'm saying it's bad because I don't think we should be over 3%. I think a comfortable spot for inflation would be either at 2 to 2.5%.
Bloomberg economists got it wrong. It was the core was down relative to August and down relative to expectation. And the top line number actually was inflated because there was a shutdown of a refinery in Indiana that made gas prices go up a lot in September, but we've seen those have already come down, so we're highly confident that the next number will even be below this. And that's really, it's important to think about the theory of why this happens. It's not just about the numbers, right? So what happened was we got the worst inflation spike that we've had in our lifetimes because President Biden and his team had runaway spending, runaway deficit spending.
True.
I'm here to tell you that we
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, they had a deficit all 4 years of his presidency. Biden had a $1 to $2 trillion deficit.
Numbers getting the monthly treasury statement, and the deficit this year is going to be about $600 billion lower than it was last year. And that $600 billion decline is about equal, $200 billion of it is lower discretionary spending. And so because of that, there's less inflationary force pushing prices up. And so normal macroeconomics got it right when we said that Biden was going to cause inflation, and we're using it now to get it back under control.
And then on this ad that President Trump was referring to up in Canada and Ronald Reagan, have you seen the ad, sir, yourself?
I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah, but it is true that all 4 years of Biden, he ran a deficit. So when the Dems want to complain about the national deficit going up, I mean, you know, Biden let it go up by a lot. All 4 presidencies, that man ran a $1.5 to $2 trillion deficit. Yeah, it's not the best way to handle money. But let's go to the New York mayoral debate. Let's see how it went for Mondani. Probably close out on this one.
And our co-sponsors, the Craig Newmark Graduate School of Journalism at CUNY, the Center for...
The seat is currently held by Eric Adams, who has decided not to run for re-election. In alphabetical order, Andrew Cuomo is a former governor of New York running on an independent line. Zohran Mamdani is the Democratic nominee, representing parts of Queens in the state assembly since 2021. And Curtis Sliwa is the Republican nominee and the founder of the Guardian Angels.
Now for the rules. The rules you see on your screen right now have been agreed to by all of the candidates. Each candidate will deliver an opening statement of up to 45 seconds.
All right, so let me see
and
here.
then answers to our questions.
All right, so opening statements, 45-second answers. All right, so we're going to keep it nice and quick. It's only an hour and 36 minutes. Questions, 60-second answers with all chance for short rebuttals. So yeah, about 20-second to 30-second rebuttals, cross-examination. Candidates will direct a single question to his opponent. Okay. Lightning round, yes/no or short answers to a series of questions. Okay, let's get to it.
Will generally be limited to 60 seconds with a chance for rebuttals. Candidates will have an opportunity to ask one opponent one question in our cross-examination round. So let's begin. This will be the last time all 3 candidates will be together on stage.
Shout out Toe. She says that Mansuela needs to drop out. He does? I don't know. That's the only Republican candidate we got. That's the only guy representing. They're trying to feed the lie that, oh, well, if he drops out, then all of his voters are going to vote for Cuomo. And I'm just like, bro, I'm be honest with you. All right, so you're telling me these Republicans are just going to all of a sudden turn Cuomo voters? I mean, who's to say that might not go in the other direction and they go vote for Mamdani? Like, who's to say it might not go in that direction? But, you know, even the Republicans are putting their hat behind Cuomo. So maybe they might get the signal of like, look, I mean, Silva, you drop out and we got your guys going to Cuomo. If we can like make that a guarantee, then yes, I would agree for this man to drop out. If not, then we're kind of making it easier for Mamdani.
The next mayor will be sworn into office 71 days from now on January 1st, 2026. He will inherit a city with an affordability crisis, a tense relationship with the federal government, and millions of New Yorkers who very likely did not support him. Let's begin our debate with your opening statements to viewers. You have 45 seconds. The order was determined by a random drawing on live television this morning, and we'll begin with Curtis Sliwa. Good evening.
Thank you. It's us versus them. It's us versus the insiders and the billionaires. It's us versus Cuomo. It's us versus Zohran. This is a campaign not about power. This is a campaign about you, the people. And I know many of you hardworking New Yorkers, you tell me you've been pushed aside, you've been silenced. These are the people that have all the money, all the connections. They've made their backroom deals, but we have something more important. We have you, the people. And we're not going to be silenced anymore. We're going to fight. Tonight, I want you to look at the content of my policies, to know that I've served this city for more than 50 years, the city that I love. And I'm going to share with you my vision to make New York City safer again, to make New York City more affordable again, and where everybody once again can live the American dream.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Cuomo. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening. New York's first, thank you to the moderators. Thank you all for being here. And go Knicks, go Knicks, go Knicks. I hope we get an update on the score. New York is the greatest city on the globe. But we are at a pivotal moment. And the voters are going to have to decide in this election what candidate has the plan to save this city and what candidate can get it done, not just talk about it. My main opponent has no new ideas. He has no new plan. It's Bill de Blasio rehash, and we know how that turned out. He's never run anything, managed anything. He's never had a real job. I will hire 5,000 new police, build 500,000 new units. I will cut taxes. I will grow jobs. And I will end this hate-mongering and division that is tearing this city apart, because that's not who we are as New Yorkers. You know I can make change. You know I can make government work. I've done it before. I'll be ready on day one.
All right. And shout out to Hellbite. He says the only reason they didn't attack Suila is because they have nothing to go after him with. It was egg on face for both Cuomo and Mandani. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. His political career isn't as extensive or filled with scandals as Cuomo is, of course. And then Mandani, I mean, Mandani's getting eviscerated in the news every single day. Well, on Fox News every single day. And the other news is on the left, they don't really want to cover him that much. I mean, they'll invite him in for that one-on-one, but it's not like they provide constant coverage of Mandani. So the right outright rejects him, of course, and the left is, well, kind of refusing to fully claim him.
Okay, thank you. Next is Zoran Mamdani. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you to the moderators, and thank you to New Yorkers for tuning in. I know you'd rather be watching the Knicks. While there are 3 candidates on this stage, you will hear only 2 messages. My opponents, who spend more time trying to convince the other to drop out than actually proposing their own policies, will speak only of the past, because that's all that they know. I am the sole candidate running with a vision for the future of this city. Andrew Cuomo will spend much of tonight attacking me. He is a desperate man, lashing out because he knows that the one thing he's always cared about, power, is now slipping away from him. He will amplify right-wing talking points, he will share conspiracy theories, and he will do these things to make you feel that this should keep you up at night. But I've been spending the last year listening to New Yorkers, and I know what actually keeps you up. It's whether or not you can afford to live a safe and dignified life in this city. I have plans for our future. My opponents only have fear.
Thank you very much, candidates. Let's start tonight with some breaking news that happened yesterday afternoon when federal agents descended on Canal Street, arresting street vendors who have been...
I will give Zoran Mandani this. I mean, yeah, you kind of open that position up to him for him to run as, like, I don't know, the guy that everybody hates. He kind of got that Trump image because, yeah, everybody's going against him. Everybody's trying to pick at his culture. He's Muslim. He's this, he's that, and the third, when you should just be attacking his policy and not the person. And you guys only attacking the person only makes the person even bigger.
And selling counterfeit.
I thought we learned that with Trump.
Designer merchandise for as long as any of us can remember. This is the first time we've seen major federal law enforcement activity in the city outside of arrests at immigration court in lower Manhattan. And some critics are now ringing an alarm bell, calling it a dangerous and unprecedented use of federal agents in New York City. Others say that the vendors were a major...
Come on now, bro. Canal Street ice raid needed to be done. If you ever been to Canal Street, like, yeah, all right, because I remember when I was younger and I used to go see my dad and I had to take the bus, it dropped me off at Canal Street. And it would be like it's a city, it's a street, but really it's a street that's called Chinatown. It's really just a Chinatown. Just to be real with you, Canal Street is Chinatown. Whole bunch of Chinese stores, Chinese vendors, Chinese people. And bro, a lot of these guys don't speak a lick of English. A lot of these guys are illegal immigrants. A lot of these guys were smuggled over here. Because if you really go out to Canal Street, dog, it is hard to find a Chinese guy that speak a lick of English. You go into one of these stores, you might as well walk the hell out because nobody in there speak English. It's absolutely insane.
Quality of life problem in the neighborhood that the NYPD had ignored. So the candidate, I'll ask each of you to respond to this. How should the mayor and the NYPD have handled both the presence of the street vendors and then the federal action? We'll start with you, Mr. Cuomo.
I've had a lot of dealings with President Trump. And there's only one way to deal with him. He puts his finger in your chest, and you have to put your finger right back in his chest. I've actually had this situation with ICE interfering in New York before. It was upstate New York where ICE just showed up and started to take action. And I called the president, and I went down to the White House, and I said, that doesn't work in New York. You don't send ICE in without coordinating with our police. It's not smart, it's duplicative, and it's dangerous. We don't need ICE to do quality of life crimes. We don't need them to worry about illegal vendors. That's a basic policing function for NYPD, Consumer Affairs, etc. I would have called the president and I would have said, look, you're way out of bounds, they're way out of bounds, call them back or I'm going to have the NYPD step in and stop them because of this.
Bro, that's a dumbass idea. That would have been a dumbass idea, bro. You're pretty much asking NYPD to punch up, which are above federal agents. They can't do that. They're not allowed to do that. And you'd pretty much be putting the NYPD against, well, I mean, government, yeah, basically government, the federal government agents or federal government police. Why would you do that? I'm not sure, but yo, Cuomo, you're asking for a fight. If you really say you were going to put NYPD and have them go against ICE, it'd have been law enforcement versus law enforcement. Like, what are you doing? That was a dumb thing to say.
This is not their jurisdiction. You're in the city of New York.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani.
ICE is a reckless entity that cares little for the law and even less for the people that they're supposed to serve. What we need to be doing here in our city is to end the chapter of collaboration between City Hall and the federal government, which we've seen under Mayor Adams. What we need to do is actually pass the street vending reform bills that have been in the city council, some of which that this mayor has actually overridden. That's an example of how we can both protect street vendors, ensure quality of life, and leave no stone unturned in delivering for the people of this city.
A lot of those street vendors, well, some of them, well, I'm gonna be real with you, a good amount of them are illegal. They don't pay taxes because everything is done in cash on the street. They don't have an official store they got to set up. Therefore, they're not paying rent. And they do take away from other businesses in the area. So why is that a good thing?
As opposed to working with a president who is looking to declare war on those same people.
Mr. Sliwa.
Unlike both of my adversaries, I've patrolled that area many times, Church and Canal. And as you said, Harold, that activity has been going on for a long time.
Literally.
Selling the knockoff, sometimes stolen contraband by a series of people. The local 5th precinct, they make arrests when they have obviously cause to do so. And they complain that they have.
No, I'm gonna be real with you. If you look hard enough in Chinatown, you can find some real luxury designer stuff or some real cool stuff for the cheap because they stole it. Because they stole it, man. You don't think Chinese people steal too? Come on now.
To release them because of no cash bail, of which both of my adversaries are in favor of and I'm not. The feds should not have stepped into this situation. There is not communication between the local authorities and the feds. This is a matter that should have been left up to the NYPD. But we can't tolerate citizens attacking our federal law enforcement forces in this.
Thank you. Okay, so at least he's making sense again. Because first he was saying that, all right, well, this should have been something that NYPD was enforcing, was the selling of knockoffs and making sure immigration laws being upheld. It shouldn't be up to the president to do so, but look at the situation that you guys are in. You're not upholding it. That's why Canal Street has gotten so bad over the years. And Canal Street has been like this for decades now. I mean, shit, it's been like this even when Obama was in office. It's just been a hive of like immigration crime and counterfeit crime.
Street, because then that will just lead to anarchy.
Let me ask a related question. President Trump has been commenting on this race and all of you on a regular basis. He's been less than glowing when talking about each of you, especially you, Mr. Mamdani. I'd like you each to describe whatever combination of defiance, diplomacy, and cooperation you will use as mayor if President Trump continues to increase the federal government's role in the affairs of our city while also threatening to decrease funding. Start with you this time, Mr. Sliwa.
Well, my adversaries senators have decided to bump chests with President Trump to prove who's more macho. You can't beat Trump. He holds most of the cards. He's already cut federal funding for Medicaid, for the SNAP program, and is threatening to cut funds for NYCHA. So if you're all of a sudden going to get adversarial, you're going to lose. And who gets hurt? The people of New York City. With Trump, it's always the art of the deal. You have to go, you have to try to negotiate, whether it's with his minions or himself. He'll want you to give in order to get a little bit. But if you immediately act like you're going to take him on, like, you know, it's going to be a one-on-one fight, we're going to lose. All the people in New York City are going to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Trump has way more levers to pull than a city mayor. So I would hope a city mayor would act right and, you know, work with the president, because you can't really pull any levers on the president, but the president got all the levers to pull on you.
You have to be able to show respect. And I think if you show respect, you'll get respect, and you'll protect the New Yorkers who are so desperately in need of federal funds. What's the good of it? They'll bump chests with Donald Trump. They won't get the money, and then they'll blame Donald Trump. I will negotiate with Donald Trump and try to get the best deal possible for our poor and indigent citizens.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo. Yeah, the difference on this question is I've actually lived it, and I've done it with President Trump over many years through the most difficult situation that this country has gone through, COVID plus. You're wrong.
I mean, Cuomo, you failed with COVID. You completely failed. Don't even mention COVID.
You're going to have to confront President Trump. He is hyper aggressive, and he is going to overstep his bounds. And you are going to have to confront him. And you can beat him. I confronted him, and I have beaten him. He was going to quarantine New York during COVID, and I stopped him. He was going to cut.
I know, because you did it.
Aid to federal programs, and I stopped him. But you also want to be in a place where you can cooperate on good things, because we need federal help if we're going to save our city and rebuild our city. President Trump has to respect you. He sent the National Guard into 20 cities. City he didn't send it into? New York. Because I talked to him and I said, we don't need you here. He has said he'll take over New York if Mondami wins, and he will, because he has no respect for him. He thinks he's a kid and he's going to knock him on his tuchus. So it is a balance, but you're going to have to be adversarial when you need to, but you want to cooperate to get good things done in this city, and you need federal help.
We first just heard from the Republican candidate for mayor, and then we heard from Donald Trump's puppet himself, Andrew Cuomo. You could turn on TV any day of the week, and you will hear Donald Trump share that his pick for mayor is Andrew Cuomo. And he wants Andrew Cuomo to be the mayor, not because it will be good for New Yorkers, but because it will be good for him. Look, Donald Trump ran on 3 promises. He ran on creating the single largest deportation force.
And that's why I was low-key mad when when us Republicans or the conservatives started putting their hat in the ring. Like, bro, we needed to shut the hell up and let these guys cook, because anybody who we get behind is automatically going to lose the race, in my opinion, because the Dems or the people of New York, they're mostly Dems, and they don't want nobody who's co-signed by MAGA or Trump. So even if we liked Cuomo, we should have shut the heck up about it, to be quite honest.
In American history, he ran on going after his political enemies, and he ran on lowering the cost of living. If he wants to talk to me about the 3rd piece of that agenda, I will always be ready and willing. But if he wants to talk about how to pursue the 1st and 2nd piece of that agenda at the expense of New Yorkers, I will fight him every single step of the way.
Okay.
Short rebuttal from Mr. Cuomo.
That's not what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump does an analysis of the race. Donald Trump, I believe, wants Mondami. That is his dream, because he will.
Bro, Cuomo, shut the hell up. Cuomo, shut the hell up. You know damn well nobody on the right wants Mondani. That's why we're getting behind your ass, which we should have kept secret. Come on now. Trump has explicitly said, yes, I do not want Mondami in there, but you know what? Cuomo would be cool. I like Cuomo. In a way, he put all the Republicans on your side. You might want to run with it.
Use him politically.
But then, like I said, the Dems don't want nobody co-signed by Trump or MAGA. And then we threw a cosign behind this guy. So that's why he's failing in the polls. Even in the polls we got it right now. Like, bro, Cuomo's at 21%, 152 votes. Cuomo's at 21%, Mondani 29, Silva 50. And this is a center right leaning channel. So that guy being in the lead makes sense.
All across the country, and he will take over New York City. Make no mistake. It will be President Trump and Mayor Trump, and he will come in and take over the city. I have no doubt. Okay. All he said was, his analysis is after the polls, it's a tough choice between a Democrat and a communist. And he considers Mondani a communist. He happens to be a socialist. But between a communist and a Democrat, it's a tough choice for him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, candidates. Brian wants to talk to you about some important issues on the minds of New Yorkers.
Hi, candidates. Thank you for coming tonight. Yeah, and the cost of living is our next topic. You've all cited it as a major factor, and of course, so many New Yorkers are experiencing this, especially when it comes.
I mean, rent alone in New York is absolutely insane. Like, bro, like for my crib or for where I stay at, man, I'm pretty sure you probably be paying about like $3,000-$4,000. And that's sad. That's like that's $2,000 more than what I'm paying.
To rising housing costs. And many New Yorkers were shocked this week as a new report from the group
And I live in Ohio, so I'm gonna be real with you. My cost of living is way lower than what it is in New York. Way lower.
Advocates for Children revealed that about 154,000 New York City public school students have been homeless at some point during the last year. 65,000 lived in homeless shelters. Even more were in doubled up situations with no home of their own. It's never been over 150,000 before, they tell us. And it amounts to 1 in 7 New York City kids. As mayor, how would each of you tackle this problem to help this vulnerable population? And in this round, we're going to go Mr. Mamdani, Mr. Cuomo, Mr. Sliwa. So Mr. Mamdani, you go first.
This is a stain on our city. To see this many children in our public school system be homeless, and to know that this is the 9th consecutive year that it's more than 100,000 of those children. What we need to do is ensure that next year is not the same. And we are going to do that by building the housing necessary such that New Yorkers are not priced out of this city or forced to live in shelters. And that's why my campaign is going to deliver 200,000 new affordable homes across the 5 boroughs, all while freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Now, in the public school system, we also have a program called Every Child and Family is Known. It links a child who is living in a homeless shelter with an employee of the public school system. It also links that employee with the child's family. It's been shown to increase attendance records, self-esteem, a level of belonging in that school system. I am going to increase that pilot program to more than 200 schools, and we're going to do it because we have to deliver for these children.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, look, the problem with rent freezing is that's how you create projects. When you don't allow landlords to charge more, because usually for utility reasons and repair reasons, then that's how you get projects, the rats and roach infested projects that's all over New York. Trust me, I came from one of them. So you don't want to go there. You really don't want to do it. Like, that's not the right way to go. And I mean, adding more schools, I don't think that's going to help one, Donnie. I think we need to maybe add funding to those schools. I don't know, probably put them on par with private schools. Like, look, if you could put public schools on par with private schools, then you're doing God's work.
Zoran is a great actor. He missed his calling. Freeze the rent sounds great. Yeah, it affects about 25% of the number of housing units in the city of New York. It's not a new idea. Bill de Blasio did it. It turned out to be a debacle. And it does nothing for 75% of the units. And for the 25, it just postpones the increase and actually causes us to lose units because landlords took them off the market.
Jump in and ask you to address the homeless children question, and we will get to rent freeze.
Yeah, well, the answer to homeless children is you need more affordable housing. And I'm saying freeze the rent was done under de Blasio. It doesn't work. It's a canard and just a great 3-word slogan for TikTok. The way to increase availability of affordable housing is to build affordable housing. I was the HUD secretary. I did it all across the country. We have 1% vacancy rate. We're not building enough affordable housing, and you need a competent, productive government to do that.
Yeah, but if you're going to build affordable housing, I mean, I don't think it can't come with the rent freeze, or it got already come with a rent the low-income housing can afford to make repairs on. I mean, yeah, got to make it work. You just can't say, oh, we can just give all this to you guys, and as it, pretty much withers away in front of their faces, and now you got New Yorkers living in rat and roach infested apartments. Like, we cannot allow that.
And that's what I've done across the country, across the state. Make government work. You get the supply up, the rents will come down.
Thank you, Mr. Sliwa. Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you were named, so you get 30 seconds.
We are in the 9th consecutive year of more than 100,000 children in the New York City public school system being homeless. That means it began when Andrew Cuomo was the governor. And what did he do? What did he do about it? He did not do anything. He spent more money on a singing water fountain at LaGuardia Airport than he did on the average cost of an affordable housing unit. That is the record that we have in display, and what we need is a change in this city, not more of the same.
Yeah, but if I may, the homeless issue, number of homeless since I left, has more than doubled during his administration and the state's administration. Since I left, homeless rate has more than doubled. When I left, the vacancy rate on housing was 4.5%. It's now 1%. This man never even proposed a bill on housing or education. Never even proposed a bill.
Keep going back and forth between the two of you. Mr. Sliwa, it's your turn.
Andrew, you didn't leave. You fled from being impeached by the Democrats in the state legislature. Leave. You fled. But let's get back on topic, because I'm the only candidate up here who's been into many of the over 300 Department of Homeless Services shelters, and the family shelters are unsafe for the families there. We have to make them safer. We have to bring teachers into the shelter. Many times, the mothers or the guardian have to get on bus after bus and take them to a school that's 2 or 2.5 hours away. This is a horror situation that's taking place. And we have to prioritize this, because this number of homeless children is going to grow. It takes 5 years to build affordable housing. We need to address it in the shelters itself, to be able to handle it so that the teachers can come in, whether they're public school teachers, charter school teachers, and I know there are a number of parochial school teachers who love children who would volunteer their efforts to do that.
We're going to give it to Katie Honan now to ask about another aspect of affordable housing.
We're going to switch to the millions of New Yorkers who are renters, specifically those in rent-regulated apartments. There are more than 1 million New Yorkers living in these units, most of them rent-stabilized. Mr. Mamdani, you've proposed a rent freeze for these tenants. Mr. Cuomo, you don't support that, and you've proposed a new means test for having a rent-stabilized apartment. Mr. Mamdani, our question, how can you know in advance what the balance between landlord needs and tenant needs will be in future years? We've seen a lot of inflation in recent years.
Yeah, because as much as we just want to, overcompensate for the tenant, we can't do that without, the entire property getting ran into the ground. So there does have to be a balance. We just can't overly lean towards the tenant and not also handle the needs of the landlord. I mean, if that's the case, then all landlords are just going to be like, F it, sell my property. I'm going to a state that's not going to run me dry.
Haven't small landlords felt that pinch as well? And then we have other questions for the other candidates.
We've seen time and again mayors use their power with the Rent Guidelines Board to hike the rent on those same more than 2 million New Yorkers. This same Rent Guidelines Board did a study that found that landlords of those units had seen their profits increase by more than 12%. Their response, hike the rent on rent-stabilized tenants who have a median household income of $60,000. I believe that tenants across our city deserve relief, and I also believe that city government can work to alleviate the pressures for landlords of those units without having to put that burden on those same tenants. It's possible to keep New Yorkers in this city and to help landlords with rising insurance costs, water bills, Con Edison, and a broken property tax system.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa, what's your proposal for helping New Yorkers with the historically high rent burdens in either stabilized or market rate units?
Well, the first thing, we have 6,000 empty apartments in NYCHA. That is a sin. That's what the mayor can control right away. We need to move those families with children in. For those who live in rent-stabilized apartments and have their rent subsidized, Zoran Mandami, we need to make sure that the big realtors that they have to pay a vacancy tax because they're holding off on those apartments. They're not putting them out into the marketplace because they want to flip the building. Not for the mid-sized landlords or the small landlords. They need the help. And there are a number of people in the outer boroughs. They own a home. They live on the property. They're not absentee landlords. 2, 3, 4 apartments, and they're deciding not to put them in the marketplace when somebody either leaves or dies because they have to deal with tenant-landlord court, which is an absolute nightmare for small landlords. We got to make sure it's a fair playing field so that the tenants are protected, but the landlords are protected so they're not stuck with squatters for 4, 5, or 6 years, which destroys their equity and forces them to leave.
Thank you. Mr. Cuomo, you signed a law in 2019 repealing a means test to live in a rent-stabilized apartment. What's your position now, and what changed in that?
The 2019 law was added tenant protections that had never been added before, and protections against tenant evictions. But to answer your question, you cannot, Zoran said, the tenant doesn't have to pay more rent, but we're going to cover the landlord's costs. No, you can't do both, and that's not what happened. We did freeze the rent with de Blasio. We lost units because the landlords took them off the market because you weren't covering their costs. Yep. The reason the Rent Guidelines Board went up after the freeze was because you had to make up for all the backlog of costs. And this, I'm going to freeze the rent. People think it.
Yeah, somebody made a good point in the chat. I mean, shout out Golf. He said, "Yo, just forcing landlords to keep these tenants in forces rent up on its own because the next guy now got to pay like an extra $1,000 to make sure that the other guy doesn't completely kill the landlord. I mean, you can't kick him out legally. That is crazy. Like, yeah, bro, I would have sold almost every property I'd have had. I'd have been out of there. I'd have invested in a new state, a red state."
Applies the Rent Guidelines Board BS because 25% of the units that are rent stabilized. And by the way, it's all BS because the mayor doesn't have the power to do it anyway. The Rent Guidelines Board does, and he doesn't control the Rent Guidelines Board. So nothing is going to happen. It's all this. It's just more political blather.
Mr. Mamdani.
And shout out Tove. She says exactly, rent freezes kill landlords financially because maintenance and other repair costs don't freeze along with the rent. I mean, facts, like wear and tear is still happening. Like, hey, if you can freeze wear and tear along with the rent, hey, go ahead. But if you can't, then that is wild. That is wild, and it hurts them financially. It's like, come on now, you're damn near asking for people to leave at that point. And shout out Hellbat. Have you realized how many times clapping after Sweet Love spoke, or is it just me? You know, I have. People are definitely going off for this man. It does seem like he's able to win kind of like both sides. You know, look, it's highly unlikely that he'll win, but anything's possible. It could happen.
You can respond.
Now, if you want a candidate for mayor who tells you everything that he cannot do, then Andrew Cuomo should be your choice. If you want a candidate for mayor who will use every tool at their disposal, including the 9 appointees at the Rent Guidelines Board, all of whom are appointed by the mayor, then I am the candidate for you.
We have to go to Errol, sir. I'm sorry, you weren't named, so I'm sorry. We're going to go to Errol, talk about development.
My name was invoked. Can I get the rebuttal? Quickly. Okay, quickly. The mayor doesn't appoint the Rent Guidelines Board. He's wrong. They are appointed to a term, and they're on holdovers. And when the term is over, you can appoint. But it takes a number of years to get control.
Okay, understood. Candidates, right now we are just blocks away from the site of the Long Island City rezoning plan, which has been under consideration for a decade at this point, and in its latest version would create 15,000 new apartments. That plan, like the recently passed City of Yes 5-borough rezoning, reflects a reality that hundreds of thousands of units, as many as 1 million new units, will be needed in New York City over the next 10 years. What is your plan to get new units built quickly? And the order of this will be Mr. Cuomo, then Mr. Sliwa, then Mr. Mamdani.
Yeah, Sliwa said before it takes 5 years to build affordable housing. No, it doesn't. No, it shouldn't. That's an incompetent government. you can actually get competent government and well-managed government. I built LaGuardia Airport, even though he doesn't like it, in 4 years, okay? So don't tell me it takes 5 years to build a housing unit. You have to redo HPD, you have to change the entire organization.
I mean, yeah, you do got to cut back on some of those restrictions, you know, that y'all have to do for the environment and all that good stuff to go ahead and get these projects to move faster. I mean, yeah, y'all kill all those restrictions, then cool. Guys can get, people can get things built faster. I mean, same thing needs to be done in California too. Trust me. I mean, that's why it takes forever for them to build a railway.
This organizational structure, you have the zoning, but you have to start hundreds, if not thousands, of sites simultaneously. Private sector developers, partner with not-for-profits, partner with CDCs, use city-owned sites, use air rights, make a deal with the unions. But this has to be the #1 priority. The way I did 2nd Avenue Subway or the Mario Cuomo Bridge or the Kosciuszko Bridge, this project is thousands of housing developments being accelerated, expedited, facilitated at one time. And we need 500,000 units. That's the way you're going to make New York City affordable and still allow the talent to come here.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa.
Okay. So make things fair for landlords where they're able to, cover repairs, but then also add more housing to the market to drive down price. Yeah, it makes good economic sense. I'm not going to lie.
I'm the only candidate here on the stage who is opposed to the city of yes. Both my adversaries are for it. Make sure on election day when you turn over your ballot and you have the initiatives, you vote no. And you know how oftentimes I've been accused, how are you going to work with the Democratic-controlled city council? I, Adrian Adams, and the predominant Democrats, including many of them very liberal and progressive, believe no to yes. I have a simple plan. It takes a year. We have 25 Empire State buildings that would be empty and just have office space. It'll never be used because business doesn't operate the way it used to. Retrofit them to affordable apartments. Most are in Manhattan. The infrastructure is there. You set up a partnership with developers. It'll put men and women to work, and you'll get your affordable apartments a lot quicker and not be a burden to the outer boroughs and the residential communities because you're in the back pockets, Andrew, of the developers who wine-dined and pocket-lined you.
Let me ask you a follow-up on that, Mr. Sliwa. Do you think each elected city council member should have basically veto power over whether or not housing gets built in their district?
Absolutely. Local control. Community boards should have their say. What happened to zoning? We throw it out. Eric Adams. This city of yes is on steroids, and he went wild taking care of his developer friends as he knew he would be one and done. I told you he was corrupt. I told you there would be chaos, and I warned you in 2021. You should have elected me mayor then.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani.
We need to build more housing all across New York City. Today, New York City builds about 4 houses for 1,000 people. Jersey City's at 7. Tokyo is at about 10. We need to do this by streamlining the processes of private sector construction across the city, by ensuring we're building more around hubs of mass transit. And we also need to ensure that the public sector is building truly affordable housing. And what I mean by truly affordable is housing that is built with the median household income in mind, which is $70,000 for a family of 4. And that's why my administration will do exactly that, scaling up programs we already had in HPD, like senior affordable rental apartments, SARA, like Ella, extremely low-level affordability. These are the kinds of programs that will deliver a city that New Yorkers can actually afford.
There was reference to the 3 housing-related charter amendment questions. I know Mr. Cuomo is on the record as saying he favors them. We just heard Mr. Sliwa say that he's against them. Where do you stand on those?
I'm appreciative that those measures will be on the ballot and that New Yorkers will be able to cast their votes for them. I know that we desperately need to build more housing in this city, and I also know that the jobs we create in the building of that housing should be good jobs as well.
What a political answer. What is your opinion, Zoran?
Yes or no?
Come on.
Yes or no?
What is your opinion? Yes or no, Zoran? Don't be a politician here.
I got it. They're pointing out what I was about to. Please answer the question.
No, I think on the stage you can see two people appealing for the Republican Party's votes. And myself.
Answer the question. Answer the question for once.
My question to you was, do you support the three ballot amendment questions?
I have not yet taken a position on those ballot amendment questions.
What a shocker. All right. What a shocker.
We're going to move on.
Zoran, you should have definitely taken a position on that. But hey, I like how they didn't let him escape. He's like, nah, we ain't gonna let you weasel your way out of this one. Answer the question, Zoran. That was smart. I like what they did.
Once he takes it, he'll change it anyway.
We're going to move it on. We're going to move on. The candidates, the rhetoric on the campaign trail has become more heated in recent weeks. We have reached a point where two of the candidates on stage here tonight have armed security. I would like to spend a few minutes to see if we can dial down the rhetoric. Mr. Mamdani, some Jewish New Yorkers continue to say that your comments on Israel and the war in Gaza leave them feeling unsafe and concerned about their future in our city. Recently, several prominent New York rabbis took the unusual step of denouncing your candidacy, including the rabbi of the Park Avenue Synagogue in Manhattan and Rabbi Michael Miller, the longtime leader of the Jewish Community Relations Council, who is a friend to many of us. Do you have any regrets about how you've dealt with these issues? And will your longstanding views on the subject get in the way of your ability to be an effective mayor?
I look forward to being a mayor for every single person that calls this city home. Not just those who voted for me in the Democratic primary, not just those that vote for me in this general election, but all 8.5 million New Yorkers. And that includes Jewish New Yorkers who may have concerns or opposition to the positions that I've shared about Israel and Palestine. You know, just a few weeks ago, I was on the M57, the slowest bus in New York City. And as I was seated there was a speech therapist who was sitting next to me. She told me that she was Jewish. She said that her daughter was a huge fan, but that she was not yet decided on who she was going to vote for. And she shared to me about her fears in this city, about rising anti-Semitism. And I told her what I will tell New Yorkers today, which is that I will be the mayor who doesn't just protect Jewish New Yorkers, but also celebrates and cherishes them, who doesn't just increase funding to hate crime prevention programs by 800%, who doesn't just ensure that the NYPD are outside of synagogues and temples on the high holy days, but also actually delivers on the implementation of the Hidden Voices curriculum in our school system so that children in this city learn about the beauty and the breadth of the Jewish experience right here in the 5 boroughs.
Okay, I've got a different... Yeah, but can I just comment on that, please?
Hey, I mean, it was a good answer. I give it to him. And he was caught having dinner with a bunch of Hasidic Jews, so... I mean, not all of the Jewish community out there doesn't like him. I mean, probably majority of it doesn't. But hey, we'll see how that works out for him.
You know, not everything is a TikTok video. You're the savior of the Jewish people. You won't denounce, globalize the Intifada, which means kill Jews. There's unprecedented fear in New York. It was not several rabbis, Errol. It was 650 rabbis who signed the letter, not several.
Let me ask you a related question, Mr. Cuomo. Many New Yorkers have serious grievances with Israel and the way the Israeli government under Benjamin Netanyahu has conducted the war in Gaza and expanded settlements in the West Bank. What would you say to and how would you handle New Yorkers who are in the streets, if you were mayor, protesting the actions of the Netanyahu government?
Fine. That's your right. Protest, demonstrate, disagree. God bless America. God bless New York City.
Okay.
And there is no doubt that there's two sides on what's going on, and the passions are very high. That doesn't justify anti-Semitic behavior in New York. It doesn't justify having a Jewish population that feels unprotected in New York. It doesn't justify leaders.
Yeah, but I would also have to tell him, I'm like, all right, well, what do you think about people saying that, you know, criticizing Israel's carry out of the war on Gaza as it, would you see that as anti-Semitic? Because that's how it's being framed, that if you criticize the war in Israel or the war in Gaza, well, you're anti-Semitic. So, I mean, let's be real though. And we know what one rabbi said, that anti-Semitism has an ever-evolving definition. So damn near they can fit it to whatever they want to. So I'd ask him, I'm like, you say it's okay to protest them, but sometimes people say that protesting Israel is anti-Semitic. I think that would have been a better question for him.
To stoke the flames of hatred against Jewish people, which is what Zoran does, in my opinion.
I'll give him a chance to answer, and then we'll go to Mr. Sliwa.
You know, I've heard from Jewish New Yorkers about their fears about anti-Semitism in this city. And what they deserve is a leader who takes it seriously, who roots it out of these 5 boroughs, not one who weaponizes it as a means by which to score political points on a debate stage.
Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me, Mr. Cuomo, it's my turn, all right? It's like 2 kids in a schoolyard.
Yeah, I heard you on the radio this morning.
John, this is personal for me. I know you are under threat. The mother of my 2 youngest sons who are raised Jewish, Melinda Katz, is prosecuting this person who came up and tried to do you harm. But let me speak on behalf of my 2 sons. When they've heard some of the statements you've made, like in support of global jihad, and I hear some people out there saying the Jews, their time is due, which means the same thing. They're frightened, they're scared. They view you as the arsonist who fanned the flames of anti-Semitism.
Okay, come on now.
Suddenly accept the fact that you.
Come on now. He's the guy that fanned the flames of anti-Semitism. That's kind of not fair. I mean, all right. I guess if that's what they want to run with, okay. But to say that he's the guy fanning the flame of anti-Semitism instead of Bibi Netanyahu is wild.
You're coming in like a firefighter and you're going to put out these flames. You've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of apologizing to do. My sons are afraid. Their family, their friends, many in the Jewish community are concerned if you become mayor because they don't think when anti-Semitism rears its ugly head, which it's now doing more than ever before, that you will have the ability to come in and put out those flames of hate.
Okay, yeah, you can.
I think there is room for disagreement on many positions and many policies, but I also want to correct the record. I have never, not once, spoken in support of global jihad. That is not something that I have said, and that continues to be ascribed to me, and frankly, I think much of it has to do with the fact that I am the first Muslim candidate to be on the precipice of winning this election. Now, all the same, Curtis.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. I have not been able to find this man saying, "Oh, globalized jihad and praise the Intifada." I've looked for it and I have not found it. So if anybody got a link for it, or maybe I don't know, a tweet that this man wrote, please send it to me because I have not been able to find that. But people keep saying it. And when I say I don't find, evidence of it, people are like, "You're defending this Muslim." I'm like, first off, it's okay to be Muslim. Like, what the hell? But if you're telling me he says something and I can't find it, then I'm assuming that you're lying and you're trying to radicalize him or radicalize the image of this man just for being Muslim. And that's unnecessary. He has terrible policies. That should be enough.
I do still want to be the mayor that will keep your sons safe, that will keep every single New Yorker safe. And it is my job to not only deliver on that commitment, but also to ensure that New Yorkers feel it every single day that they live in this city.
Okay, candidates, Brian's going to take us into the next section.
Thank you, Errol. And the next section is some individual political questions, one for each of you. Let me start with you, Mr. Cuomo, then Katie will ask a question of Mr. Sliwa and Errol to Mr. Mamdani. Mr. Cuomo, the last time most New Yorkers saw you before this campaign was when you resigned your seat as governor under scandal in 2021. The most recent Quinnipiac University poll in this race shows that 54% of likely voters say you're unethical. Meanwhile, you also have strained relations with Governor Hochul, State Attorney General Letitia James, and others. What would you say right now to New Yorkers who have questions about your moral compass and concerns that you cannot effectively work with other elected officials?
Yeah, well, first, you somewhat misstated the facts, but I resigned because there was allegations made. I didn't want to waste the time and distract state government. I knew it was going to take a long time to sort out. I left, which I thought was respectful to state government. We sorted it out legally. Nothing came from any of the allegations. I was dropped from the cases. You know that. We've had this discussion 4 times, but you like to talk about the past rather than yesterday. I chose Governor Kathy Hochul. I would have no problem working with her. The legislature, I got 11 budgets passed on time. Most in modern political history. They haven't gotten one done on time since I was there. So don't tell me who knows how to work with the legislature. And a mayor being able to deal with that legislature is key. Because don't kid yourself, I've watched every governor and mayor since Ed Koch. There is a tension between the city and the state. The city's arguing for its budgets, the state is saying no, and the city has been getting screwed by the state, and that has to change, and the city has to be doing better.
Thank you. Katie?
To many New Yorkers, you have often presented yourself as more of a well-known New York character than a serious policy expert. Your critics have said your candidacy is making it more likely that Zohran Mamdani can win the election. What do you say to them and to others who feel that while your name recognition has...
Which is absolutely ridiculous, because it's like to think that, you know, guys that'll vote for Suila who are most likely Republican is like insane to think they're just going to throw their hat in for Cuomo. And then who's to say that they might not split their vote? It might be like votes for Mamdani as well. So let's not, you know, make people drop out to give one or the other the advantage, especially if we don't know how that's going to work out. We don't know if the advantage is going to go to Cuomo. And I mean, man, I always do say, man, the more we try to go after Mamdani for, well, being Muslim, y'all just going to help this man out. Like I said, attack the policies. Don't try to attack this man's personal life, especially when it comes to being Muslim. Like, I get it. People have a hatred for Muslims, but let's try to tap people on their ideas and not just talk about a Muslim takeover when it's only 1% of the population.
Seen a boost. Your candidacy is not helpful to New Yorkers, including those who share your views.
Number one, I have 13 campaign offices open. I'm throughout the outer boroughs. You see the excitement and energy of the working class people that I represent. I am the Republican populist candidate representing the working class, and I'm also, Katie, the candidate on the independent line, first ever, put together by my wife Nancy, who loves animals like so many. Save the animals, no kill shelters, animal abusers go to jail. So people know that I'm not just running to protect people, which has been my life as leader of the Guardian Angels. I'm there to protect our pets and animals, because remember, Mahatma Gandhi said, a society that does not take care of its animals does not take care of its people. Homeless, emotionally disturbed, veterans. I'm out there every day tending to their needs with the Guardian Angels, doing things that the city and state should have been doing a long time ago, but neglected them and instead spent $7 billion on migrants that we don't even know. That is a disgrace. We should be there for our own people who are suffering and wallowing in desperation and despair.
He could.
Okay, Mr. Mamdani, you have criticized the politics of the past where leaders either avoid taking a stand on a key issue or try to be all things to all people. But at times during this campaign, you've carefully avoided answering tough questions. We saw an instance just a few minutes ago when I asked about how you plan to vote on those ballot initiatives next month. We've asked whether you support a major rezoning push for part of Queens, some of which is in your district. You've been unclear about how you think the city schools should be run, its governance structure. How is that different from politics as usual?
Bro, come on.
When it comes to
yo, that's wild, Kobe. He says like we shouldn't allow Muslims in office anywhere in the U.S. I have no problem with any Muslim holding office. Like just because they're Muslim doesn't mean they're anti-American. I mean, I think that's a crazy perception to have, and it's not DEI. If there's a Muslim in office, it's kind of wild to say that, but it is what it is. It is what it is.
Our schools. I believe that every single child deserves to have an excellent public education. And we have not seen that under the stewardship of those schools with this mayoral administration.
I mean, yeah, New York public education is trash.
We have not
but all public education, I mean, is trash, to be honest.
Seen it because we are not fully funding those schools. We are not on track to comply with the class size mandates of those schools. We are not.
Actually, I did read the Quran. You know who else also read the Quran? One of our founding fathers. Yes, one of our founding fathers read the Quran. And I don't know, man. He wasn't Jefferson. Yes, Thomas Jefferson read the Quran. He kept a copy of one while he was in law school. And he didn't see another problem with Muslims. Actually, I think one of the first Muslims elected to a position used that very Quran that Thomas Jefferson had to be sworn in. I mean, and here's the thing. Actually, our founding fathers mentioned Muslims and also saying that they could be accepted in here. So I mean, hey, man, don't talk to me. Talk to the founding fathers. They was cool with it. I mean, they read the Quran and they ain't see nothing wrong with it.
Even on track.
I mean, but somehow y'all tell me that y'all read the Quran. I doubt it. I doubt it.
To ensure greater literacy levels across those schools, despite the strides that have been taken with NYC REITs. When it comes to rezoning, I've been very clear that I will always celebrate the addition of additional housing units across the city. I also believe that Gantry State Park and Queensbridge Park should be one contiguous park. Those are things that one can believe at the same time. And my critiques of the politics of the past is right here on the stage. You can see in Andrew Cuomo someone who had 10 years to deliver on so much of what he's spoken about. He says that taking 5 years to build affordable housing is the sign of an incompetent government. By his own words, that means he must have led an incompetent government. That is what we are seeing, because that is the record that is actually on offer.
Yeah, go ahead. I understand my friend doesn't really understand government. The governor doesn't build housing in New York City.
Not if it's you.
No, legally, there are jurisdictions. The governor doesn't pick up trash. He doesn't run the fire department. That's what the mayor does. The mayor builds housing. The state allocates funding for localities. And I allocated more funding for housing than any governor in the history of the state of New York. All right? I did things. You have never had a job. You've never accomplished anything. There's no reason to believe you have any merit or qualification for 8.5 million lives. You don't know how to run a government. You don't know how to handle an emergency. And you've literally never proposed a bill on anything that you're now talking about in your campaign. You had the worst attendance record in the assembly. And you gave yourselves the highest raise in the United States of America. You went from $110,000 to $140,000, and then you never showed up for work and you missed 80% of the votes. Shame on you. Shame on you.
It is always a pleasure to hear Andrew Cuomo create his own facts at every debate stage. We just had a former governor say in his own words that the city has been getting screwed by the state.
Bro, I mean, that was dumb. You think Black American dog, considering that there are Black Americans who are Muslim, and there's a West Africans who are Muslim, there's Muslim Africans as well, and you got just perceived Muslims to be only Arab, which is crazy racism, by the way, because there are other people that are Muslim. But hey, I mean, like I said, y'all been radicalized against Muslims. And here's the thing, y'all think y'all know the Quran, but you don't. Y'all said the Quran says to kill infidels. In what context? Did you read about the war? Under what context they said that? So yeah, y'all don't know the Quran like y'all say y'all do. Y'all spew out lies about Islam, and I'm not even a Muslim. I'm not. I grew up with one, but I'm not a Muslim. I just know the actual teachings of Islam, and it doesn't line up with anything you guys are saying. You're bastardizing the religion because you've been radicalized to do so. I don't know why, but it is what it is. It's like, I ain't going to try to convince you. Shoot, at the end of the day, I align more with Christian values than Muslim values anyway. But I'm not going to let y'all sit there and lie about religion when you haven't read anything about it.
Who was leading the state? It was you.
Governor Hochul.
You were leading the state for 10 years.
Didn't Jesus say that we must love everybody? Like, come on now. I mean, y'all trying to hate. Y'all trying to hate. Jesus told us to try to understand and love. Y'all going against Jesus.
Screwing this city. No. You cut homelessness funding. You cut funding for the MTA. You as a legislator. You did all of these things.
I mean, bro, yo, shout out to bro, because tolerating different religions is the most American thing in the world. If you have a problem with Muslims, you're an American. I mean, yeah, because this is a country founded on freedom of religion. If you literally have a problem with, honestly, Muslim, that is kind of un-American. I'm not going to say you're flat out un-American, but I'm going to say that you're kind of missing the values of our forefathers who came here to be free for persecution of religion. You guys are preaching for persecution because of religion. You're literally going against what the forefathers have stated. And I just told you the fact that our bro, Thomas Jefferson, had a Quran. He didn't see it as evil, or we'd have heard about it from the beginning. So that's why I know none of y'all have read the Quran at all.
That's the past 4 years. It's the past 4 years.
Okay, guys, I didn't want to have to do this, but you understand how this works. You can't talk over each other. Nothing works if you do that.
And let's look. I ain't the biggest diversity is strength guy. I'm not gonna sit here and think and go DEI out, but hating on Muslims, I don't get it. It's like it's crazy. And then you have the misperception that all Muslims is Arab when they could be black too. That's even crazier.
I believe we've heard your response. I wanted to give you a quick word, and then we're going to move on.
I heard the both of them again fighting like kids in the schoolyard. Zoran, your resume could fit on a cocktail napkin, and Andrew, your failures could fill a
because Zoran Mamdani has only held one position in government, only one, and he damn near failed at that position.
public school library in New York City.
Okay. Go ahead, Katie.
We're going to move now to public safety. And there was some breaking news from the New York Times that you, Mr. Mamdani, would ask Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch to stay on as police commissioner if you are indeed mayor. I wanted to confirm if that was true. And for Mr. Cuomo and Mr. Sliwa,
but shout out to Abscondage. Appreciate my man. Appreciate that, my man.
Ask the current police commissioner to stay on if you were elected. So, Mr. Mamdani, we'll start with you.
Yes, I can confirm that.
And shout out, know something funny? Mamdani hangs out with Hassan. Yeah, that hanging out with Hassan. Now Hassan, that boy wild. Like that man was literally going like, hey, you want to know a cool flag? What? Hezbollah. I'm like, bro, you're literally praising terrorists. You're trying to like make terrorists cool. This man loves Hezbollah. He loves Hezbollah. I'm just like, dog. Now that is wild. That's wild. Those are the right Muslims to disagree with. But not every Muslim aligns with Hezbollah. Am I right? Okay.
Reporting. My administration will be relentless in its pursuit of safety and affordability for every New Yorker. And the delivery of that will require us to put together a team of the best and the brightest. Eric Adams stacked the upper echelons of the NYPD with corruption and incompetence. Commissioner Tisch took on a broken status quo, started to deliver accountability, rooting out corruption and reducing crime across the 5 boroughs. I've said time and again that my litmus test for that position will be excellence, and the alignment will be of that position. And I am confident that under a Mamdani administration, we will continue to deliver on that same mission and do so while creating the Department of Community Safety to ensure that mental health experts were the ones responding to the mental health crisis. Because safety and justice is at the cornerstone of our pursuit of public safety. And in doing so, we will also be able to deliver our agenda for affordability.
Thank you. And very briefly, quickly, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, would you ask Commissioner Tisch to stay on if you are elected mayor?
Yes, I would, for stability. But then again, I don't think she would serve with either Cuomo or Zoran because she has railed against no cash bail. Cuomo, the architect of no cash bail. Zoran, the apprentice of no cash bail. That's why criminals are running in the street.
And Mr. Cuomo, would you ask her to stay on?
I would ask her to stay on. I don't believe Zoran when he says he would ask her to stay on. The DSA's position, his position has been to defund, disband the police. She wouldn't take that. His current position, today's position was freeze the budget. That would cause a reduction in police. She has called for more police. I've called for more police. Mayor Adams has called for more police. So their philosophies are totally incongruous. DSA calls for eliminating misdemeanors. He wants to decriminalize prostitution. I don't think she would support any of that.
Well, we can't speak for her. She's not here. But I will ask the public safety question. And we'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa. The issues of crime and disorder on the streets. The NYPD says the crime is going down in all major categories, most major categories, but to New Yorkers, they're still concerned with disorder and their own unique perception of crime. Do you think addressing quality of life concerns helps prevent more serious crimes, and how would you deploy the city's police force to deal with those serious violent crimes and also quality of life offenses like disorderly conduct and retail theft? Mr. Sliwa.
First off, I've been in all 350 neighborhoods. I'm the only candidate that's on the subway each and every day. I've yet to hear from one New Yorker who said they feel safer either in the subways or the streets. And Eric Adams constantly heckling at us like it's the perception. No, it's the reality of crime. We need 7,000 police officers. We are badly understaffed. We need to get police officers in the subways actually patrolling the moving cars where people are most threatened and most frightened. And we need to bring back the homeless outreach unit that was disbanded when de Blasio took $1 billion out of the budget. These were men and women police officers who already had with them medical nurses and healthcare practitioners, but it was de Blasio who abolished it, and they've been talking about bringing something back ever since, but they never do it. Because I'm out there in the subways every day and I never see it. And when I'm mayor, it gets done on day one. The homeless outreach unit is put back into the NYPD.
Thank you, Mr. Mamdani.
You know, when I hear from New Yorkers,
dang, I mean, hearing about Democrats leave homeless people out to die or out of nowhere, or just kind of leave them out there in the dust is kind of crazy to hear. So hold on. You're telling me Dems pretty much just gave up on homeless, and we got a Republican over here trying to get them get back a program or try to get a program refunded to help them? Man, I've seen it all now.
Of where they feel least safe, they will often tell me the subway.
I mean, Dems leaving out the homeless for a Republican to speak about it and help and try to pick them back up. Man, I hadn't heard it all.
And when they explain those moments to me, what they are often explaining is a mental health crisis in our city and a crisis of homelessness that has only continued to grow. And that is why at the heart of our public safety agenda is a groundbreaking proposal to not only reduce crime, but address these very moments of unease for New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs by creating a Department of Community Safety that will be focused on the mental health crisis, focused on homelessness, and will ensure that police officers can focus on serious crimes. Because in 2020, the response time for those officers was less than 11 minutes. Today, it's closer to 16 minutes. And that's because every year they are now responding to 200,000 mental health calls, when those are calls that could by and large be taken by experts trained on responding to that very crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
The answer is always a new government agency. It's manage the system, manage the public safety system. We know how to do this. Mayor David Dinkins did it when we had a real crime problem. Hire more police officers. Of course, you have to deal with the mentally ill. Of course, that requires mental health specialists with police, because the situation can be dangerous. But hire the 5,000 more cops, because they're all quitting, because they're getting worked too hard. You're going to have to raise the starting salary, because nobody wants to be a cop today, the way they're treated. Put 1,500 in the subways. Forget this Zoran idea of not prosecuting misdemeanors. Prosecute misdemeanors. Those are quality of life crimes. And that's very important. Yes, the subways are scary, but it's scary in their neighborhood too. Those quality of life crimes also have to be addressed.
Mr. Murray.
No matter how many times Andrew Cuomo describes it as my idea or my policy, I have never once stated that we were not going to prosecute misdemeanors. And that is what you see from the former governor, is someone who spends more time talking about the platforms of other organizations and other individuals than the one that I've actually put forward, or the one that he is supposed to be running on.
Now we'll hear from Brian for another question.
Excuse me 1 second. Can I just respond to that accusation?
Whether it's misdemeanors or felonies, no cash bail releases him back into the streets, and both of you afford no cash bail.
I want to move on. You'll get your opportunities, I think, because I want to bring up a particular crime concern, and that is violence among younger New Yorkers, specifically teenagers. My question is, what is your stance on the statewide Raise the Age law, which increased the age of adult criminal responsibility from 16 years old to 18 for most crimes? Police Commissioner Tisch says, quote, "The mentality on the street is that nothing happens to those under 18 who possess a gun." So would you...
that's not a smart idea to raise it from 16 to 18, because, well, you know what criminals are going to do? They're just going to hire little kids or these teenagers who are 16 and below to carry out their hits, to do their crime, because, oh yeah, you're a kid, so nothing's going to happen to you. But I mean, and let's be real, the kid knows this too. So let's say that we raise it, we keep it at that 16. Well, even the 16-year-old's like, no, I'm not doing that because they're going to treat me like an adult. They're going to try me just like I'm you. So yeah, let's keep it at that 16.
Support,
especially for heinous crimes like murder.
Modifying raise the age in any way. And Mr. Mamdani, since you just announced that you would invite Commissioner Tisch to stay on, would you go along with her on this?
I would not support changes to the state's legislation, and I would not support them because the major issue with the implementation of that legislation has been the fact that there is hundreds of millions of dollars that was supposed to be delivered alongside that law that is still languishing in Albany. And I am excited to be the next mayor of the city to finally fight for the money that this city is owed to ensure that we deliver it to our young people across the 5 boroughs.
Mr. Palmer.
What I was referring to before is Zoran is a member of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America. They have a charter. He gives them 3% of his salary. He has said multiple times, I am a DSA member, I pledge allegiance. They say abolish jails, defund police, don't enforce misdemeanors. Go to my website, andrewcuomo.com. It's right on the front page. Now, is he lying to the DSA? Is he lying to New Yorkers? Is he lying to everybody? Who knows? On the raise the age, I passed the law. I support the law. We were one of only 2 states that put 16 and 17-year-olds in adult prisons. It was inhumane. It was cruel and unusual, and I'm proud of that law. It's administered by local government.
I mean, like I said, Cuomo, like that just leaves these younger guys to get taken advantage of, get offered money to do hits and crimes that, well, they know that they're going to kind of get a lax sentence on, or maybe, they're be real with you, you're not going to get charged like an adult. So yeah, maybe keeping it at that 16. I mean, it's tough. It sucks. It sucks to do it to a kid, but it got to happen.
Some are doing it better than others. If Zoran thought that there was money locked up in Albany, maybe he should have gone to Albany and proposed a bill to release it.
Once again, the architect of Raise the Age, Governor Cuomo, the apprentice to him, Zoran. It's personal for me. My oldest son, Anthony, last October was the victim of a vicious gang assault that could have killed him. And what happened to these juveniles? Cut free, because they went to family court, not criminal court. So how can both of you look at me? I almost lost my oldest son to gang violence, and the perpetrators went to family court and got a little pat on the wrist and was sent home to do it again and again. No. We need to start charging juveniles who commit violent crime in criminal court, and I'll appoint criminal court judges who follow the law and don't just release them because of no cash bail.
Clear difference between you on that. Ms. Errol, you pick it up.
Okay, candidates, I've got individual questions for you, and we're going to try and pick up the pace a little bit here. I'd like you to really just explain kind of where you're coming from. Mr. Mamdani, you've called for reorganizing the NYPD to create this Department of Community Safety that, among other things...
Now, agreed. Adult crime, adult charges. I mean, if it's... Look, bro, if they commit murder, then they need to be charged like an adult. If they're taking lives, charge them like an adult. If they out, I don't know, maybe they stealing or something. Okay, cool. Hand them like a juvenile. If it's something small, okay, cool. But as soon as they do something big, I don't know, like robbery, Grand Theft Auto, I would even, no, maybe even Grand Theft Auto, you could be a bit lax on. But murder, come on now. Yeah, you got to go ahead and give them you got to take off the little kid gloves with that one and show them, what consequences really are.
Would handle calls involving people in mental health distress. Your opponents have disparaged this as sending social workers rather than cops into dangerous situations like domestic violence disputes. Explain really what you have in mind, and please include any evidence that this approach would work.
Absolutely. What my opponents are clinging to is the past, because that's all that they know. What I am proposing is something that will address the needs of New Yorkers in the present. We speak and hear from New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs who outline how the mental health crisis is one of the major challenges in this city. And yet what we have in our city is asking those same police officers who are being asked to respond to shootings, respond to murders, to also respond to these calls. I trust the dispatchers who would be receiving these calls to make the determination as to whether there was any indication of violence. If there is no indication of a threat of violence, violence, then we would set the mental health experts and providers to
Yeah, but the problem is though that okay, so what if they get it wrong? What happened? They're only over the phone. They're not there in person, Mandani. So let's say that they're hearing the scene wrong. They send the mental health guys. Things get violent. They actually need the police. Now things are going to get even worse because the police should have shown up in the first place, and things are only going to escalate. And now we got an extra person involved who can't handle the situation. So as much as you want to say, oh, just trust this person to realize the situation that they're not there in front of is crazy.
Respond to those same incidents. The reason
I'm gonna be real with you, I wouldn't even trust myself to do that. Like, to be quite honest, like it could sound like a mental health situation, but really it could turn violent. And if you send a mental health there guy, you damn near put his life in danger.
I believe in the efficacy of this approach is because of the fact that it has been delivered elsewhere in the country. So no matter how often you hear those on this stage tell you that something cannot be done, know that there are others in this same country who have seen it, and it is time for that same policy to come to New York City.
Okay, Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, I have a similar question for both of you. The department currently fields about 33,000 officers, down from 37,000 in 2018. Public safety budget approaching $10 billion.
I know I can get down with sending both, but all right, I can get down with sending both, but you just can't like just send one just because of what you heard on the phone.
Mr. Sliwa, you want to hire 7,000 more cops. Mr. Cuomo says 5,000 more cops. Each of you make the case for why you think that's necessary, especially given the fact that for much of New York City, crime declines over the last 20 years happened while the size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic.
Hold on. Whoa. Go back. Wait. Why you bring up my city? What we do?
Size of the force was also declining and not rising.
Errol, I have to revisit the last debate for a second when Zoran was basing this policy on what they do in Eugene, Oregon. You've never been to Eugene, Oregon. I have. Are you out of your mind? And then Columbus, Ohio. This is New York City, a major metropolitan area with thousands of 911 calls, domestic abuse.
I don't know about that, G, because I'll be quite honest with you. Oh, in Columbus here, we have one of the biggest police forces in America. I would say we're probably somewhere in the top, probably the top 10, because we got a pretty big police force, to be quite honest with you. But hey, I would believe I'm gonna be real with you. If they defunded our police, I believe it. I believe it. We're a liberal city. I could believe it.
Disturbed persons.
But we got hella cops though. Like, I'm be honest, we got cops. Not as much as Chicago and LA, but we got a good amount of cops. And shout out to my man. Let's see here. He said, "Oh, True Republican, nice." Shout out to my man, True Republican, for go ahead and donating. He had too much to say. Just wanted to show some support. Shout out to what would be better is having a police task force that is specially trained social workers that can handle both and make the right calls. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and pull out a couple cops who show some emotional intelligence, train them up to be social workers or police social workers, and there you go. We got a whole new police force, police social workers. Actually, retrain all police to have a little bit more emotional intelligence so we can just kill this argument altogether. I don't know what to be an officer. You got to come in with some combat training and what a psychology degree. Well, I don't know, or at least take at least a couple courses in psychology and be trained as well. I mean, that's okay. I can get down with that,
and
as long as you pay them more.
You want to have social workers go out there and risk their life, and by the way, they're not going to get the results that a trained professional police officer can get. That's why we so desperately need 7,000 new cops. We'll use the Boston model, which is pay now in lieu of taxes. They do it at Harvard University and the other university. We'll raise $1 billion, get them vetted, trained, and out into the streets so they can be seen in all the neighborhoods, and most importantly, do the job they were sworn to do. And I will make sure that their insurance, the qualified immunity that was stripped from them, the only civil servants who are not protected by the taxpayer, is returned so that they can freely go out and do what they were trained to do, is to protect all of the people of New York City.
Okay, Mr. Cuomo.
There is nothing new here. We've had mentally ill, homeless people going back to the Billy Boggs case, right, under the Ed Koch administration. I ran homeless services not just for David Dinkins, but also for President Clinton. I've worked in every state, all the large cities, on all homeless programs. I've spent dozens of nights out trying to bring mentally ill people in. It can be done with mental health workers and police workers. You cannot tell from a phone call if a person is going to be dangerous. And I have seen personally many times a person who seemed very calm and sedate explode into rage. Why? Because that's sometimes a symptom of mental illness. So there's nothing new here. It just has to be done and managed. Yes, you need more police. You need more police, first of all, Errol, because they're quitting because there are not enough to staff the force, and they're working overtime and weekends, and their family life is destroyed. So you have the highest attrition rate.
I mean, yeah. I mean, shoot, overtime, family life destroyed, divorce rates high. Man, at a certain point, it's like, bro, the people that you do for start leaving you. I mean, then is it really worth it at that point? And then let's be real, the city don't respect you.
You have to hire 5,000 just to slow down the attrition.
Like, let's put this into perspective. I mean, like, you're losing your family life. Your wife damn near about to leave your ass. Nobody in the city respects you and they see you as the enemy. I'm like, is it worth it?
Okay, thank you, 40,000 beds for mental health in the state hospital system. By the time you fled fearing impeachment, you cut the budget down to 4,000 beds. Shame on you for putting those emotionally disturbed persons in the street.
You don't know what you're doing. Well, there's one bet I'm going to say for you, but no one is saying to go back to Willowbrook. That's when there were 40,000 people in mental institutions. Yeah. We left that 40 years ago when we went to community-based housing.
We're going to stay in this century, guys. Yeah. The next, we're going to do our lightning round where each candidate will answer our questions with a brief response, usually yes or no. I'm going to do the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr.
One and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani. Keep. Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city? Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
What? What? Bruh. Mamdani. This man. The worst policies in history, bro. Like, so you're okay with giving clean needles to crack at, bro? Maybe I heard that wrong. Maybe I heard it wrong, guys. Like, tell me I'm tripping. He did not just say keep the program that gives clean needles to addicts.
Modified. Mr. Slade, the first couple. Candidates, if you had the power, would you keep, kill, or modify the congestion pricing program? Just say one of those words. Keep, kill, or modify. Mr. Slade.
One and done. Dead.
Mr. Mamdani. Keep. Okay. Would you expand, decrease, or keep the same number of so-called safe injection sites for drug users in the city?
Safe injection sites for drug users in the city. No. Let's not put money towards helping them get off of drugs. Let's put money towards helping them be able to do drugs in the safest way possible. God damn it, Dems. God damn it.
Mr. Mamdani.
Can you say the options again?
Expand, decrease, or keep the same?
Keep the same.
Mr. Cuomo.
Keep.
Close them down.
Okay.
Common sense.
The last two mayors proposed allocating 1% of the city budget for parks. Will you make the same pledge here tonight, Mr. Sliwa?
Add another 2%. Keep your hands off the parks, you greedy developers.
1%.
Mr. Cuomo. 1%. Okay.
2%.
Another lightning round question. The city recently enacted a 15.
And shout out Toes, except they had the same project in Toledo starting. Yeah, I mean, let's be real, all the main cities in Ohio are quite liberal, so we do try some BS that the outer cities would never even conceive of trying. Like the outer cities around Toledo, outer cities around Columbus, they would even test it. But yeah, I can see that. it's sad, instead of trying to fix, the drug problem, trying to, get these people into rehab, get them a job, is you're trying to create a cleaner way for them to do drugs. This is insane. It's like the fact that y'all think this is a good idea, like Dems. The base. Do y'all really think that's a good idea? Because I know y'all got to disagree with this. This just does not make sense.
Mile-per-hour speed limit for e-bikes. And of course, there are the other motorized two-wheelers that also frequently ignore red lights. And
I don't even think the Dems agree with that. If I ask most Dems, they low-key look at me crazy and be like, nah, bro, we ain't rocking with that. We want to get these people help because, the Dems are overly compassionate. I like to make fun of them about, but they are compassionate, overly. But they would even say, like, come on now, that's kind of dooming them to a life of like, well, I'll be real with you, to a life of homelessness and drug abuse. If we're just helping them get high, just giving them a clean needle.
The traffic laws.
Where's the compassion there?
If you were mayor, would you direct the NYPD to ramp up speeding tickets and other moving violations on the motorized two-wheelers, Mr. Cuomo?
Yes. Look, this is a dangerous situation for many people.
Mr. Mamdani, yes or no?
I would actually build on the city council's progress in holding the apps accountable like DoorDash and Grubhub to ensure that there weren't incentives for breaking those street traffic
So
codes.
you would not increase ticketing the riders?
I do not think the police should be the ones dealing with the failures of these app companies.
Mr. Sleeper.
License them, register them, and yes, do enforcement on them.
All right. There is a ballot question to align mayoral election years with presidential election years in the future. Do you support this, Mr. Sleeper?
Oh, yeah, and an update on the poll. Out of 930 votes, well, 931 now, Cuomo is standing at 23%, Mamdani 36%, Sliwa 41%. So it is kind of crazy how Mamdani is still catching up on Sliwa. That is wild, but it is what it is.
Absolutely not. All the attention would go to the presidential election, not to the mayoral election and all the down ballot elections, all of our city council people.
That's a no, Mr. Mamdani.
I haven't yet taken a position on any of the ballot referendums.
Oh, shocker.
Again?
I bet.
Same answers.
Again and again and again. Yes.
Thank you so much. First question, do you support having a casino in the 5 boroughs, like it's a full casino, and do you have a favorite among the 3 current contenders? Mr. Sliwa.
No, only if the community wants it.
Mr. Mamdani.
I'm personally skeptical of casinos, but voters did choose to bring them to New York City, and unlike Andrew Cuomo and Donald Trump, I don't view the law as just a suggestion.
Do you have a favorite of the 3?
No, I don't have favorites of casinos.
Mr. Cuomo.
I do not. I have not reviewed the proposals. I did not vote.
It's not so hard to say.
I did. Let me just so you understand some facts. I did not vote to bring the casinos to New York City. I did casinos in upstate New York as economic development.
Oh, guys, I went ahead and posted the StreamYard link because congratulations to y'all. We hit the goal, so appreciate the support, guys. Shout out to you guys. All right, guys, you guys can go ahead and come over to the post tab on my main page. Go ahead and hit that StreamYard link. And if you are a member or have donated at least $1 to the stream, you can come on up and we can go ahead and, hear you out. I'll be happy to have you on and hear what you got to say. From the left or the right, it does not matter.
Measures. I had no part of these 3 casinos, how they were done. I think it's highly problematic, and I think there's going to be a lot more to come.
If this was,
Boy, that sounds like technology to me. You and Zoran can't answer a straight question.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here.
And shout out Hell, bad idea. Turn every other portion of each city into their own jurisdiction. Them will vote against it because it will push them out of power. I mean, yeah, we know that.
It's all right.
If there was a ranked choice election, how would you vote, Mr. Mamdani?
If there was a ranked choice election?
In this. You'd have to rank these.
Myself, number 1, and Curtis, number 2.
Mr. Sliwa.
Oh, please don't be glazing me here, Zoran. Are you kidding?
Mr. Sliwa, do you want to have
I support ranked choice voting, but I'd only vote for myself.
Mr. Cuomo.
I love that Zoran and Curtis ticket idea. I don't know. I'm just enamored with it. I would just rank myself.
Would any of you accept Mayor Adams' endorsement? Mr. Mondani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Sliwa?
Absolutely not. Put that crook in jail where he belongs.
And final,
Man.
fun one.
Be careful. Be careful.
What is your favorite live music venue in New York City, Mr. Sliwa?
I mean, Sliwa's been low-key the comedian of this whole debate. I mean, this debate would be boring without Sliwa, no cap. Like, shout out to Sliwa. I like him, even if he doesn't win. I mean, you made this debate entertaining.
Sliwa?
Oh, chain smokers.
Under
EDM.
Under the K Bridge, I presume.
That's right, the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Mr. Mondani?
Forest Hill Stadium.
Mr. Cuomo?
Under the Kosciuszko Bridge.
Have you seen a show under the K Bridge? Who'd you see?
No, I picked up my daughters at a show there. That's as close as I got.
Candidates, it's time for the cross-examination round. That's where each candidate gets a chance to ask one question of one rival. The order was selected at random. We're going to begin with Curtis Sliwa.
Zoran, you talk about free, free, free. But we know that somebody's got to pay for it, and that's you, the taxpayers. And that's going to lead to bankruptcy. The only reason that Zoran is on the stage is because of the failed Governor Cuomo, who was rejected by the Democrats in the primary and rejected by 13 women who charged you with sexual harassment. Do you ever know that no means no? You know what no means?
Your question is to Mr. Mondani. Who was your question
to? We can bifurcate it, right?
No. You can't. Who was your question
to? It's to Cuomo.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Cuomo.
I'm not sure what the man said, but the situation, my legal situation, as we discussed before, was fully litigated. I was dropped from the cases. If anyone has a legal situation to talk about, I think it's Mr. Sliwa, who runs the Guardian Angels, and apparently as a charitable donation, but never filed any tax returns for the Guardian Angels, and has been accepting charitable donations, which is just a crime and tax fraud. So I think that's the person who I was explaining to do.
Okay, your turn to ask a question, Mr. Cuomo.
To Zoran, I believe, as we've stated, that you have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger, it's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram, it's the Hindus, but then you take a
whoa, criminalize prostitution, which is haram. Whoa, go back, bro. He confused me with that one.
You have been a divisive force in New York, and I believe that's toxic energy for New York. It's with the Jewish community, it's with the Italian American community when you give the Columbus statue the finger, it's with the Sunni Muslims when you say decriminalize prostitution, which is haram, it's the Hindus, but then you
okay, he ain't lying, which that is, but then again though, you can't sit here and call him this Muslim threat if he goes against some of his Muslim principles, like decriminalize prostitution. Shoot, I want these prostitutes to be criminalized, but hey, this man doesn't. He's a Muslim saying that. I mean, does he really stand that hard on Islamic ideals if he's okay with prostitution, which is definitely haram?
Take a picture with Rebecca Kadaga.
Oh, forbidden.
Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. You take a picture with your father, you're smiling, he's smiling. She's known as Rebecca Gay Killer.
Oh, and shout out to on Dems wanting addicts to get better. Don't forget, they decriminalized drugs in multiple cities. I think they're also sanctuary cities. Yeah, that is actually true. They have decriminalized drugs in certain cities. Here's the thing, not just weed. Surprise.
Kadaga. You're a citizen of.
But shout out to Ohio. We are cracking down. Like, what? You can't smoke marijuana in public. It's still legal out here. Basically, you can put it in the back of your car. You're allowed to have a certain amount on you. It must be in a certain packaging, not in no baggies, because that'll be considered as distribution, of course, but you can have it in your little like dispensary bags that they give you and all that good stuff. So, you know, if you're in Ohio, man, keep it in your trunk, just like how you keep your gun in your trunk.
Uganda. You took the picture. You said you didn't know who she was. It turns out you did.
And don't be smoking and driving, bro. Get yourself an OVI. Don't be stupid.
How do you not renounce your citizenship or demand BDS against Uganda for imprisoning people who are gay just by their sexual orientation? Isn't that a basic violation of human rights?
I think he gets the question.
My politics is consistent, and my politics is built on a belief in human rights for all people. And that extends to queer and trans New Yorkers, and it extends to queer and trans Ugandans. And had I known that the first deputy minister was the architect of that legislation, I would not have taken that photo. And yet I also know that this constant attempt to smear and slander me is an attempt to also distract from the fact that, unlike myself, you do not actually have a platform or a set of policies to protect those same New Yorkers here. All you have are the insults that you have lobbed.
And shout out to O's, like, which I'm grateful for that. I'm allergic to Mary Jane. Really? Now that's crazy. I ain't never heard that one before. What? Never mind. I've heard people who get extra paranoid off it, but I ain't never heard nobody who's allergic to it. Huh.
At every single opportunity you have.
Yeah. Okay. First,
no, that's it. Cross-examination is just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Oh, what can I say? If you smoke weed like I do or you don't, all I always say is keep everything in moderation, like drinking. Now, if you're going outside of alcohol and weed and you're doing something else, stop it. But yeah, let's go with the things that, you know, that are legal.
Mr. Cuomo.
In moderation.
Cross-examination is just a question and answer. Your turn to ask a question.
Mr. Cuomo, in 2021, 13 different women who worked in your administration credibly accused you of sexual harassment. Since then, you have spent more than $20 million in taxpayer funds to defend yourself, all while describing these allegations as entirely political. You have even gone so far as to legally go after these women. One of those women, Charlotte Bennett, is here in the audience this evening. You sought to access her private gynecological records.
Yeah.
She cannot speak up for herself because you lodged a defamation case against her. I, however, can speak. What do you say to the 13 women that you sexually harassed?
I ain't do it. Oh, he better say.
If you want to be in government, then you have to be serious and mature. There were allegations of sexual harassment. They went to 5 district attorneys, fully litigated for 4 years. The cases were dropped, right? You know that as a fact. So everything you just said was a misstatement, which we're accustomed to from you.
Everything that I stated was a misstatement?
Yes, because the cases were dropped. That's what happened. And my question to you, you still didn't answer, why won't you say BDS against Uganda for saying gays should be imprisoned for being gay?
Okay.
You have no problem with BDS against Israel, but no BDS for Uganda.
This is just one question, one answer. We all heard it. Thank you very much, candidates. Brian.
Our next topic is education. The next mayor will oversee the largest school system in the United States, as you know, with roughly 900,000.
So the school system I used to be a part of, and it was very crappy, very crappy.
Students, thousands of schools, and billions of dollars in budget. We have an education question for each of you. Mr. Mamdani, you said you would give up mayoral control of schools and share decision-making with various stakeholders. But in the last debate, you said you're still for mayoral accountability for educational outcomes. This has confused some people about how you can give up final authority but still hold yourself accountable. Can you try to clarify that?
I remain opposed to mayoral control, and I also believe that the mayor is accountable for that which happens in this city. I will not shirk that accountability, even when we are putting together a system that has greater involvement for parents, for educators, for students. Look, 1 in 300 Americans is a student in the New York City public school system. This is a system where we are failing to deliver excellence to students, to teachers, to parents, and it is time to have a mayor who understands not only the crisis in front of us, but the fact that we have to change our ways if we want to change our results. And that is what we are running on, a plan for the future, not to simply relitigate the past.
Mr. Sliwa, you recently proposed reducing the education budget by $10 billion, or about 25%, to help pay for tax cuts. But your website includes things like, quote, hire more therapists, expand services for students with learning differences, build new vocational high schools, restore arts programs, expand athletic programs, and increase teacher pay to attract and retain top talent. Those are all exact quotes from your website. How do you defund the education department by 25% to cut taxes, add in the Trump administration's various cuts, and do all those expansions at the same time?
Well, let me tell you, you have a bureaucracy at the Tweed Courthouse. Perfect place to house the Department of Education because of the corruption in the top ranks. You have 13 deputy chancellors. You have about 50 department heads. Nobody at the school level ever deals with them. $41,000 we pay per student, and teachers still have to reach into their pockets to pay for basic supplies. You cut at the top, contracts that have been negotiated that have not been overseen. You will save millions and millions of dollars. And yes, you open up the schools as it was when I went to public school, after school center, night center, weekend center, not just sports, but culture, plays, musicals. People used to be able to take instruments home when they were in band and orchestra. That attracted children.
Yeah, I know. And now it's all gone. I mean, a lot of that stuff was disappearing as I was heading out of school, like less and less clubs. I mean, if y'all was going to take out all those clubs, man, and theater and all that, y'all should have replaced it with, like, I don't know, STEM projects or like STEM classes to where, we could prepare our children for the future. But hey, man, that's just what I think.
1/3 of our children don't even come to school each day, and we need more vocational training like we had when I was growing up. That's been depleted, and more charter schools. We need to raise the cap and have more charter schools for the children who have been waiting to get in for years.
And Katie has an education question for Mr. Cuomo.
Thanks, Brian. Mr. Cuomo, there's currently a state law to reduce class sizes in the city. You recently described the law as, quote, reckless, and proposed that popular schools be exempted from this law. You also want to start closing low-performing schools, one of the most controversial policies of Mayor Bloomberg. Would you defy the class size law, and if you close existing schools rather than work to improve them, what specifically helps the kids learn more and where?
Yeah, the common denominator on all these things is, the question is, what is your plan to change things, and what is your ability and experience to do it? These are management challenges, and I have managed large bureaucracies. The Department of Education, we lost 1 million students. What's happening is young families have to make a decision when their child has to go to school. They're deciding to go to the suburbs, go to Jersey. They're not going to sacrifice their kid. So it is a terrible problem for the entire city, the shrinking public school system. I would double the gifted and talented programs, double the number of specialized high schools, keep the S.E.T, and keep mayoral control. It is wholly inconsistent to
y'all got rid of the S.A.T. Wow.
Say, I think it's a top priority, but I want to give up mayoral control, but I want to be a mayor who...
I know. My state, I know we take both. We take both the A.C.T. and the S.A.T.
runs grocery stores. Forget the grocery stores. Run the Department of Education. It was the most single instrumental reform. Mayor Bloomberg was right. The mayor in Boston and Chicago don't give up mayoral control.
Would you defy the law, the class size law?
The problem with the class size law, it's a nice idea. The state didn't send the money. The state has not been doing its fair share for the city. If you have a nice idea, that's nice. Send the money.
Yeah, because we do need to hire more teachers to have smaller classroom sizes, because the bigger the classroom size, the worse the grades are. I mean, and that just is what it is. Like, a teacher shouldn't have to look over a whole 30 students, but 10 to 15, great. They can get real close, personal, make sure that they're attentive to each one. Even if they have a smaller one, even better. But we need more teachers for that.
Just a fact check. I don't think we lost 1 million students. We have just about under 1 million students in the DOE system. But just a quick show of hands.
I'm sorry, yes.
And just a show of hands, no talking. Who is in favor of the cell phone ban in schools? Raise your hands. Everyone has raised their hands. They all are in favor of the cell phone ban. Thank you.
Okay. Candidates, I want to talk about Rikers Island.
Nah, these cell phones got out of hand. The problem is cell phones became too goddamn entertaining. Yep, too entertaining. I mean, bro, when I was in school, we still had flip phones. Like, my phones were not that entertaining. The coolest thing a phone could do was slide upwards. That was it, with the little keyboard. What was it, a sidekick? That's what they called it. Like, maybe you had Brick Breaker on there, but Instagram wasn't out. Facebook wasn't the way it was. We didn't have Snapchat, TikTok. We ain't had none of that. We didn't even have the iPhone yet. The first touchscreen phone came out when I was in high school, I believe. And even then, most kids didn't have it because it was too expensive. Only the business guys had it. So yeah, we had way less distractions back in my day. And I'm 30. So that just goes to show. It's trust me, way less distractions. We had flip phones, Blueberries, sidekicks, but not iPhones.
Under city law, the jail complex on Rikers is supposed to close in 2027. That's something that the next mayor is going to have to navigate. The population, however, has only gone up. It's surpassing 7,000 detainees, and a judge this year put Rikers on a path toward federal receivership. So here's the question. As mayor, will you commit to the closure of Rikers Island as required? And if not, what is your alternative plan? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
Number one, the architect for the closing of Rikers Island is on this stage. That's former Governor Andrew Cuomo. He was the first, and his apprentice is Orhan Mandami. No, you keep Rikers Island open. There are 7 functioning buildings, 3 others that need to be rehabbed. You can move those who have mental health issues and give them the treatment they need as long as they're detained on Rikers Island. Some people do a year of time if they're given that in the courts rather than be shipped upstate. So there are a variety of inmates. We have allocated $8 billion for 4 community jails. The price tag is now up to $16 billion and will only house 4,000 of the 7,000. Guess what? We keep the inmates on Rikers Island and we turn those 4 units in the neighborhoods into affordable housing that we've all been clamoring for.
What about the law that requires the closing?
Oh, you go into court, you fight. You fight for the taxpayers and you fight to keep inmates on Rikers Island so that we don't just have to lock up toothpaste in New York City, but we lock up inmates.
Mr. Cuomo.
Zoran has said he'd honor the law closing Rikers in 2027. You can't. Unless you intend to release all the people on Rikers Island, which is the Democratic Socialist policy. The county jails are not going to be built. It was a mistake. The whole plan was a mistake. They are years late, billions over budget. I would say scrap the county jails, build new jails on Rikers Island, provide ferry and bus transportation for people from the other boroughs to visit on Rikers Island, and then use the existing 4 sites for commercial residential. But you cannot close Rikers on 2027 because there's no place to put the people unless you're going to release 7,000 people.
Well, you're familiar with the idea that a law is passed, it's supposed to be followed, even if it's difficult, even if the timeline is screwed up, even if the money's not there.
Yeah, so then, which is Zoran's position, then you're saying release the 7,000 people. And I'm saying I'm not going to release 7,000 criminals into New York City.
Mr. Mondani.
There is no one on this stage that is saying that. Yet Andrew Cuomo will repeat it again and again. What I have said time and again, I'll repeat it again, is that yes, we have to close Rikers Island. Rikers Island is a stain on the history of this city. And that this current administration has made it nearly
Look, man, some effed up things happen on Riker Island. We can all agree. But we need Rikers Island. Like, we need space to put these guys. Put the most radical of the guys. They think they're a tough guy, man. Send them to Rikers. What you mean, man? People heard about Rikers. That put fear in people's heart. Like Rikers. Sweet jeez, you gonna send me there? Yes, Rikers, because you're a criminal and you do violent things.
Possible to do so by the stipulated timeline. So what I will do is everything in my power to try and meet that deadline, knowing that Eric Adams has made it so difficult because he's had no interest in actually following through on it. And as much as you will hear about experience and running a government, what Andrew Cuomo doesn't seem to understand is the city has already entered into contracts for these borough-based jails, and to end those contracts would be to incur massive fiscal penalties, but that's not something that he seems to care about, even as he speaks about the fiscal stewardship of this city.
If I may, you want to talk to me about running government or managing projects? I built the 2nd Avenue subway. I built the Mario Cuomo Bridge, the largest infrastructure project in the United States of America, $5 billion on time, on budget. 2nd Avenue subway, Moynihan train hall. Of course there's costs incurred. The question is going to be, how much more does it cost to finish the jail, and are you better off cutting your losses? That's the question in the discussion, and you sit down with the contractor and you negotiate. But your position of, I'm going to close it on 2027, the question is yes or no. Do you close it in 2027? You still haven't answered.
You will hear from Andrew Cuomo about his experience as if the issue is that we don't know about it. The issue is that we have all experienced your experience. The issue is that we experienced you taking a $5 million book deal while you sent seniors to their deaths in nursing homes. The issue is that we experienced you cutting funding for the MTA to send money to upstate ski resorts. The issue is that we saw you give $959 million in tax breaks to Elon Musk. The issue is your experience.
No, the only thing, the issue is you have no experience. You've accomplished nothing. You haven't proposed a bill on anything, and you still haven't said if you'll close Rikers in 2027.
Stop. I got the answer to the questions I was asking. Thanks very much. Let's move on.
My next question is about another law that's already on the books. The city has a climate law, Local Law 97.
Well, hold on here. But now the problem with Cuomo, and I just gotta make this quick comment, but yeah, the problem with Cuomo is that he has all the backbone in the world to show to Trump and the Republicans, but he couldn't show no backbone to his own party. And I mean, that's what led to his COVID failure and a lot of other ones. It's like he had no backbone for his own people, and that kind of killed him.
That will require a large percentage of the buildings in the city to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 or face financial penalties. As you know, some co-ops, condos, and landlords are afraid of crushing expenses, but buildings account for 70% of the city's climate pollution emissions, so reduction would need to include that sector. You all have taken different positions on this. I want our viewers and listeners to hear each of you, starting with Mr. Cuomo in this case. Would you abide by and make others abide?
And let's do a quick little poll check, because who you like more was Cuomo, Mandani, or Silva. Now, out of 1,300 votes, we got Cuomo with 23% of the votes, Mandani with 37% of the votes, and of course in the lead, Suila with 40% of the votes. Let's keep it going.
Abide by Local Law 97 as it stands.
As it stands, you're going to have to be flexible in the application. What's going to happen now is many companies will just pay the fine because it's cheaper than actually following the rules. And that's the last thing you want. That accomplishes nothing, right? It's just another tax, in essence, on these units. So there's going to have to be flexibility. It's the right intent, it's the right goal. but how you implement it has to deal with reality and the costs. Again, otherwise, I can tell you, I've had this conversation with many of them. They're not even going to try. They're just going to pay the fine.
What kind of flexibility, if you could be
It's going to be
specific?
timing, and what do we mean, and can it be phased in?
Mr. Mamdani.
The climate crisis is one of the most pressing crises facing this city, and we deserve to take it on with the urgency it requires. It is right now easier to pay the fine than to actually comply with this legislation. We have to ensure that we make it easier for condo and co-op owners to follow these laws, and we do that by eliminating the application fees for J51, by extending that tax credit, by also creating a one-stop shop in New York City government that procures at a large scale heat pumps and the very kind of infrastructure needed to comply. We've seen this happen before with clean energy work that's been done in Woodside houses. It's time to bring that kind of work right here so that we can ensure full compliance with Local Law 97.
I read that you're proposing the city buy those heat pumps and other tech in bulk and give them to landlords and other buildings for free. Is that accurate?
No, it's to actually ensure that they can afford the cost of these things by purchasing using an economy of scale.
Thank you. Mr. Sliwa.
I'm the only one on this stage totally opposed to Local 97. 100,000 condo and co-op owners. Their maintenance fees will go up 30%. They won't have enough reserve fees. You're going to see massive flight from the co-ops and condos. Now, they want to electrify everything. Well, there's a man on the stage who took Indian Point offline. That was 25% of our electrical output. We haven't been able to meet the need since. And as a result, they're now starting to build, because of the city of yes that I'm opposed, these lithium-ion battery warehouses. Where? Staten Island 38, Brooklyn 12. 8 in Queens, 4 in the Bronx, and none in Manhattan? Oh, no. They're going to electrify, and they don't have the electrical output. So I say no to Local 97. And when I'm mayor, I tell all my commissioners, throw a monkey wrench into the process. We slow it down because we want these condo owners and co-op owners to stay.
Mr. Cuomo, you were name-checked on Indian Point?
I think I was. Indian Point was a danger. It was the nuclear power plant most closely located to the densest population. There was no nuclear plant on the globe that close to a city. There were 20 million people in what was called the kill zone. Before I became Attorney General, there had been a number of lawsuits to stop it. What we did is we brought cables down from upstate New York down the Hudson River. We have nuclear upstate. We're in rural areas to bring that nuclear power down the cables, and then on that basis substitute for Indian Point's power.
Yes or no?
Electricity rates are too high to pay because of you, Andrew Cuomo.
Yes or no? Would any of you support new nuclear power plants to help bring down the rising cost of utilities in New York State? Just yes or no, Mr. Sliwa?
Upstate, they're already starting, yes.
Mr. Mondani?
I think it's something worth exploring.
Mr. Cuomo?
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Katie?
We're going to move on now to the economy. Ms. Donnie, you're proposing to raise the city's minimum wage to $30 an hour by 2030. How would you get this?
Which will basically destroy all small businesses, or just have a low-key increase unemployment in New York.
State legislature to go along with your plan, and do you think it's realistic to feel that a small business owner would have to pay every employee this amount, especially when the city currently doesn't mandate that figure for its own public employees? And
I mean, damn, you taxing them out the ass, and then you're going to raise their minimum wage? Then you're going to raise the minimum wage on what they have to pay. Yeah, you're going to destroy these small businesses, dude.
I have several questions for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo.
So this would be something where the city would have to start doing so as well, because any law that we want New Yorkers to follow, the city should be following it itself. And the reason that we put forward $30 by 2030 is that that's the minimum that a New Yorker needs to be paid to be able to afford to live in this city. And what we are looking at right now is the possibility of the place that we know and love becoming a museum of where working class people used to be able to live. Our proposal that we've put forward would be phased in over a longer period of time for small business owners to ensure that they could deal with this. And it's also one that we are confident we would be able to accomplish because of the fact that we are seeing from New Yorkers time and time again, the absence of it is pushing them to live in Jersey City, to live in Pennsylvania, to live in Connecticut, because they can't afford to live in New York City.
Thank you. And for Mr. Sliwa and Mr. Cuomo, if you're not in favor of a $30 minimum wage, what are your plans to raise the salaries of workers in New York City? We'll start with you, Mr. Sliwa.
First off, Zoran Mandami deals with fantasy, not reality. Look at all the Uber drivers. Look at all the taxi drivers, the Lyft drivers.
Thank you.
They will now have driverless cars. That's what they're pushing. AI that's going to be wiping out so many jobs, especially for young men and women who went to school, got their 4 years of college, 2-year degree, and they're making $155,000, and then they get wiped out. You know what the corporate sector is going to do. They're going to bring in robotics. Zoran, stop dealing with fantasy and start dealing with reality. You're pushing businesses out because you want to tax them. I'm the only one here who wants to cut the corporate taxes, the income tax, the property tax we can cut in order to keep business here. But if you raise the minimum wage too high, they're going to end up going in a different direction, and they're not going to hire workers. It's going to be robots and driverless cars and AI, and I'm opposed to that.
Thank you, Mr. Cuomo.
I mean, that's exactly what McDonald's did. As soon as the minimum wage gets raised too high in certain states, they start going with automated services. And the only thing they were able to automate was the people you speak at to when you place your order, little microphone people. I mean, they made it AI now. Damn near gave the job to ChatGPT. So, yeah, when you raise minimum wage, you kind of make these companies go in a different direction. They start looking for robotics and AI. And I mean, do we really want to do that to them? Do we really want to, even if it's going to happen regardless, do we really want to, it's like fast track it? No.
Yeah. I half agree with Curtis. There is, Zoran does have socialist theory colliding with practical reality. I went through this. We raised the minimum wage to the highest in the United States of America. New York set the bar. We set it at $15. Every other state said, that's crazy when we did it.
Yeah, I know, because even my state raised it, and we raised it like, what, $10.50?
People in the state said that was crazy when we did it. But it was calibrated. It was doable. We phased it in different parts of the state. We phased it in with small businesses. We gave them assistance. Because if you raise it too high, and I believe 30 is too high, I would raise it to 20. If you raise it to too high, you do two things. People lose their jobs. You bankrupt the businesses. You're talking about basically doubling payroll. And you can have a negative effect where literally businesses close and people lose their jobs. And overall, again, it's another tax on corporations, another reason to leave New York, another reason to pack up the family and get on I-95 and go to South Carolina and Florida and Texas.
All right.
I mean, even Ohio.
Candidates, we are coming.
I mean, yeah, that's where my family came from. Yes, believe it or not, let's see. I started out in the projects of Nashville, Tennessee, then moved to the dirtier projects of Brooklyn, New York. Sister was born. Then we came all the way out here to Columbus, Ohio. Then my little brother was born. So that's kind of how my little life worked out there. But yes, I spent a lot of time in New York, and I know exactly what he mean by that. And my parents seen things happening a bit early. They was like, yeah, things were getting crazy. Crime was getting rampant and taxes were going up. They couldn't afford it. So they came over here to Ohio and things worked out for them.
Down the home stretch, I want to alert our media partners, especially we're going to go over by 5 minutes, and we're going to have Brian lead a conversation about transit.
Right, and we're going to have to do this very briefly to each of you because you each have transit things to answer to. Mr. Cuomo, you say the city should take partial control of New York City transit away from the MTA, which is mostly controlled by the state. Would the city then have to foot more of the bill And if this is a good idea, why didn't you propose it as governor?
The capital thing, first of all, New York City owns the New York City Transit Authority, not the MTA. It leases the trains and subways to the MTA. And then the question is the division of responsibility. New York City does the safety along with the MTA. The problem the MTA is having is the capital construction projects. It has been an ongoing problem. I came in, I took over Moynihan and finished it. I came in and took over Second Avenue Subway, the L train tunnel. The capital construction projects are way overdue.
Would it fall more on the city to pay?
I would say, no, there is a budget set. My only point is the MTA, which is a labyrinth bureaucracy set up by Rockefeller, which should have never been done in the first place. It's an overwhelming task for the greatest managers, and I hire both of them. But let the city manage the capital construction from the MTA budget.
Mr. Mamdani, make your case briefly for your proposal for free buses for everybody, even those who can afford to pay.
You know, first I'll just say that one of the most celebrated leaders of the New York City Transit was Andy Byford, who had such a terrible experience working under Andrew Cuomo that he would rather work under Donald Trump right now. The proposal that we have put forward addresses the fact that today, in the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, 1 in 5 New Yorkers cannot afford the bus fare. It would cost $700 million a year to make the slowest buses in the country fast and free. And by doing so, we would generate more than double in economic revenue for New Yorkers across the city. It would be something that would reduce assaults on bus drivers, it would increase ridership on those buses, and it would actually have environmental impacts as fewer New Yorkers would drive their own car or take a taxi.
Yeah, but what about, you know, the quota system? I mean, shoot, what about the Lyft and Uber drivers? They kind of get decimated. So, yeah, I mean, and then it also can become a public homeless camp.
I would instead get on the bus. And I know all of this because I delivered it as a state assembly member who won the first free buses in New York City's history.
And Mr. Sliwa, your website, according to my reading, has a section on transit safety, but nothing on transit service. Do you have any core proposals for improving it?
Oh, sure. First off, Zoran. I get a good belly laugh.
Zoran, bro.
Oh, all right. I'll keep practicing.
I got you.
I get a good belly laugh every time I hear you say free fare in the subways. Half the people don't pay anyway. How about fair enforcement? I'm the only one who says we have all kinds of fare programs for the indigent and the poor. But if you don't pay your fare, there needs to be enforcement. And by the way, I've taken the subway almost every day of my life since I was 5. The worst time was the summer of 2017, the summer of hell, Andrew Cuomo,
right,
when
Curtis.
you were running the subway system as the head of the MTA. I don't trust you with anything to do with mass transit.
How would you make it better?
Oh, very simply. Everybody pays their fare, enforcement, more cops in the subway system.
I mean, that was slick. He low-key attacked them both at the same time, you know, within the same argument.
And by the way, we can get more people to voluntarily actually sponsor their subway system stations, clean it up and beautify them and add some life so the community has input into the subway that they have to go through the sleaze and slime all the time.
All right, candidates, we've got just a couple of minutes. Let's have another quick lightning round where each candidate will answer my questions with a quick response, usually yes or no. Name one person you'd like to see run for president in 2028, Mr. Sliwa.
Wow, in 2028. Man, I'm dealing right now with 2025.
Mr. Mamdani.
My only focus is on November.
Mr. Cuomo.
I haven't thought it through.
Okay.
Yeah, who can?
We have a city of hundreds of languages.
I mean, let's be honest. The Dems really have no front runner. Let's be real. At least the Republicans can say, you know, J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and I know the way sold on those guys. But at least we got some names we could throw out there. I mean, Dems, this is your chance right now. Name some candidates that you'd like to see run in 2028. Go.
Cultures, can you greet New Yorkers in a language other than your own? Mr. Cuomo.
Ciao. Buenos dias.
Ni hao, the pongyo.
Okay.
Buona fortuna per cento anni.
Okay. Have you decided on a school's chancellor, Mr. Sliwa?
Yes, I would ask Bob Holden, who's taught 40 years. He leads Democrats for Sliwa.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
No, I haven't decided on a chancellor as yet.
No. Okay. Should people be arrested for the solicitation of sex, Mr. Sliwa?
No, the Johns, yes, the pimps, the madams, and the absentee landlords.
Okay. Mr. Mamdani?
No.
Mr. Cuomo?
Zoran's decriminalization for prostitutes, johns, and pimps would be a disaster on the quality of life in
They
New
should be
York
arrested,
City.
you said?
Yes.
Should people be arrested for soliciting sex?
It is a criminal offense. I would keep it as it is.
Okay.
Yep, me too.
Last question.
I agree with you on that.
Can you name one thing that New York got
I
right
mean, damn, Zoran, like, who's one of your donors? OnlyFans? Like, bruh.
during the COVID crisis? Mr. Sliwa?
New York got right. Oh, wow. He didn't get anything right during the COVID crisis. No.
Mr. Mamdani?
It only took me 15 minutes to get my vaccine shot when I went for that, and that was an efficient experience.
Mr. Cuomo?
Thank you for the compliment.
That was a city-run vaccine.
All right,
No,
gentlemen.
it wasn't.
Time.
That is going to do it for this debate. I would like to thank the candidates and our partners and all of you at home. If you missed any part of this debate, you can watch it in its entirety at ny1.com and the Spectrum News YouTube channel. Early voting is set to begin across the 5 boroughs on Saturday, with several other races on
Today.
the ballot as well, including city controller, public advocate, the 5 borough presidents and members of the city council, as well as 6 ballot initiatives. There's some district attorney races as well. Election day is November 4th. Thank you all for watching. Have a great evening.
And all right, we're gonna go ahead and end it on this side too. I'll be back later on for a late night show. Appreciate the support, guys. We're gonna go ahead and close it out with the jazz. All right, guys, make sure you guys double tap the screen and subscribe to the channel. We do this every day, so hey, make sure you hit that bell as well to get notified. This is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, and I'll catch you guys later on tonight. Peace.